Ali Livy. Livy, how you doing, man?
I'm doing fine. Hello, Crackety, and welcome everybody. Today we are going to be looking at the first qualifier for the Elite Classic. Some of the players are already qualified, aka the top 8 already is in. But for the last spots, we are going to be looking today and tomorrow for to get a few players in. We are going to be starting with Gento and the GUA over here. And Mr. Crackety, what do you think about these two gentlemen?
So Gento and GA. GA, of course, is like one of the established players at this point, right? Like he's always hovering around the like top 50 mark when it comes to players. Gento is one of the, I want to say, more of an upcoming player, right? Like he's been grinding, he's been building up his skills as time went on. And at the beginning, he was known as just being a French one-trick, French Civilization, which he did actually manage to pick here in the first map. But, you know, he's been expanding his portfolio, and at this point, people would say, yeah, he's a pretty decent player, probably could also be ranked in the, like, top 50 category. So, for a first match in a qualifier, I think we got, like, a really, really even set on our hands here.
Well, GUA also picking his signature Jushi over here, and we are going to be starting with Dry Arabia with French against Japan. In my opinion, a little bit trickier matchup for a French thanks to the fast castle for Japan. But I'm sure that Mr. Crackety has something to say about it.
Yeah, Japan vs. French. It's a very interesting matchup, of course. French, of course, they got the ability to pump out those knights immediately in the feudal age. Japan, typically, they want to get up to castle age in order to be able to compete with those knights, with their own mounted samurai. And once you get to that point, once you do have that mounted samurai out on the field, as long as you get like even numbers, you're going to be winning the fights, right? Like you're able to block the charge from the opposing French knights, and you're getting some extra damage there as well with your Uma The issue is getting there in a stable point, because as mentioned earlier, knights are already going to be coming out in the feudal age for the French. The Japanese, they first have to get to that castle age, and until then, it could be a lot of harassment there from the French. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Definitely one of the matchups that is going to be very, very aggressive from the beginning of the game. Could also be seeing like a Dark Age rush from the Japanese. Quickly want to circle back around. You mentioned earlier we already have 8 qualified players at the moment. Those, of course, are our top 8 players ranked by the ATR. So we already have our Spanish brothers. We already have our Canadian brothers, Anaton, Beastie, Marine Lord, and B, who are all qualified for the main event. 8 slots remaining, which we are going to be deciding on, or rather, we're going to be finding out who is going to be qualifying today and tomorrow. 4 qualified spots each in these qualifiers today and tomorrow.
Yeah, what's very interesting, in my opinion, about the French against Japan matchup is going to be the Dark Age that already Crackety touched on a little bit. There is a big chance we are going to see some Dark Age Spearman rush, maybe even a Tower Rush on the gold, just to deny that gold from the French player and delay their feudal age aggression just a tiny bit, so you are going to buy yourself enough time to age up to castle age and then try to basically outboom or out micro your opponent with mounted samurai. But the question is going to be if Gento is not going to take enough damage in Dark Age. If he's going to survive it basically completely free, then GUA will have very, very rough feudal age.
Exactly. And Dark Age Spearman, it's something for the Japanese that you pretty much want to do anyways. Like, you want to get to Spearman at some point throughout your transition from Feudal to Castle Age anyways, since there are going to be Feudal Age Knights from the French. So Spearmen are a necessity, and a barracks only being 75 wood means that it's not a big investment for you. You're not going to be delaying yourself too much with it. So Spearman most definitely should be the opener here from GUA. That's something that we would be expecting. Gento on his side probably just going to be gathering a little bit of additional gold early on just to be able to secure that age up, and wouldn't be too surprised to see him even going with an archer range very early on as well. Though, to be fair, as the Japanese, I'm not sure how much you want to be investing into the Spearman immediately. I could also see a world where GUA just drops an outpost on the gold early on and just pumps out knights only. Since realistically, you don't really want to be making too many archers in this matchup, since Japan typically wants to still pull off that fast castle age. meaning they won't be investing too much into spearmen. So maybe you should be able to get away with just knights, which are going to be actually able to burn down outposts and harass and dive underneath the TC. So it's going to be definitely interesting to see how this one is going to be going. Other maps that we've got in this best of 3 as well, we got Coastal Cliffs and Gorge. So overall, looks like we got a pretty land-heavy map pool here for this game.
And also pretty land map heavy civilizations. Sengoku, Golden Horde, Ayubit, and Malian on the side of the Gento. Cities that are very, very well known for their land performance. On the other hand, GUA picking Jushi, Japan, JD, English, and Rus. Rus, in my opinion, a little bit interesting. We don't really see it that much after it got the bounty reworked. But it's picked over here, so maybe it's a Gorge pick, but we will see what GUA is going to show us. My question is going to be, Mr. Krakete, are we going to see something like JD Jushi on Coastal Cliffs, or do you think it's going to be more of like maybe even a Rus pick?
So on Coastal Cliffs, I could definitely imagine Rus. It's a very small-ish map, and Rus we've typically, or rather we have kind of seen a transformation with how Rus is being played at the moment. Gone are kind of the days of the Golden Gate, or rather they're gone again. We had like different phases where the Kremlin has been used time and time again. And recently, just from what I've seen other pro players typically like in the top 8 doing at the moment, like Kremlin actually is kind of getting like a little return there. We see the Kremlin being used more often. Of course, there were some buffs to it. It now spawns a hand cannoneer in Castle Age for every single Kremlin that you spawn as well. So you get like a ranged unit in there as well. And we also have been seeing a lot of players going for the Abbey of Trinity again. Coastal Cliffs is a map where relic control can be very important, so I wouldn't be too surprised to actually see Rus being picked there as well. And yeah, overall, I think definitely a lot of opportunities there to be picking Rus. I wouldn't mind seeing it on Gorge as well. In general, the army composition of like the warrior monks as well as cav archers, it really adds a lot of value to the cav archers again. We had the nerf with the base damage of the cav archers going down, but they got a buff in the attack speed department. So when you have the Saint's Blessing buff up on your cav archers, it's like you still have all the bonus damage, but now you also have more attack speed as well. So there is a very, very nice symbiosis there between the warrior monks and the cavalry archers for the Rus in the current meta.
Well, also having 2 deer packs relatively close to the base on Coastal Cliffs is definitely gonna help or benefit Rus for that bounty. On the other hand, we saw a lot of the times players pick something like JD or French civilizations that would love to go for that early night while going for the pro scouts. Byzantine also being a pick on Coastal Cliffs, but not in a draft for any of our players at the moment. So it's definitely gonna be interesting, but in my opinion, it's gonna be all about the micro on Coastal Cliffs. It's very small map. It's pretty straightforward. You are gonna be basically heading into your opponent's base. There is still a lot of ways you can raid, but also very easy to wall.
Indeed, walling is definitely something that, I mean, you typically need to do. Something that's interesting on Coastal Cliffs, actually. There aren't many wood lines. There is a lot of wood, like there are trees all over the map, but there aren't a lot of wood lines, so it's not that hard to wall because it's like less of the map, of course, but there are less wood lines to connect your walls to. So depending on how you spawn, sometimes it's easier, sometimes it's actually harder to wall on Coastal Cliffs, which can be interesting. But first off, of course, we're going to be moving over to Dry Arabia. We now have our timer, so only 1 minute left between us and our game number 1 here in this best of 3. Gento vs GA. This is going to be the round of 64. We still have plenty of games to go here. 4 players are going to be qualifying today, and I already saw it earlier in chat, but yeah, we do actually have Louis playing again. Some people, I think, already were able to scout him out, practicing. I saw him the other day, just practicing on stream with Anaton. So Louis back, he's getting in form, and it's going to be interesting to see just how well he is in form. Looking at his bracket actually quickly, who does he have on his side in the bracket? So Louis is going to be up against players like Gully Deckle, Downfall, Deniskia, Scatterbrain. Oh, he's gonna be having some tough competition on his side as well. It's gonna be interesting to see as the day goes on. But, fellas, it is time. 10 seconds remaining, and looks like we're jumping right on in. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Game number 1 in our first set of the day here in the Elite Classic 4. We've got Gento in the color yellow, playing as the French civilization here. His opponent, none other than GUA himself, in the color teal, playing as the Japanese. And indeed, we do have that Dark Age Barracks rush here.
Well, opening with barracks is something that we talked about, and definitely going to be very nice play for the GUA over here. If you are going to look on the map, they are all at one spot for both of our players. Let's look at it. 2 deer packs, 1 boar, and 2 deer packs, 1 boar for both of the players at one spot. This is basically the perfect spawn for Gento, in my opinion. He's going to have all of the map control in the feudal age if he's going to play it right. And the GUA is going to be slowly but surely start off from. There is 1 small berry patch in the back, but in my opinion, it's not going to be enough.
Indeed, and looks like we do have GUA already starting off on the berries here early on. This is a very nice strategy here, of course, for the Japanese, going for the berries very early on, since you gotta be assuming that at one point you're gonna be on the defensive. So when you still have sheep remaining on the ETC because you went for the berries early on, that's gonna be very nice. And we do have that spearman now arriving. Gento, he has been gathering a lot of gold. Look at this. He's not stopping at 200 gold. He is going for enough gold to be able to get the first knight out from the looks of it. So still gathering here with 3 villagers. Might actually have to pull another villager over to gold potentially. No, I think he should be fine. Yeah, he's got more than enough. So we'll be able to get the first knight out once he's able to get the age up in. GUA at the moment with 3 spearmen out on the field. Just going to be starting to burn down the mining camp now.
Well, we are opening 3 spearmen, so slowly but surely we are going to be pushing Gento off from the gold. There is enough gold for that 1 early knight, but Gento will need to answer with something else. 1 knight cannot really kill 3 spearmen over here if GUA will not miss micro it terribly. We are not going for Tavrash, so we are not overcommitting over here. We are just pushing him away from the gold and buying us a little bit of a time so we can get to the castle safely. At the same time, I think we are gonna see at least 1, maybe even 2 towers on the gold that's gonna be very, very heavily harassed. For now, we are fine. We will see how the feudal age is gonna go.
Exactly. Behind this, GA now also pulling 5 villagers over to gold, so we'll be getting that age up in shortly here as well. You already see a couple of messages there as well. Indeed, GUA's gold is going to be placed forward, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him to be able to defend it, but Gento's gold also at the moment forward, so going to be able to delay the French here at least for a good bit. School of Cavalry, 5 villagers working overtime on that. We don't have the age up coming in yet from GUA. It's a little bit early when he pulled the 5 villagers to gold. Yeah, he's sending some over now, back to food.
Well, maybe a little bit of a miss macro, but happens from time to time. It's completely fine. We are killing a deer over here just to disrupt maybe the placement of the mills. In my humble opinion, Mr. Krakete, do you think that the GUA is going to be fine with a food situation in the feudal age? Because there is only 1 berry patch over here. We have 1 in the back, but I'm not sure if we will be able to properly secure it. Are we not going to get started off from a food?
The Japanese, they've got a lot of great just food synergies here. The Cursed Star is about to be coming out, and it looks like there should be a good, like, 4 farm spots that will be relatively safe for GA to be gathering from, right next to the TC and next to the Cursed Storehouse. So I think he should be fine overall when it comes to that. Can we also get a quick glimpse at the sheep distribution here? Now, on Dry Arabia, most of the sheep do spawn next to UTC, but there are still a couple out on the map, and it looks like Gento did manage to find a lot more out on the map than GUA did. But overall, GUA should be having enough sheep in order to get to that castle age. The question, of course, is going to be just how much pressure is Gento going to be putting on GUA here. And actually, GUA, he's making more spearmen at the moment, so Looks like he's gonna be maybe trying to go for a bit of a longer feudal age play. It's still only one villager on gold, so looks indeed like we might be seeing maybe Yumi archers or horsemen coming in here soon as well.
Yeah, it looks like it. No villagers on the gold at the moment, no early tower against the French, and the Gento's already making some archers. GUA looks like he's gonna be opening archers or maybe even stables, as we can see. This is gonna be horseman spearman composition, something that can do really well against French in the low numbers. In high numbers is gonna be a little bit more difficult, but still manageable. We are gonna be diving the berry page over here, and no, villager is not gonna be dying. GUA is microing it properly. Gento's knight on half of the HP and is slowly but surely gonna be getting away.
Indeed, and we do now see the horsemen coming in from GUA, so we'll be going for the classic spearman horseman army composition. Gento already adding in his archers, so this is a classic. This is a classic army composition matchup here at the moment. We're going to be seeing the spearman horsemen versus the archer knights. And Gento moving out onto the map now, securing some of the deer here, with an outpost as well, still has some units here. And yeah, looks like this is going to be more of a longer feudal age type game. The issue there always with the feudal age, when you're up against the French, you need to actually be able to kill knights. If you fight with the knight and the knight doesn't go down, chivalry is eventually going to be coming in and that knight will be up to full HP after a short while. So you always have to be able to take decisive engagements. If there's not a decisive engagement to be taken, you don't want to engage.
Also, another giant bonus that's going to be helping French in the feudal age is just faster villager production. Like, they love these situations when both of us are going to be staying in feudal and just fighting, because they are slowly but surely going to be getting ahead economically just because of that faster PC. On the other hand, getting those early upgrades in, as we can see specialized peak and double broad axe from the Gento, he wants to slowly but surely get the economy rolling, while at the same time investing into the feudal age army. This is going to be a tough one for the GUA.
It is. GA already scouting around where Gento is getting his fruit from at the moment, and he does, of course, see that there is an outpost on the deer. Still just pumping up more and more units at the moment. Looks like he does want to go for the eventual dive onto that position here from Gento. Horsemen also just looking for some pokes here and there, but there are archers here, and these horsemen are not able to heal back up, so any little bit of damage taken before a fight here is going to be tough for GUA to recover from.
Fourth knight is going to be going out on the field, and that knight mask slowly but surely growing bigger and bigger. So, survival techniques at the same time for the Gento being in the research. His economy is going to be slowly but surely skyrocketing. Like, if we are going to look at the technologies, for now GUA only having the first Tavara upgrade, Gento having basically everything he needs in the feudal age except of the wheelbarrow. His eco is just straight up pulling away. GUA needs to find and do some damage or rush to the castle age. If we are gonna stay in this position and not do anything to the French, they are gonna be just pulling away, pulling ahead. And for now, we are finding one knight, and he's gonna be dangerously low over here. Maybe even sniped knight.
Yeah, he'll go down
over here. Yeah, the horsemen with more movement speed are gonna slowly but surely catch him. This is a very nice catch for GUA, exactly what he needed.
Yeah, able to take one of the knights down. Chivalry is coming in now, but that knight is not going to be recovering anytime soon. Our knights are going to still be on retreat here. GA also early when it comes to getting the blacksmith upgrades in, namely pierce damage, is going to be completed now. We already have the +1 melee damage in as well. And now moving out to the next couple of berries here after being able to defend it. So GA food-wise is in a very comfortable spot right now. Gento, he's getting upgrades in a little bit delayed. Typically, as the French, you want to be getting upgrades in quite early on, since you do have a pretty massive discount on them. At the moment, GA, he's looking in a fine position. Now moving out with some horsemen here. Just needs to be careful. Doesn't want to lose these horsemen early, because if those horsemen die and there's still like these 12 archers out there, as long as you're at like 11 to 12 archers, you're able to one-shot spearmen. And means that in those numbers, the archers are going to be trading crazy efficiently up against spears.
We see Gento massively investing into the upgrades, also getting chivalry only when we had the 3 knights out. It's slowly but surely growing. We are gonna get up to the 6 knights at the moment. We are making a tower over here at the second deer peg. Maybe horsemen are gonna see it and will decide to dive it. There is nothing over here, and in my opinion, Julia is a little bit too scared. Knights were a little bit out of the position. He did not really know if they were very close around, but at this moment, Gento is not playing for any spearmen. There were just archers nearby. We should, in my opinion, at least try to dive it.
It's always risky, right? Trying to go for the dive in these situations. It looks like Jue has another plan. It looks like he is now starting to commit to a castle age on his side, and it's a great position for him to go for it as well. There has been no damage at all that he's taken from Gento so far. The early night raids didn't really achieve anything. And yeah, he's getting very close to the age up now, and with a lot of melee units here as well, which is going to be great when it comes to actually taking relics afterwards. And the knights are going to find the villagers on gold now, so Gento is going to know that, well, he kind of missed out on his timing for the all-in and feudal age. The archers are moving forward now as well. Floating gate is being built behind this. But I don't see a world in which Gento could actually, like, get a kill now in for GA. GA at least is going to be able to get the age up, and he's going to be able to get a couple of knights out. And after that, Gento shouldn't be in a position to finish GA off in like in a castle age transition type situation. But the knights are going to be charging towards the villagers here, are going to be able to get one kill in. Archers now moving forward as well, starting to take some shots up against those spearmen. There's still the outpost here. Doesn't look like there's an emplacement on it. It's going to be starting to torch that one down.
Yeah, we are going to be torching that one down, and I think that Jue needs to commit at least a little bit to pull off the villagers, but no, we are just repairing the outpost and going to be staying over here. More spearmen are going to be joining our horsemen over here. Horsemen getting us around from the back, but there's a lot of knights over here. They are just simply said going to get obliterated slowly but surely. In my opinion, Gento over here is taking an okay-ish fight, but is okay-ish fight going to be enough when your opponent is going to the castle age?
You had the archers face off against the spearmen, so they didn't take any bonus damage here. At the same time, those spearmen do fine when they're up against melee against the archers. The horsemen did get decimated here when it came to the numbers, but Jue, he bought himself enough time. There are 3 mounted samurai in queue, and there's still plenty of spearmen here. The outpost is still up. Once those couple mounted samurai are going to be coming in here, Jue, he should be able to take control of the gold again. And not just that, there's still a second gold at the bottom corner that he's able to freely gather from. So yeah, he's completely fine at the moment when it comes to the pressure that Gento is asserting over him. Outpost does go down, but there's already 2 mounted samurai in. Gento trying his best there to kite against the spearmen on the retreat, but a lot of the knights now also getting dangerously low.
All of this for only 1 villager, and the mounted samurai already out on the field. Some spearmen to help them out with the mass knights from the French over here. This is not the position that Gento was hoping to be in when he started to play for mass feudal age. 1 mounted samurai going down, but look at the French knights; they are melting slowly but surely. I'm not 100% convinced that Gento wanted this outcome. Like only 1 villager kill for all of this.
Yeah, definitely not the desired outcome here. He is still reinvesting a lot into the knights at the moment. And I feel like he might have just overcommitted a little bit too much on the archer play here now. He's back up to 13 archers, so he's able to one-shot spearmen. But at this point, spearmen are not going to be the thing that Jue will want to be making. He's just going to be making mass knights only. We're also now going to be seeing relics being grabbed by Jue. The first one has already been picked up somewhere, and the second Shinto priest is about to be coming out from that landmark as well. So Jue now in a very good spot when it comes to scaling, but Gento, he's not letting up. 8 knights, 9 knights out on the field, still plenty more in the queue. So he still wants to put up more pressure on Jue. He wants to keep the mounted samurai numbers thin, but yeah, I mean at the moment Jue already up to 5, so he's got half the numbers of Gento at the moment.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough and rough. More mounted samurai coming out on the field, and these archers are just becoming more and more obsolete because we are not really reinvesting massively into the spears. Spearmen, as Krakity said, are not gonna be the main issue for Gento over here. His mounted samurai are gonna be nearly unkillable. Having that reflective armor and basically not getting damaged from French charges, it's gonna mean that these mounted samurai will always take better fights. They cost a little bit more, but I don't think that matters much. This is a little bit of a miss micro. At the same time, we are getting a small raid with one knight on that gold. At the bottom of the map, maybe a small wall or a tower could help us. At least we are getting some damage, and 3 villagers are going to be dying. Maybe even the 4th one. Slowly but surely, Gento is doing something. The question is going to be, is the something going to be enough?
Indeed, 3 villagers down now in total, but Gento with the French, with the faster village production at the moment, 12 villagers ahead overall, so the food economy should be looking a lot better. Currently for Gento, he's starting to make some farms now as well. This is the point in time where the food on the map does start to slowly dry up. He's got a lot of villagers on food and gold at the moment, so at some point he should also be looking for his own castle age up. But it's difficult at the moment because now GA is at a point where he's got a lot of mounted samurais in. Gento is no longer able to just take head-on engagements with the royal knights that he has. And so he now has to also start adding in some spearmen. Not something that you really want to be doing as the French, but currently there's just not a whole lot that Gento can do about the mounted samurai other than adding in some spearmen now as well. We do see a couple of raids coming in now potentially from the knights, but GA, he does realize this. Villagers are going to be running into the TC, but there's some villagers that are going to be stuck in between.
Very nice job.
Yeah, gets 3 more vills.
Lovely to see. And what was the cost? Some HP on one of the knights. This is lovely to see exactly what he needs to do. Or one knight went down terribly. I'm sorry for that. Guildhall gonna be going up with the 13 villagers. He won a little bit of a fast rage up with Mr. Gento. He feels that he is under the pressure. My question is gonna be, Mr. Krakity, are we gonna see mass ARP play or are we gonna stick to the knight composition?
You just want to be sticking to the knights for the time being. You can add some arballetria as well. But knights are going to still be your main bread and butter currently because there's still a lot of resource out on the map that GA will want to take, and you need the mobility to play up against that. Fight is getting taken now a little bit prematurely from the looks of it. Gento, he does not have any castle age upgrades. Knight's also a little bit rough there when it comes to the pathing around the gold mine. And actually, Gento, he's in a really, really bad position right now. The spearmen just have been completely obliterated. Some villagers even pulling the shivs right there. Archers firing off as well, but there's just not that much left here. After the age up went through for Gento, he lost all of the knights pretty much. The archers now getting picked off by the remaining mounted samurai. There just a couple of spears, but spearmen, they die so quickly up against the massive damage, base damage of these mounted samurai. So now he's falling back further and further. Veterancy is coming in on those Royal Knights now behind this. But he's going to have to be looking for another gold source now. And luckily, the right-hand side isn't where the gold is. It's all on the left-hand side, so he still has access to some. But he just lost 8 villagers in that fight. He's still ahead 10 villagers, but soon to be losing at least like 5 more villagers here from that outpost.
Well, maybe we are gonna be able to save it. These mounted samurai are a little bit low HP, and we have veterancy upgrade on our own knights. But I don't think this is enough. We are slowly but surely just getting raided by the mounted samurai. We lost a lot of vills. We are still French, so we are ahead a little bit. But the relic count is gonna be slowly but surely disappearing for Gento. He will not be able to basically get any of them. The G-Way got up to the castle age, he got those Euroshures inside of the stables, and started gathering relics immediately. Each relic is worth 2 villagers worth of the gold income. So maybe if we are gonna be looking at the villager numbers, it's gonna look like, sure, the Gento is ahead. Practically, I'm not 100% certain.
Now, something to always keep in mind is that there is that guild hall ticking now in the back behind all of this. So there is a little bit of a timer here, running timer for GUA, Because eventually Gento is going to be able to get a lot of food out from that landmark and potentially reach a castle age up. Jue now behind this, he's starting to add in Yumi archers. Great play for him, as Gento did make a transition over to the Arbaletier. And he's not making that many knights anymore. Oh, villagers that just went out to the barriers here are going to be getting found out. It's going to be another couple of villagers going down. Spearman there to the rescue. Yeah, Gento, he is struggling for food at the moment.
Exactly. Food is going to be a giant issue for the Gento at the moment. We still can take a board, but it is a little bit exposed. We are taking berries, but they are exposed as well. It's going to be very, very rough for him to secure the food economy. Guildhall is going to be lovely. Like, we are going to be getting our free Imperial Age eventually, but we need to survive till that's going to happen. And this is going to be very, very rough 10 minutes for Gento.
Gento, he knows what's, like, there is potential for him to survive a little bit longer by getting a keep up inside of his base. Not just when it comes to getting the security, but also getting a discount on your units. So he is sending 15 villagers out to stone at the moment. He will want to rush that keep up very, very quickly and is working on that at the moment. Still just a couple of mounted samurai at the moment going for some raids. Jue now also adding in some horsemen and on Amusha, as well as the Yumi archers. So it's going to be going for a very mixed army composition, but just overall a lot more army value at the moment out there for GA compared to what Gento has out on the field. And yeah, it's going to be a very, very rough transition for Gento from the looks of it. Not just because he lost a lot of villagers now in the return rates, he's still ahead villager-wise, but he hasn't been able to secure any relics so far. I don't even think he's going to get the last relic, and I think this might just be a 5-0 relic game here from the looks of it.
It's very rough. At the same time, what's really, really surprising for me is to see veterancy on 7 archers. Rackety, do you think that we are gonna see more of an archer play for the Gento because they are not that heavy on food over here? Or are we gonna... Or was it just a simple mistake or a misclick?
I mean, you want to have veterancy here at some point, just in case GA goes for the Spearman again. It might be a little bit early for him. He hasn't actually seen the Spearman yet. So he doesn't have the information to know that this is the correct play, but it's like a lucky correct play, I want to say. And he's got a lot of gold, wood in the bank as well, so maybe he could like go for some archers again.
At the same time, we have a keep going up inside of the base of the Gento. So the discount on the units is slowly but surely going to be kicking in, and that's at least something that's going to be playing into his hands. But this is a lot of villagers and this is a lot of knights. I'm not 100% certain that that everybody's going to survive over here. 2 villagers going down, 3, 4, 5, slowly but surely. Not something that Gento loves to see. Look at those villager numbers, slowly but surely. GUA is cracking down on those vill numbers from the Gento. 15 villager kills already. Gento is just simply said getting raided.
Yeah. Oh, villagers moving out again, and GA immediately there with some horsemen. Gento 270 food per minute at the moment when it comes to his food income. GA over 1,000. So yeah, at the moment, economy-wise, it is a pretty stark difference there between the two. Now, collected resource in the game, the little graph that you see there, not really graph, but the numbers that you see in the bottom left, they're not accurate. You can never really trust numbers in the game, and more villagers going down. Suddenly, Gento having less villagers than GA does. I think at this point, GA probably has a Yorishiro inside of his TC as well, so the scaling isn't going to be getting much better. Never mind, there's no Yorishiro inside the TC. Interesting.
But inside of houses, that's
he's getting some food from... Yeah. I mean, it's not that great to have them in houses compared to the main TC, because it's going to give you like 50 food per minute. That's like 1.5 villagers. After a minute, you get like 1 free villager just from having the Yorishiro inside the TC. So it takes like 2 minutes for the Yorishiro inside the TC to be better.
Well, maybe GUA thought that he's gonna be slowly but surely getting more and more raided by Gento, or this was an early Castle Age play when Gento was trying to kill him. And he thought that I need at least some kind of the some form of the food income. We still can see the lead on those houses and then putting Yorishiro inside of the town center. But Gento opting for more and more ARPs, slowly but surely. He feels like he needs something to kill these mass-mounted samurai that are yet again raiding the berries, yet again causing problems on the map. It's 70 against 70 villagers, and it's getting tougher and tougher for Gento to survive. Look at the army numbers. It's basically double for the GUA at the moment.
It is. It really is. Destruction value much higher, army value much higher. GUA is in a very, very comfortable spot here at the moment. Wouldn't be too surprised if he just went for an Imperial Age follow-up now behind this. He could certainly go for it. It's kind of wild when you look at just what GUA has been making at the moment. He's kind of making a little bit of everything. We got Horsemen, we got Onabugeisha, Onamusha, Mounted Samurai, Yumis, Spearmen. He's just throwing spaghetti at the wall and tries to see what sticks.
What's interesting is Gento's second TC. Like we can see behind his base, he made a second TC on the wood line at the same time while having double keep. So right now he's in the position to just survive and hope for the best. Guildhall on 2000 resources. Maybe the imp is closer than we thought, but the gold is very far away from it. At the same time, where are the other gold veins for Gento? Like, we have one gold vein behind the base, and that's it.
Yeah, that's the issue, right? Like, GA, he's not dumb. He knows that if Gento wants to go for an Imperial Age play, he will want to place the Red Palace next to gold, ideally. So he's keeping units nearby the large gold veins. Just in case Gento, like, moves out with, like, 40 villagers or something, he'll be ready to try and play up against that. But yeah, GA now getting very close to his own age up, so should be able to see the Imperial Age from the Japanese coming in sometime soon.
And at the same time, look at the gold bank for GA. 3,000 gold in the bank. This is gonna be age up into all veterancy and maybe even a university upgrade here and there. On the other hand, Gento struggling to get his food income to be bigger than 700 a minute. This is very rough for him at the moment. Double the military count at the same time. Sure, we are pulling away with the villagers. Sure, we have double TC, but it's only getting rougher and rougher. At the same time, we are making the Red Palace basically very near. Very near that
somehow
big
managed
gold
to
vein.
get it close to the large gold vein there. If he had a scout there, he would know that he could actually go a little bit further forward just to completely secure it, but this is going to be nice for him. The age-up is going to be coming in a great timing as well, so he might be able to... Yeah, he should be safe inside of his base now as well. Might be able to... Well, he will lose some farms here, but that's not the end of the... Not the end of the world, and yeah, age-up has now come in. The Red Palace emplacement has been activated on the TCs. And on the keep, so both players reaching Imperial Age at roughly the same time. Gento now on 2 TC as well. GA, has he made much of a farm transition yet? I'm not sure. I think, like, we have the free Kurosto farms, but Kurosto House farms, but I think other than that, he had like 5 more farms. Yeah, it's not that many farms at the moment. So 6 farms on top of the free Kurosto House farm. So he doesn't have much of a food transition yet. He'll have to work on that. And Gento, he already has made the food transition, right? Like, he's already added in a whole bunch of farm clusters around his base, around his TC as well. So economy-wise, long-term, Gento might not be in the worst spot outside of being down 5 relics, which is massive.
Yeah, that's definitely tough. His base is not really gonna be getting raided that much. Like, sure, we are gonna see these mounted samurai coming in and killing 2 or 3 farms here and there, but having the Red Palace emplacements on a TC and on a keeps is gonna make it very hard for GUA to do any kind of significant damage without losing half of your units doing that.
And Gento still has a lot of stone left. Like, he could drop another keep next to the next large gold vein or back in his base as well. Just make it completely unraidable for GA at the moment. GA, though, he does have the Tanigashima Gunsmith, so could be looking for some bombards at this point. A single relic now from Gento is being harassed inside of that monastery. But just a couple of arbaletier here now. with the rest of the army is going to be able to defend. We now have a lead on the horsemen. We've got a lead on the arbaletier. And with that, outside of a lead on the veteran, or rather on the knights, which realistically you can't really afford at the moment if you're Gento, like the late game French army composition has been unlocked, I want to say. Just mass arbaletier and horsemen. That is what you want to have when you're playing as the French.
But can we get those horsemen up? We have 44 villagers on foot, but food income doesn't look like it. 600 food a minute. We are struggling with the raids coming in, but finally Gento is getting some kind of a breathing room. GUA is pulling away with his raiding army, or with his knights that he was raiding till this time. First bombard is out on the field, and it looks like we are gonna be just straight up heading to that big gold and pulling the villagers. We are, yes, 1600 stone in a bank. This is gonna be keep drop while trying to dive the Red Palace. Are we really sure that diving the Red Palace is the right play over here?
The villager, he's find out now. It's a little sacrifice here. Some villagers are gonna be going down. Gento behind this. He's up 40 villagers-ish at this point. So he does still have a massive economic lead at the moment when it comes to the pure villagers. There hasn't been a massive farm transition at the moment from GA, though it does look like he's added in at least a couple more farms now behind this. So he's at like 1,500 food. Overall food income now is very similar between the two players. But GA, he has failed when it comes to controlling Gento's gold access. We're up to one bombard only at the moment. One bombard is not going to be enough to take down a Red Palace.
Definitely not. We can try to go for the keep on the other side, of the map, on the small gold vein, but that's not really something that that's gonna be super significant. Even if we take it down, there is just one gold vein. In the meantime, Red Palace is securing 8,000 gold under it. But like we said, Gento is at 40 villagers at the moment. This is French double TC against Japanese 1 TC. If GUA is not gonna kill him in the next 5 to 10 minutes, Gento is just gonna pull away economically, and GUA will have very hard time to do anything.
Yeah. GA does have a lot of the university upgrades in at the moment. Gento also getting incendiary arrows behind this. GA diving keeps again here at the moment. Gento, he's not that far behind when it comes to the military count at the moment. Both players are 200, almost 200 out of 200 pop cap currently. Though, I mean, the diving of the keep here does mean that a lot of the units actually from GA are going to be going down here. And I mean, outside of the bombard, it's just pretty much just range units here. And with incendiary arrows, it looks like Gento is just going to be able to repair. There is a second bombard somewhere, but yeah, GA not going to be able to push past that keep now, and he's just lost a lot of units.
Yeah, this is only getting tougher and tougher for GUA. Gento seeing the keep from the Japan over here and deciding that I want to dive it. I don't really care that it has the rocket emplacements. We are just gonna go in. At the same time, GUA is trying to raid in the back, trying to do some kind of damage, but it's only getting harder and harder. One Mango is gonna be doing very heavy lifting over here, pushing all of the crossbows away, and we are seeing mass spearmen against mass arms plus some horsemen. Is that the right composition that we want to see from the Japan at this time, Mr. Crackety?
Army composition at the moment for GA, I want to say, like, at the moment it's kind of tough. Like, he's been making everything, right? Like, he's been making everything. The thing is, the mass spearmen doesn't work. He's got to stop with the mass spears against the arbaletier. It just doesn't work. If you take a look at the arbaletier at the moment, if we can just select one of them. Yeah, +6 melee armor. So they have 8 melee armor total. There's still some upgrades lacking. But once you get every single upgrade in, they're going to be taking like 1 or 2 damage from a spearman hit. So the spearmen, they're only really working up against the horsemen. But you can just frontline with the arbaletier. You can then activate Pavis as well, and they won't be taking that much damage from the UV archers after that as well. Up to 3 bombards now. With that, GA should be able to push up to that keep. The issue is just that he needs to keep the siege safe as well. I think army composition-wise, GA, he needs to make use of map control and the relics that he has, and just like go mass hand cannoneers, if you have the Yumi Bannerman as well, your hand cannoneers are going to be doing massive damage. Like just mass hand cannoneers and horsemen on your side. Maybe even try and go for trade. Like we've got excellent trade opportunities here with the neutral trading posts for GUA. So he could go mass trade and then just pump out massive amounts of mounted samurai. Genuinely, just mass mounted samurai as well. If you have like a big army of, let's say, 60 mounted samurai against like 40 arbaletier and 20 horsemen, if you get us around with the mounted samurai, it doesn't matter that the arbaletier counter you, in theory, you're gonna be beating everything. And now a second TC from GUA. Is this gonna be a 3-hour-long game?
Yeah, it looks like we are starting with a long one. Second out center from the Japan, we are behind in the villagers, like 84 villagers, 35 minutes into the game. It's just not enough. Sure, we have 4 relics, but it isn't enough. Three secret sites, or right now only 2 secret sites for the GUA. That's gonna be a little bit of the extra gold income at the same time. But exactly as Krakity said, we need to go those mass hand cannons. Like, and anything else is just not gonna be enough to kill ARPs from the Gento. It's gonna be very tough. They have so much melee armor at the same time doing so much damage that doing anything to them, it's gonna require some very heavy units, and that's gonna mean mass hand cannon probably is the right play. But currently GUA is still sticking to those spears.
Just Spearmen at the moment, but we're also seeing a mass up of Mangonels. Now, Mangonels against these large numbers of Arbaletier could also work wonders. You just gotta be able to keep them safe. That is gonna be the main requirement here for GUA. Keep your siege safe behind all of those spears. Just the numbers are a little bit worrisome to me at the moment. It just doesn't feel like he's got enough to really keep them safe if push comes to shove. And now Gento also adding in his own cannons. They're going to be able to snipe out those Mangonels.
3 cannons are going to be out on the field for the Gento, and that's going to mean the keeps from GUA are going to be falling pretty fast. These are, after all, French cannons. In my opinion, if GUA wants to do something, it needs to be at least some type of all-in play, even if it's possible. This is rougher and rougher longer the game goes. If you are going to look at the compositions, exactly as Krakity was saying, these ARPs are just simply said not going to be dying. We have 4 mangoes out on the field, but we are countering it with the Kentos with the cannons from the Gento. Gento is just simply said having the answers at the moment.
Exactly, and now GA moving forward with this entire army. Question is it going to be enough? The Mangonels now firing their first shots. We do, of course, have the upgrade in at the moment on the Mangonels, so they're doing a lot more damage when they do manage to land their shots, but the cannons, they're doing a great job here at the moment for Gento. Taking down the Bombards next from GUA. Actually not focusing down the Mangonels first could be considered a little bit of a mistake, as the Arbaletier numbers just has been absolutely shredded here thanks to those thanks to those Mangonel shots. Last Bombard is going down. Actually, never mind, another. There's still 2 there for GUA. But yeah, GUA, he's actually able to win this fight because Gento, he didn't focus down the Mangonels with the cannons. Instead went for the Bombards. And now he's lost like most of his arms.
Yeah, Michael was definitely on point from the GUA, and this is just getting rougher and tougher. We are pushing between 3 keeps over here, so we are not going to be able to stay over here for a long time. There is only 1 Bombard alive in the front for the GUA, so keeps are going to be dying, but it's going to take a really long time. Gento has enough resources in the bank to remass, but not enough gold. We mined out the big gold vein, and we have only access to one small gold vein on a side, right next to the keep that's currently getting destroyed. 3,200 gold in the Golden Gate is gonna be giving him some breathing room, and Gento is most likely gonna be pulling it.
There it is. Yeah, he just did. Pulling 3,000 gold into queuing up 10 horsemen, though. I think he could have just queued up knights at this point. There it is. Now he's queuing up knights instead.
without
Yeah, there aren't
weapons.
that many spearmen at the moment. Like, you could just go for mass knights at the moment just to wipe the board clean. Maybe set up your own trade behind this now as well. We're getting to the point, after all, where gold is starting to run thin on the map. And let's not forget, Gento does not have any relics other than one. It's 4-to-1 relics. And he doesn't have control over... Well, he's got one sacred site, but I wouldn't go as far as to say that he has control over it.
Yeah, it's getting decapped as we speak. Gento finding himself in a bit of a trouble. At the same time, we are making those knights, but we don't have that much gold to make critical mass of them. We will have around 20, and that's probably going to be it for the Gento's gold reserves. This is a mass, not as big as I thought. Shot was in the front of the units. It's still something, but imagine a little bit more of the inside, and half of the units would be dead. Gento at the moment under massive amounts of the pressure, even though it was looking good for him with the army composition. We lost one fight and the pendulum swings. Right now, G-Wei is having full control of the game.
Now, Gento is trying to take the engagement here, is going to lose another keep. That is unfortunate. That's where a lot of his production buildings have been on. Mangonel shot still firing onto the arballetry. The cannons just are not taking down the mangonels in time. Keep is just getting rebuilt in the back, but typically GA, yeah, he just burns, like, takes it down immediately. Loses all the... Not another keep! The cannons are still there! Okay, he canceled it this time. This time he did cancel it. But man, that's a rough one.
Gento taking the fight with the knights, and that's lovely to see. These are Castle Age knights, by the way. This is not. These knights do not have veterancy upgrade, but the upgrade was queued up. So I'm not really sure if we kill the stables that upgrade was in, but I don't really love not having the veterancy upgrade. At the same time, no gold access for the Gento. We need to see some kind of a trade or or literally anything that's gonna give us gold at the moment. We're gonna be securing this very small gold vein in front of our base because we completely obliterated the GUA's army a few seconds ago. But the question is, for how long can we keep the access to it? GUA mining all the gold away from the map, 5,600 gold in the bank. He can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, we're now getting to the point where he could realistically just make mass mounted samurai. Gento, there is a chance here for him. I'm just gonna say it like this. He's got a lot of villagers on the right-hand side of the map. There is a stone vein there. Mine out the stone vein, drop like 6 or 7 markets there, get a large stone wall up, secure at least half of the map, and then just start trading. You only need like 20 traders to have a very, very good gold income.
But you need to be able to afford those 20 traders, and even that's gonna be very rough for him. We still don't see
like
that.
This,
Yeah, this is disaster. One bombard already going down. Second one on 1 HP. Just fire at it with your own Yumi or something. Fortunately for Gento, bombards are gonna be surviving in a moment, and this is a mass engagement. All of the horsemen and all of the knights are in front. We are pulling in with the low HP bombard that can get sniped away any minute. But slowly but surely we are killing everything from the GUA. We are under the keep though, so this is not the favorable fight for it.
Loses one of the cannons. Second cannon still exists. Bombard didn't get finished off. Still mass horsemen in queue at the moment for Gento. Did manage to at least get a little bit more breathing room in, but this is far from ideal at the moment for him. And there's still bombards at the moment firing onto another keep now from Gento. He did manage to mine a little bit more gold there, but yeah, he's gonna have to get out of there now.
This is just getting rougher and rougher. We still don't see any market transition from the Gento, so in terms of the gold, this is probably it. We still should have something in the guild hall, but it's not going to be anything substantial. Most likely it's going to be in the high thousands, yes, only 1,200 gold. So at the moment, Gento does not really want to take it out. He still wants to let it cook for at least 4 minutes and then take out 3,000 to 4,000 gold. It's getting very, very rough for him. We still see the mass horseman play. GUA going for some kind of for some Yumi and some siege, but at this time, even remassing some arbs is very rough for him.
I think this is the point in time for Gento to just try and go for raids. Like, GUA is not fully walled at all. And Gento, he still has, like, a lot of keeps on his side that can just, like, buy him time, defend him. What he needs to do is he needs to start doing some real economic damage to GUA. Force him back, just keep him on his toes. But it looks like he's just kind of trapped, trying to counter out any movement here from GUA. And look at that, GUA now putting down another keep on that sacred side, on the right-hand sacred side. Also taking away the stone that was in the corner there from Gento. So it's going to make it pretty much impossible for Gento to secure any trade if he wanted to actually eventually go for trade.
And this is a big fight, but I don't think we have enough arbs over here. Or maybe we do, but at the same time...
should be fine.
Should be fine, yes, now that I'm looking at it. But each one that goes down for Gento, it's gonna be replenished so hard. Like, we don't have any gold income. We have one relic, and we had that secret side, but not anymore. Horsemen are gonna be diving and trying to kill some bombards over here. At the same time, our front line is getting decimated by a mass spearman. Arts are doing some very heavy lifting. One bombard is gonna be going down. There is also a mangonel over here that's maybe gonna be dying. Not really. We are pulling villagers to repair it. Gento, it's finding himself yet again on a back foot.
And he's now going into rams here. He's kind of just run out of things to do. It doesn't look like he really views trade as an option, even though, like, the markets, the neutral markets, they're in such a great spot for it. GUA, in fact, is going to be the first one here to start trade. He just put down 3 markets in the left corner, and yeah, he's going to be the first one to just start going for trade, even though he's got all the gold in the world currently inside of his bank in order to just not need to rely on the trade. He could just finish the game right now. Starting to add in some more hand cannons as well, more bombards. He just needs to be able to break the defensive here from Gento. All of these keeps currently that Gento has put up.
And it looks like the GUA is a little bit worried about possibility of Gento going for a trade, but Gento is not really. They are making few towers over here just to see what's the situation on that side of the map. We have keep very nearby, so if we want, we can definitely try to push on the right side of the map. But right now we are just streamlining for the Gento's base, getting more bombards in. 5 bombards are gonna be out very soon, and these keeps are gonna be melting.
Yeah, as they should. And now GUA just... I'm not sure what exactly he's thinking about right now, how he wants to just finally end this game. Honestly, if you really want to, like, demotivate your opponent, you just go with the 5 bombards straight on top of the Red Palace and you take down the Red Palace.
This is 25 knights in the queue for Gento at the moment.
He just took out a lot of gold then.
We just took out a lot of gold from the guild hall, but these knights are still Castle Age knights. Like, we still don't have veterancy upgrade. I'm not sure if Gento realizes it. Yeah, that's crazy. We went at least for like 40 knights or 50 knights in the imp without the veterancy upgrade for them. That's ludicrous. We are slowly but surely killing the keep over here with a little bit of the rams that we have, and that's lovely to see. We are gaining back at least some of the map control. GUA on the other hand is just going to be making more and more towers and trying to know what exactly is Gento doing. And Gento maybe will have one more big push in his bank with all of these knights just coming out.
Yeah, he really just needs to start trading at this point. Like, get some markets up, sell some food, and just get like 10 traders out. After one trip, he's gonna be able to get... come on! No, you gotta decap. You gotta decap, Gento. We're at 2 minutes remaining on the sacred side timer. And a keep now getting put up by GUA right next to the villagers there from Gento. Should be able to kill the vills with his own vills, if he realizes. Oh, but there's Horseman as well. He's pulling all the vills instead. Okay, that's the trade line. That's the trade route completely gone now for Gento. He cannot trade.
At the same time, we are still okay. We are finally decapping the secret side. Lovely to see. We can go.
Maybe.
Good, Mr. Gento. We are
He's
decapping
teasing us with that.
Exactly. Same with the veterancy upgrade on those knights, or elite upgrade on those knights. Like, I'm looking at them and being like, we are gonna have 30 knights in the imp without the upgrade on them. I don't really love what I see. We have 30 eco difference between these two players, but currently one player had a ginormous bank of gold. It disappeared. We saw some mounted samurai out on the field over here, and they are going to be having a field day. These are Castle Age Royal Knights against Imperial Age, fully upgraded, mounted samurai, maybe with bannerman here and there. This is gonna be complete obliteration if we are taking the fight. Sure, there are some arms in the back, and they are gonna be good damage, but it's just not gonna be enough. This is 100 army against 60, not something that Gento was hoping for when he pulled out the guild hall.
And another keep now getting put up by GA on the farming economy from Gento. Yeah, Gento, he's in a very, very rough spot at the moment. He's got a lot of resources in the bank, food and wood-wise. It's just the gold that he's lacking, of course. He did get that boost in from that guild hall pull earlier, but it's just not enough at the moment for him. Keep is going to be getting denied, but there's just no way currently for Gento to be able to secure a trade route. There it is. A lead upgrade is going to be coming in on those knights finally.
Let's go! Finally, but this is a massive raid.
Villagers.
This is a massive raid. There's gonna be at least 20 villagers dying for.
It doesn't matter that much. Like there aren't even that many woodlines anymore. Like we're almost an hour into this game. There really aren't that many woodlines left currently, and you don't need that many villagers at this point, anyways. Granted though, like Gento, he's been spending all of his wood on rams, which is not very efficient when it comes to taking down the buildings at the moment in the game, and yeah, it's leaving him kind of dry when it comes to wood now. He's actually starting to struggle for wood just to be able to make horsemen now.
It looks
he
like
actually just took out 500 gold from the guild hall. It hurts taking out like gold from the guild hall if it's just 500.
I think Gento is finally realizing that I need to get the trade route going, but it looks like it's a little bit too late. And all of these villagers running right under the keep, under the boiling oil. Gento not even having research boiling oil. These keeps are going to be melting like a butter for GUA. GUA pushing inside of the Gento's base. Gento that for now does not have enough of the army to do anything. Usually in the late imp, French is better because of the trade, especially because wood is running out on the map, and they can be trading for wood. But currently, Gento having 0 traders, having basically no map control or little to none, means that GUA is just doing whatever he wants.
And GA, he lost a little bit of economy earlier, but it doesn't really matter that much. He's just going to be replenishing with mass military only. A little bit of a weird army movement here. He's got the spearmen out of position at the moment, so a lot of the archers, a lot of the siege is going to be getting taken down. Means that Gento should be in a position actually to stabilize, or at least hold off against this attack here once again. GA, he's going back into mass horsemen. I'm surprised, honestly. Like, at this point, he's only up to 9 traders, even though he's made, like, triple market. He could have been up to like 20, even 30 traders and just pumped out mass hand cannoneers and mounted samurai at this point. But now he's starting to focus on the right-hand side of the map again, just wants to make sure that Gento is not able to start trade. Though it looks like Gento still doesn't even think about trade. He's still just chopping the wood there. Not adding any markets anytime soon.
We have 80 food villagers, so that's definitely for the horseman production and even for selling. To get at least some gold, but we cannot make horsemen because we don't have wood. We cannot make knights because we don't have gold. We cannot make arms because we are lacking gold too. For now, Gento has Gento has a ginormous bank of food, but nothing to do with it.
Indeed, GA once again starts trying to establish the map control here. Outpost is getting rushed up by a lot of villagers. Horsemen trying to go for raids in the food economy. Massive idle time now by Gento. Not that it matters with the food bank that he has, but it's just so tough for him to try and just re-establish map control here. And the keep getting put up again by GA. He really wants that keep up on the farming economy there from Gento. But now there are some knights here in the mix as well, so that's a lot more damage this time around, rather than just having only those horsemen. Arbaletria in
There
position
are
as
some
well.
knights,
Visa has
but
been
I'm
used.
not sure if it's enough. We have some handcannons from the GUA. In my opinion, he could have gone way heavier for them. Only 9 handcannons are gonna be over here. We have some type of a front line, and ARPs are gonna be completely carrying this fight at the moment. They are still the damage unit for the Gento, but I'm not sure that we can prevent this keep from going up. And only 1 ram over here. This keep will be surviving for a very long time. Or burning it down is gonna take us a lot of units. On the other hand, we are getting raided on our farms behind all of this. Not that we care. We have still a relatively big food bank, but it's shrinking. It's shrinking here and there. 30 knights, exactly. Maybe Gento has one more push in it.
I really doubt it at this point. Like, there's just no wood remaining for him. He cannot make any more horsemen. Doesn't even have enough wood to drop a market or even a lumber camp. Lumber camps are cheap for the French. Sending 9 villagers across the map now to gather up some wood somewhere. But 30 knights, I doubt that it's going to be enough. Granted, GA actually running a little bit thin when it comes to wood as well on his side. And yeah, I mean, mass knights at this point. Is this... Okay, seriously, this game has been like a volleyball game. And both players just like throwing the ball to each other to try and win the game. That's crazy.
GA still
has so much gold.
He's so rich. Like he's probably gonna go into just mass mounted samurai because that's gonna be cheaper than doing mass Yumi without having any wood on the map. So I think, yeah, exactly. We can see 15 mounted samurai already in the queue. So it's gonna be only harder and harder for Gento to do anything. He has double the military. He can try to push, but no siege or only 1 ram out in the field is gonna mean that pushing those keeps is gonna be very hard. Stonewall is going across the map for the GUA. We are trying to secure that trade and secure our map control to not get raided by the Gento. Gento, on the other hand, still only having the food income, basically. Wood is non-existent, same as a gold. His 80 gold a minute is literally 1 relic. And that's it.
Damn. Yeah, what a crazy game at the moment. Here, I gotta say, GA, he is starting to add in some more mounted samurai, some hand cannoneers again, alongside spears. That should be a pretty good army composition to fight off against what Gento has at the moment. It's just currently there's a lot of momentum on Gento's side because he's got the mass advantage here. But GA should be able to reach similar mass here very soon. He still has 2 Republicans and 3 Bombards as well. So realistically, the next fight should be one that GA wins. And Gento at the moment only 166 out of 200 army pop, so definitely needs to bolster his numbers a little bit more before taking any crucial engagements.
Like we still have 31 knights out on the field, and there is still some arrows behind it. This is as premium of a composition for French as you can get it. We are bolstering it with some horsemen here and there, but trade for GUA is just gonna be giving him infinite gold at this moment, and we have infinite food as well. Longer game goes harder and harder, it is gonna be for the Gento, even though we have the guild hall. No trade, exactly as we mentioned like 30 times already, is in our opinion gonna be the deciding factor.
Numbers still climbing at the moment for GA. He has managed to complete the Great Wham Wall, built of stone.
There are some wood lines in it, so maybe as the game goes on and we are gonna see those wood lines disappearing, that there are gonna be some holes appearing. But still, this is gonna be very rough for Gento. We are gonna see the engagement, and that's a lot of spears over here to deal with the knights and the horsemen, and mainly a lot of mounted samurai. 50 mounted samurai out on the field against 24 knights from the French. There is a lot of siege as well, mainly bombards with some Ribaldi Queen and Mangonel here and there. For now, Gento is doing a relatively good job. but is it gonna be enough? Arabs are doing some heavy lifting, but frontline is completely melting over here. GUA is gonna be taking yet another fight, and I'm not sure if Gento has one more fight in him.
Yeah, he took out the gold again, but it was only enough to queue up 12 more knights, so you can tell, like, all the gold at this point, it's gone away from Gento. There's just no way to keep this army composition up long term without trade or without relics, or even sacred sites. So now GA, 3 bombards, and this time, surely, he should be in a position to start really pushing in, take down some of the infrastructure, insufficient stones, so keep repair also not going to be an option for Gento. We're going back to massing up horsemen now as well. 22 arballetria. Still tries to hold up against this, but yeah, this time Keep is eventually going to be falling. One last engagement here, but it's not one that Gento realistically can win up against this massive front line of spearmen with all the unique upgrades that the Japanese get on their spearmen as well. More reinforcements coming in. Gento trying to take down the siege, trying to prolong the game a little bit more, trying to stabilize here, but it's just not gonna be happening. This time, GA is gonna be able to find his way into Gento's base, into the production line, and be able to shut it down once and for all. Still trying to look for that one bombard kill, does get it, but there's 25 mounted samurai in queue behind this.
Gento's bank is completely disappearing. There's 70 villagers on foot. Basically, no food to be had. Also, his queue is only 10 horsemen at the moment. At the same time, G-Way very healthy in his queue and his economy, having doubled the military out on the field. There aren't a lot of units that can deal with the horsemen at the moment over here, so maybe we are gonna be able to kill this bombard and buy ourselves a little bit of the time. But when the mounted samurai are gonna come, there is 20 of them out on the field. Then I don't think that we have anything that can deal with it. Only 12 Arabs out on the field, 1 lowly knight and 1 lowly archer in the queue as well. Gento is slowly but surely gonna be losing this game.
Yeah, slowly but surely indeed. Oh, units hitting up against the buildings next to Red Palace though. That's expensive losses there. Thankfully, there aren't any units garrisoned inside the Red Palace at the moment, but that could be a lot of dead mounted samurai there if there were. Still trying to take down production buildings here, slowly but surely. But yeah, Red Palace actually, I mean, could be worse. Finally, okay, GA realized and he's now starting to focus down the Red Palace. The sooner he takes this one down, the better. He's not going to be taking that much damage anymore. Units jumping inside the Red Palace now.
Red Palace is going to be going down, and this is the last defensive building for the Gento at the moment. All of our keeps in our base are already dead. One bombard behind all of this maybe can get sniped by the horsemen, but we are not targeting it at the moment. Finally, we sent some of them over there, but they died instantly. And Gento is going to be tapping out. This is going to be 1-0 for G-Way. Very interesting game, and we are starting with a long one.
Indeed, 1 hour and 2 minutes. That is a pretty long game to start us off here, but it also means that these two players, of course, are very even in skill between them. So definitely interesting to see. We saw the military value here, GUA leading for a long time. Every now and then there are some small spikes where Gento was able to take a lead. He did have the economic lead there throughout it all. It's just that gold. When you look at the massive gold gather difference there, it really tells the entire story, because in a match between French and Japanese, that's what it comes down to. It's the knights, it's the gold income that you have, and Gento just was not able to secure the gold, was not able to get a trade line going. In the end, GA able to win it in the long run.
Exactly. Gento having a giant problems securing the trade line, or even starting to trade was the main issue for him. G-Way had all of the map control. He was playing precisely how he needed to. Maybe in the early game, Gento was relatively good on it in the feudal age. We saw that overcommitment with a feudal age push, and then G-Way recovering and going for a mass push in the castle age. Gento getting back into the game with double TC and 2 keeps inside of his base, and then that beautiful Red Palace in the middle of the map. But G-Way was able to win the late game.
Indeed. Still seeing some of the replays here. The attempt from Gento to still go for the H2 engagement here, unfortunately getting caught out there, loses a lot of his knights, and it was really like the main moment where Gento, he just lost a lot of his tempo. But looks like we do have our draft in for our game number 2. It's going to be going over to Coastal Cliffs, where we'll be seeing Jeanne d'Arc. Wait, that's not correct, is it? No, that should be Jeanne d'Arc for GUA?
GUA,
No,
yeah.
wait.
It should be flipped. It should be flipped.
Okay.
It's fine. So Gento's gonna be most likely going. Yeah, exactly. Gento is gonna be going for Golden Horde against JD over here. We saw JD a lot on Coastal Cliffs. I'm not that sure about the Golden Horde. Golden Horde had have beautiful food transition with a stockyard. Mr. Crackety, is this gonna be all in feudal from the GUA over here on the JD, or are we gonna see something different in your opinion?
I think it could be like a mass units from Feudal Age for both players here. Like Golden Horde, they excel at massing up a ton of units in the Feudal Age, and they also have like knight-ish units with the Kashyyyks and the Torguts available to them. So they don't really need to shy away that much from Feudal Age engagements up against JD, especially since they are able to just mass up so many units. Now JD, she could reach level 2, she could reach level 3, she could even reach level 4 in Feudal Age. Realistically though, Golden Horde, like, they're like a Zerg type civilization, so eventually they will definitely like give over some experience to JD. The question is if JD herself is able to like mass up enough units to be in a good enough position to, well, still deal with it in the end. Like, it's just the fact that, like, the Golden Horde, they mass up units like none other. And we've seen it in, like, the last big tournament and the Homestead Cup as well. Like, Golden Horde, a really, really strong civilization, and JD isn't getting really rated as highly. So it's going to be interesting to see just how they're going to be matching up against each other, especially on such a tight map where players are very close to each other, like Coastal Cliffs.
Well, Golden Horde civilization with a relatively weak Dark Age. Maybe there is a universe in which we are gonna see some type of a Dark Age play from the JD with a JD Tavrash, or maybe just a Spearman play to deny as much stone as it is possible. So we are not gonna see any Torguts out on the field right when we get to the Feudal Age. What is your opinion on that, Mr. Crackety? Can we see any type of the Dark Age play?
I think with JD, you can definitely go for a Dark Age type play. I'm wondering if GA realized that this is like one of Golden Horde's greatest weakness is that Dark Age play. But even then, it's not even that big of a weakness, since realistically, Golden Horde should be able to just gather up enough resources for the Feudal Age. And sure, it takes a while to get to Feudal Age, but once you reach it, you're able to get an archer range out, you're going to be able to recover. It might delay you a little bit, but you're not really gaining like a ton, I want to say, of tempo there as JD. It's a tough one. It's a tough one to call early on. We're gonna have to just wait and see exactly what GA is gonna be going for. Also depends, of course, on the gold spawn for the Golden Horde. If the gold is forward, that's gonna be a very, very good point for JD to attack. If the gold is in the back, I think it might just be more of a waste of time situation where by the time JD really is able to apply pressure, like the Golden Horde already is going to have more than enough gold to be able to age up to Feudal Age, get some archers going. It might be more worthwhile instead looking for the stone potentially and just like go for maybe 1 to 2 spears and try and torch down the Uvu early on from your opponent.
Well, what was the other pick for our players over here? We saw the Jushi pick for the GUA yet again. He really loves his civilization. On the other hand, Gento going for the IO-bits. We are not gonna be seeing those at the moment. Maybe they are also very potential picks for Gorge. If Gento is gonna be able to win this one, we are gonna be seeing even the Gorge. Mr. Crackety, what do you think about remaining civilizations on the Gorge over here? Because Gento will be able to win. He is a good player. We are hoping for the full best of 3 over here. So what do you think we are going to see on Gorge over here?
On Gorge, Shushi or Roos is definitely able to like be the main picks here. I want to say for GUA. I could also like I know English is kind of a meme civilization at the moment. A lot of players aren't really valuing it that highly, but they received a couple of buffs here and there now with the TC buff as well, which is their main like bread and butter strategy, going for that 2 TC type play. Makes the timing just a little bit smoother here and there. I could see them going for English here as well. Overall, all civilizations definitely still viable on Gorge here. And yeah, I think overall it's just completely up in the air how this one's going to go. Like all civs, I would say, are completely viable here on these maps. But it is time for us to jump into our game number 2 now. It is a match point for Gento. After all, this is just a best of 3, so there's not a ton of games, but we'll just have to see exactly how this one's going to be going as we see GUA playing as Jonda. Oh, no, a villager went... Oh, no.
Oi, 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 not the perfect start for the GUA. Losing one villager, and at the same this is basically 2 villagers behind, because as soon as we get to the feudal age, Gento is going to be what Qualifier
screenshot all right.
screenshotting the stone. Anyway, we are gonna be seeing GUA being 2 villagers behind Gento as soon as we get to the feudal age because of the conversion of the JD. Gento at the moment, so we see that slow start with the golden horde. That's really huge. That's not that's standard for them. Slowly going for that golden 10, gathering for the gold. On the other hand, GUA is going for early boar over here in the middle of the map. This is telling us something about his feudal age. Most likely, this is going to be feudal age all-in or some type of a feudal age play. I do not believe that we just moved 8 villagers across the map to get the board just to move them back home when we come to the feudal age fight.
I think, to be fair, this is just a great setup for him for not necessarily like a long feudal age, but also potentially for a fast castle age. Not that you should fast castle age with JD in this matchup. I wouldn't recommend it, but it could be a setup in that direction. But of course, like long feudal age as well, just meaning that you can stay safe inside of your base for a little bit longer. He's got the gold in the back, which is great for JD in this matchup especially. Means that it's going to be very easy to defend. The other gold is on the complete opposite side of the base of his, so able to rotate villagers around there as well if need be. The issue right now is that like he's going to be aging up with JD, but JD is on the board, so it's going to be a school of cavalry in the middle of the map. That's kind of the weird one here.
Well, this is gonna be basically putting him under a lot of risk. If Gento will be able to secure the map control and have more army early on, this school of cavalry cannot pump out any knights because we are just gonna be getting sniped instantly. For that reason, this school of cavalry is a very ambitious one. On the other hand, Kana and Torguds are being already researched for the Gento inside of the Golden 10. So we are gonna see some type of the early pressure from him. GUA having that gold in the bag, also berries, and also 1 deer pack in the bag is gonna mean that he will have secured resources early on. It's not gonna be as easy to raid him, but still, it will be hard. It will be a hard one with losing 1 villager in the dark.
Yeah, so definitely means that GUA is going to have to play this one a little bit more aggressively now with the production building out there in the middle of the map. We do have a scout just hitting one of the villagers there. That one is going to have to be sent back. Would get taken down otherwise. But still, at the moment, GUA should be in a pretty comfortable spot here. After all, he has been gathering from the board for quite a while. He just needs to get that first knight in as soon as possible. Actually, he barely has any villagers on gold at the moment.
Only 1 interesting gold. That's a little bit weird. We will see what he has what he has planned for us. At the same time, there is already Khan out on a field. Torgud are gonna be coming shortly after that. And even though Torguds are not doing that much damage, with the Khan they are gonna be able to put a lot of pressure early on. Thanks to the GUA investing in a spearman over here. That's very interesting. Crackety, is this like a cardinal sin for the French and for the JD to invest
Oh no,
into
for
the
JD not
spearman
at
area?
all. For French, yes. For JD not at all. JD has the ability to consecrate barracks as well. So for JD, it's very fine. You get a lot of food saved from the barracks when you consecrate a barrack. So definitely fine for JD. We're also seeing horsemen coming in now. So a very very interesting army composition here at the moment for GA, especially considering that Gento, like, he's just going to be adding in some of his own spearmen now, and I mean, spearmen, archers, and Torguts should easily be able to deal with just mass horsemen and spearmen. A triple composition against a double composition, so to say, will always win.
At the same time, Gento will eventually get those Karash out on the field, and that's gonna mean that even in the pure spearman on spearman engagement, he's just gonna be doing better because he has more armor. On another hand, Khan is gonna be raiding over here and dealing some damage to the villager, but not really killing it. So not that much damage was done. Only some idle time with villager pulling back. But still, we are not on gold over here, or we are finally getting over it. Impaled from the villager, and Khan is gonna be getting some of his HP reduced. Remember, he can heal up when he gets close to the Torguts, but it's gonna take a while. So it's very nice. It's very nice to get some type of damage done on him.
Are we gonna be seeing some archers now from Gento as well? He did put up the there it is, archers now in queue as well. Did put up the fortified outpost. So he's playing this very safe at the moment. I'm wondering what GUA's plan here is long term. He got a lot of economic upgrades. He's still getting more eco upgrades behind this as well. So his economy is in a fine spot. The issue with playing it in an eco way against the Golden Horde is they're similar to French. They're going to be pulling ahead villager-wise over time, just because the double production is a little bit faster per villager. And long-term food economy with the stockyards is, I want to say, like, actually really damn good for the Golden Horde. Like, their food income with the stockyards is phenomenal. Safe, phenomenal, and just great efficiency on the villagers that you have there. And we already have the first one there as well. So Gento realizing just how great the stockyards are.
And what are you looking for in these stockyards is, sure, they are amazing in efficiency because villagers are not walking and etc. But mainly, these stockyards are extremely safe. Like how densely the villagers are packed right next to each other allows you to just put few stockyards around your main TC, and your food transition is done. Like your food transition is done, and you don't need to worry about it because your TC is right there. So if JD is gonna come with 10 knights and starts raiding in a few village, starts trying to pull ahead, you can just garrison and be fine. But right now, Gento is gonna be trying to raid the wood line, but unfortunately not charging in time, and nothing is gonna be dying, and not a lot of damage is gonna be coming out on these Torguts and Khan at the same time. TC was not garrisoned. The question from me to you, Mr. Crackety, is why do you think we don't see any knights?
I'm honestly not sure about why we're not seeing any knights. Like, Gio at the moment, he's going for a strict, like, no gold army composition. We're seeing archers, we're seeing spearmen, we're seeing horsemen. It's very interesting. I'm not sure if it's just like he wants to keep up with the overall mass rather than the quality of Gento's army. Now, in part, it makes a lot of sense. When you're up against Torguts, like, those guys are really, really tanky, but they don't have, like, they don't deal a lot of damage. So maybe just adding in spearmen there, just to be able to take him down quicker makes a lot more sense rather than knights. I'm a little bit confused as well. It also means that GA doesn't have as great of raiding opportunities and straight head-to-head engagements. It's a little bit of a weird army composition. Maybe there's a thought behind it, but it should be fine. Like, it's all revolving around JD anyways. Like, he just wants to get JD to the next level. The issue that I see is just that Golden Horde, like, they're going to be massing similar units, but they're just better at massing units than JD is. So we're getting to the point now where, mass-wise, like, Golden Horde is going to be able to push ahead. Now we do see the first engagement coming in here. The Torguts, they're bracing here at the front line. Archers are plenty in numbers, so going to be able to do great damage up against the spears from GUA. Likewise, though, GUA able to take down some spearmen here as well.
Exactly, only 3 spearmen remaining inside of this composition. As earlier Mr. Crackety said, these Torguts are not going to be doing enough damage, so taking out these horsemen is going to take a while, and JD is just getting more and more XP in. Already halfway through the level 3 over here. So she is slowly but surely getting there, and when we see JD level 3, that's when these fights are gonna start to look a little bit more decisive for the GUA. We are gonna be torching down the oval for the second time as well, so that's lovely to see. Less Torguts out on the field, better it is for us. Triple composition from the Gento is not here, like as earlier we said that triple composition is just going to do so well, but there are no spears currently over here. Only 2 arriving at this time.
Yeah, GUA still building up the mass. So far the trades have been great for him. Or at least they haven't been too bad. Karash also coming in for Gento, so does of course always have the ability to buff up the armor significantly. A lot of the Torguts are relatively low health at this point as well. More production is getting put up by GUA, so he will just want to stick this one out in feudal age for the foreseeable future. He's up on the deer as well, getting a lot of food there. This is definitely an interesting one. I could see JD hitting level up very shortly here with the next big engagement. It's just, like, you have to be so careful with your horsemen as well. When you're up against the Torguts, the Khan, and a couple of spears and Karash, like, they don't do a lot of damage in the front line. It's all about, like, when and where you take the engagements, where you're actually able to get on top of the archers here.
We are still massing a lot of horsemen. Like, makes sense against the Gentos massing archers. Some Torguts out on the field are going to be very nice front line for us. But currently we are getting pushed away a little bit, and raids are going to be coming in, but towers from
fortified outpost, yeah, they're a little bit stronger than normal outposts. Not something that you really are too keen on diving for a long time.
They are going to be making it way harder for the GUA to raid, but he's still trying. He's still going at it. Gento is staying in the feudal age and just massing army. GUA doing the same. So this game will most likely going to be decided in the feudal. Maybe there is an opening to get up to the castle age from the Gento at some point, but it is going to feel so weird because we are going to be aging up inside of the golden tent, and it's going to take a long while. It's same as aging up with the Abbasid. It's basically you need a giant opening to do so. Otherwise, your opponent can just dive you right when you are aging up, and it's gonna feel very rough.
Now, how many stockyards, I wonder, do we have at the moment for Gento? I think he's added a couple more at this point. Yeah, we're up to 3 stockyards at the moment, so 12 villagers on food there constantly with very high efficiency. Army numbers still looking absolutely spectacular here at the moment for GUA. I'm very surprised just how well this has worked out at the moment here so far for him. And JD, 3 quarters to level up as well. So could easily reach level 3 soon. I'm wondering just what type of unit she would be going for here. I would assume that it's going to be the infantry, like the champions there for JD, the companions.
Most likely.
Oh, we do actually have the Edict getting used here for Gento, so he's going to be increasing all of the health of his units here around the outpost, and he is going to be taking the engagement.
This is not the best choke point.
This is not the line.
This is rough choke point. In my opinion, JD could have definitely used her Q over here and deal a massive amounts of damage. But at this moment, GUA having way more units, he would like to get that surround in. But level up for the JD is coming through, and right now it's gonna be getting better and better for GUA over here. Gento is starting to be on a little bit of the timer. Longer the game goes, better it is gonna be for the GUA's army. On another hand, Gento is doing a food transition behind all of this into the stockyards. That means that even though GUA's army is gonna be way better, it's gonna be way harder to make it.
Yeah, Gento's food transition is going to be looking great here. It's going to be securing his ability to produce units for quite a long time. GA, his deer are about to be running out. There's still deer on the other side of the map, but it's going to be a long walking distance, so villagers are going to be idling out for quite a bit when going for it. Gento behind this. 9 villagers on gold now. I could see him just trying to go for a Castle Age follow-up now behind this, and he's got a ton of archers. Upgrading them up to veterancy is going to be great for him. JD on level 3 means that she will be taking a lot less range damage, so she's going to be a very strong frontline unit here to use for sure. I mean, to be fair, like, taking 33% reduced damage of, like, 1 damage per archer shot doesn't make much of a difference. Still gonna be 1 damage per shot. But every little bit counts.
Exactly. GUA is pulling ahead in the military, 72 against 54, and Gento is right now clicking the age up. You're gonna see those heavy units getting that additional 2 armor. The question is gonna be, can we survive till we get there? Slowly but surely, GUA is just straight up pushing in and killing everything he can see. We have mass archer from the GUA against mass archer from the Gento, but one side has at this moment John, and that's gonna mean that these fights in the village are not gonna go his way. GUA needs to see that Gento is not pushing, Gento is not making a lot of army. It looks like he is aging up. It looks like that there is something going on. I need to do something right now. If he's gonna let Gento just sit in the base and chill for next 1 minute or 1 minute and 30 seconds, we are gonna be seeing a whole different story.
Yeah. And GA now adding in some knights on his side, so he must realize, okay, something's up here. My opponent's probably aging up right now. Typically, it's going to be Moscoviasek, so those armored units are going to be getting 2 additional armor. The archers aren't going to be doing any damage from GA at that point. But he's able to take down a lot of the production buildings, actually, here behind this. That is a not... Like, this amount matters at this point. And fight is getting taken now. We do have JD out there. But she's not a unit that you really want to be focusing at this point. It just takes so long to take her down, and she's always got the ability to just run away if push comes to shove. Second archer range also getting taken down. Another little twirl there coming in from JD. Healing as well. Most of the army from Gento is gone now at this point. Skoviasek just about to be finishing. Another AoE attack lands. And now Age Up
JT is
has
getting
completed.
some really big value over here. Age Up coming through, but Age Up for what? Nearly all of our army is dead over here. Only 14 archers are left out on the field, and behind all of this, GUA is switching into the mass knights. We are criticizing him earlier, not understanding why knights weren't played, but right now they are coming in, and Gento does not really have a counter for them. We are going to be seeing some men-at-arms from him coming out, and they are going to be really, really good against all of these archers, but knights are going to be very, very good for taking them down.
GUA just going all the way forward to take Gento's deer away from him. We're still not seeing the veterancy upgrade coming in on the archers. Like, Gento, he still has like 14 archers. That is still worthwhile to be getting veterancy in for. He's just not going for it at the moment. He spent too many resources now. Now he doesn't have the ability to get it anymore. He's gonna need to get gold somewhere. It's just there's no gold available to him. He's gonna have to put up another market, sell some wood in order to be able to finally get the veterancy upgrade in. He's trying to get some crossbows in as well, but like all of the production, it's right where GOA's army is. Like, he doesn't have what it takes in order to protect these production buildings. He cannot produce there, yet he's still trying to mass army from there. That's going to be quite rough. JD at this point is already halfway to level 4, and now the fight's getting taken, but all of these archers do not have any veterancy upgrades on them whatsoever at all. JD, though, is getting taken down, not without spawning a couple of units there before she goes down.
JD went down, but just look at the knight mass over here. What do we have to kill all of these knights? I'm afraid that nothing at the moment. Like, this is complete disaster, and Gento is gonna be losing even the second game. We thought that he's gonna be able to take it, but unfortunately, GUA is gonna be winning the best of 3, 2-0.
And GG comes in. Yeah, GUA, our USA ambassador here, able to win the set 2-0. Clean sweep for him. Means that Gento, he's gonna have to try again tomorrow if he wants to get a shot at qualifying for the EGC Elite Classic number 4. Yeah, GG's all around here. Now, we're gonna be in a good spot to take a look and see what games are currently going on or about to be going on. Just to check what's gonna be coming up next, and it looks like I'm getting confirmation that the next set that will be cast here on EGC is going to end up being, you guys can see it already, it's going to be Mahodo up against Lash next up here for the Elite Classic qualifier.
And are we gonna see the same matchup? Or probably not. We are just getting it sorted out slowly but surely. Anyway, Mr. Crackety, we saw Lash. Lash is already a semi-established player. We saw him over the years to compete in the tournaments. On the other hand, Muhodo, somebody who is, in my opinion, a relatively new to the scene or relatively new to the pro scene. He's slowly but surely getting up there, but it's taking him a little bit. And we are going to be starting off with Byzantines against Sengoku Daimyo. Sengoku received some very, very giant nerfs. On the other hand, Byzantines, not really. What do you think about this matchup, Mr. Craig?
Sengoku Daimyo versus Byzantines, it's an interesting one for sure. I'm not 100% sure how this one's gonna play out since the changes that we had around like Sengoku, mainly all of the nerfs around them. So definitely interesting. Now, Byzantines, they're not that great when it comes to harassing the economy from Sengoku early on, like doing damage to the Yatais and whatnot. You can go for that when you go for the Hippodrome playstyle with them. But that's not what we're seeing here from Mahodo. He's just playing this classic Grand Winery with a lot of cisterns here early on. Same for Lash, going for the Ryokan. Only 2 out of 3 Yatais here, so didn't opt for the 3rd Yatai immediately. Might be adding that down the line, though. Yeah, did get the 3rd Yatai out now, and now we're caught up to the live game as well.
And this is 3 cisterns already out, probably going to be going for 5 cistern Byzantine. So very, very standard over here. Lash going for that juicy food income from the Yatai. Is, in your opinion, still Sengoku a fast castle civilization? Because we saw the giant nerfs to the cavalry or to the movement speed of the cavalry for them. They are still relatively good. They have a giant bonus bonus in attack speed, but they got hit very, very badly. Are we gonna see still fast castle, or is this gonna be feudal age play, in your opinion?
I think we'll see like a mixture. Like typically what you can do with Sengoku is go for just a couple of Yari cavalry, be annoying, try and just keep your opponent on their side of the map and buy yourself enough time for the fast castle age follow-up. I think that's definitely still something that you could be doing here as a Sengoku. Definitely something that's tried and tested, has been nerfed a little bit, but definitely still one of their stronger strategies here. I want to quickly circle back to Mahodo just to like give a little bit of context as to his standing. Mahodo's like, I'm not sure the best or like the second best Polish player that we have in Age of Empires 4, and he's been around for, I want to say, like in the competitive scene for like the last 2 years. So definitely a very established player at this point. He's had like an off season a couple months ago where I didn't see a lot of his games, but overall still like a very solid player. Typically he likes to like he's very on top of the game when it comes to raiding in the mid game, securing relics and whatnot. That's going to be interesting to see how he plays around this. And we do have Lash, of course, with those Yara cavalry just trying to establish a little bit of dominance here in the midfield. We get Longbowmen as the mercenary unit from Mahodo alongside some Limitani already in as well. And it looks like we're already going all the way up to Cistern level 5 here with a lot of the Cisterns currently branching out there on the minimap.
Longbows got a little bit of the nerf from the Byzantine. Now they are spawning one less. They are a bit cheaper, but at the same time it is not as cost effective as it used to be. 4 systems already out. Probably we'll see 5th one shortly. We still have those 2 villagers mining the stone for it, and Lash is going for those raids in. He is trying to do some type of damage with the Yari cavalry. On the other hand, Muhodo already opening with a bit of a limited A, and longbows are coming up. So this is definitely some type of a feudal age play. Lash going for the Yulmit. This looks like at this moment this looks like a feudal age play for both of the players. but Byzantines are gonna be a little bit outscaling Sengoku with the Cistern.
Yeah, Cisterns are going to be nicer, at least early on in the game. Slowly but surely, those Yatais are going to be adding in the traders. So over time, Sengoku is definitely going to be pulling ahead slightly when it comes to the income overall. Lash now also going for the Yumi Archers, I think you mentioned. And yeah, it's going to be... I'm still not sure if this is going to be like an all-in feudal age play, because Lash did, like, he was at like almost 700 food there for a second, but he did just reinvest into more Yari cavalry, so maybe it is going to be more of a feudal age aggression type game here from him. We see some walls coming in as well, just trying to secure the right-hand side of his map where a lot of his food resources are. There's still also gold in the back, so a lot of resources there for him to gather up for sure. Mahodo now also adding in some horsemen on his side, so a triple army composition from him up against a double army or double unit composition from Lash. So Mahodo at the moment should be in a fine spot. I'm just still wondering if Lash is gonna eventually pull the trigger for a faster castle age rather than a feudal age. He still has 3 villagers on gold at the moment.
I just want to appreciate the map spawn for Mahodo. Like, we can see 3 berry patches that are relatively in back. Like, his first berry patch was in the back, his second and third one are also very, very accessible. I wouldn't say they are as big as they could be, but they are definitely not in front. Something that Byzantines are gonna completely love. On the other hand, we are already going to be going into the triple composition for the Byzantine. There are some horsemen that we can see. Yari cavalry are gonna be doing amazing into them. But that's not the main point. I think horsemen are over there just to tank for the Yumi and snipe some villagers if they are going to be able to.
We do have the first daimyo coming in now as well. That one horseman from Mahodo has now been spotted. Can we quickly select one of these horsemen, see if Lash has already gotten the movement speed upgrade on them? He does not have that one in yet. It's a little bit expensive, so it's going to take a while for him to eventually research that, but it looks like Lash is really, really going ham on the feudal age army here at the moment. I like that from him.
Over here.
Yeah, like, so Lash, like, he's making a lot of units at the moment, but he doesn't really have, like, a great army to just go for the all-in. There's 12 longbows at the moment, so they're going to be able to easily one-shot the Yumi archers one by one. And there's already a good amount of Limitani here. Maybe could be just a couple more. The attack speed is going to be very nice on them with the daimyo, but I don't think it's going to be enough to, like, really kill Mahodo here immediately. And the Golden Horn Tower is getting rushed up quite quickly.
At the same time, it's literally in the middle of our base, right next to the town center. Very, very safe location. So it looks like it will definitely go up, and Castle Age for Mahodo is going to be slowly actually getting in. The question is if the cataphracts are gonna be the play for him, because we build the stables, we make one horseman, and that's it. Maybe a few cataphracts here and there. They are gonna be countering everything in this composition, but they are very, very costly. On another hand, getting outpost upgrades is gonna be something Mahodo is going for. It looks like he is a little bit scared of the dive that's gonna be coming in, and it is coming in.
Veterancy on the archers though. On the longbows, oh, a lot of villagers might be going down. Actually, none went down here so far. Just one went down. And longbows doing amazing damage here up against the Yumi archers. Lash losing all of his military here underneath Mahodo's outpost. And this is what I was trying to say. Like, he just didn't have the unit count in order to really do great damage here. And the timing was just a little bit off. And with the cistern buff there on your production buildings, the upgrades, the veterancy upgrades, they just come in so quickly. So Lash able to take the fight with the full veterancy upgrades. Mahodo able to take a great fight there. And Lash, yeah, he's doubling down. He's massing up units again. This feels like the wrong call to make at the moment.
Mahodo got to the castle age, basically did not lose a single longbowman in this fight, and at the same time lost only one villager. It could not have went better for him. We are fighting under the tower, maybe a little bit under the DC fire at the same time. It was very, very rough for Lash, and Lash reinvesting into the feudal age. He thinks that he sees some type of the opportunity maybe, but it's gonna be very rough to play against. Moro also getting cataphracts in over here. They are gonna be able to kill everything in the Lash's composition. Sure, Yari Cavalry are doing a little bit of the bonus damage, but I don't think it's gonna be enough.
Lash behind this now also trying to go for his own age up. He is getting very close to it at the moment. And Mahodo, he needs to brace for his longbows here at the moment. Doesn't want to lose too many of them. Just lost a couple here in the first couple seconds of the engagement. And yeah, looks like he just went a little bit too far forward. Cataphract, though, is being spotted now. And a lot of the Yari Cavalry just being very low HP, able to get sniped now by the longbows.
Units. Exactly, these are still castlage units, and longbows are picking Yari Cavalry one by one, especially the low HP ones. Sake Brewery is gonna be the play for the Lash. We'll have to see that gold income coming in. But right now the question is, can he even defend? Like, there is double the military for Muhoda. Castle Age is still 30 seconds away for the Lash at least. And we have 14 longbows in his front door. They are going to be knocking and trying to kill every single village they see.
Brewery, 16 villagers, is getting rushed up. That's going to be one of the Yatais getting taken down here now. Lash still getting a lot of food income there from those villagers on the deer. And now with the age up, Mounted Samurai getting queued up immediately. But, I mean, at the moment, Mahodo, he's going to be in a very good position. Look at that. He's got 4 monks out on the field. He wants those relics. In fact, there's just 1 relic left at the moment out on the map, and the other one is walled behind Lash space. So that one's a little bit of an unobtainium kind of situation here for Mahodo, at least for the time being. He could potentially push for it on the right-hand side. But yeah, just overall relic count is going to be well in favor of Mahodo, able to put those in the Grand Winery and just get a ton of olive oil and maybe even start picking up some of the sacred sites here behind it all as well.
Mahodo definitely with the eco lead, even though we have that Sakes Brewery coming in, and that's going to mean a lot, and that's going to mean a lot of gold income. But the relics coming in and giving us that additional olive oil means a longbow mass is just going to be getting bigger and bigger at this point. And we are doing the ultimate composition over here. This is longbow cataphract. Probably one of the best compositions you can do as the Byzantine. It's going to kill everything. Like, you may think that I'm going to go for some mangonels and we'll be able to take them down. Not really. The charge from the cataphracts is going to be enough to snipe basically every single mangonel out on the field. On the other hand, if you go for mass crossbows, longbows are going to be behind to snipe them one by one. This is as good as it gets.
There we go, longbows firing off up against the Yumi archers. Mounted Samurai are feigning a little bit for aggression here, are going to be taking the fight up against the cataphracts, so not something that you really want to be taking. Cataphracts going for the trample through. A lot of the Yumi are going to be getting taken down here now. And it's a little bit rough after a lot of damage has been taken there by Lash's Mounted Samurai. He's not going to be able to heal them up again. There's just no healing units. Well, he's getting like passive healing from the Ryokan, but he's not able to actively heal them up. A little bit alone potentially to save some villagers. Oh, Lash! Lash! That was a close one. Almost lost a couple of horsemen there.
Good. We saved it and we took down 2 more villagers. We really need to start killing these villagers fast, because Muhodo is just pulling away economically. And right now, look at the food income from the Lash over here. Nothing. We basically have 1 village on the food. Our berries in the back are non-existent. Our deer pack that we have in front, we are not even taking. We are taking a fight with a lot of mounted samurai over here, but there is a lot of cataphracts at the same time, and limited are just going to be nailed in the coffin. This is getting harder and harder for Lash to do anything in. Longbows are going to be diving the wood line, and we are going to be killing villagers one by one. I'm not sure if Lash has anything to play for.
There's no way
here.
back at the moment. He made some farms there, but not going to be enough. GG is going to be coming in. Mahodo able to take a lead in a best of 3. So Lash, he is now going to be in a very, very rough spot here with Mahodo, his opponent, on match point. Total resource gathered. And you just gotta wonder at the end of the day, why don't all civilizations just gather up that olive oil? It's right there in the berries, but apparently the technology just isn't quite there for them. Hodo pulling ahead over 2,000 resource in the total resource gathered there. Just showing us here, the Byzantines still a very, very strong civilization on 1TC, even when facing off against the Sengoku Daimyo, which previously used to feel like an unstoppable kind of civilization in many, many matchups.
Lash tried to go for that field ledge, tried to get that timing right and correct for the dive, but missed it just by 30 seconds, and upgrades were in, and at that point it was very, very rough for him. Muhodo played it perfectly, nearly perfect defense, only one villager dying over here. We are going to be seeing that, we are going to be seeing the fight happening, and this was the decisive fight of the game. This is where Muhodo won the game. Lash went for the type of a field ledge all in, but it's a little bit of a weird one, because behind all of this he has 800 food in the bank and 600 wood, and we are diving enemy base and he's in the castle age. Then this was probably the best one he could take. Longbows a little bit out of the positions, the reinforcements still coming in, cataphracts were not in yet, but still these were castle age units, and Muhodo were relatively happy to take even this.
Yeah. Next up, we do already see the next matchup here. It's gonna be Japanese up against Shushi's Legacy on board land. Muhodo up against Lash. Japanese versus Shushi on board land. I think Shushi typically, like, they can be quite fine here in this matchup. It's gonna be interesting, especially considering that there have been changes around the feudal age landmarks from Shushi. So definitely going to be like an interesting matchup here between these two civs.
And Boldland, very open map at the same time.
It is, yeah. I used to like favor Shushi quite a bit because they've got like a lot of tools to like shut down the Japanese economy before they're really able to start printing a lot of the mounted samurai. So in feudal age, there's definitely a lot of options here for Shushi's Legacy, and yeah, with the openness of the map, could also see maybe potential pro scout play with the with Shushi. Would be an option for sure.
Definitely, we will see a lot of raids coming in. All of the deer packs are relatively centered on this map, or in the middle diagonal line. So that's gonna mean that pro scouts are gonna be very nice, as Krakety said, just to secure all of the food under your town center. But the openness of the map is gonna mean that there is most likely gonna be a lot of feudal age play over it.
Yeah, I think so. You typically just don't want to let your opponent get to Castle Age for free, right? Like, Japan, they can kind of like go for it. Like, they can be like, okay, my opponent wants to go Castle Age, I'll just go Castle Age as well. I'll get the Mounted Samurai, I'll be in a good spot. I get a Monk immediately for free, able to start picking up some of the relics. And Shushi, they kind of lost a little bit of that tempo when it comes to like getting to Castle Age with the Meditation Garden. Now just taking a little bit longer to be unlocking a lot of the additional resources that will provide eventually. So the Castle Age tempo has been reduced a little bit for Shushi's Legacy there. So wouldn't be too surprised to just see a little bit more feudal engagement from Shushi's Legacy there up against the Japanese. So wondering if Japan is going to be answering that with feudal age on their own side, or just trying to hunker down and try and go for the just try and test it, Castle Age, get those Mounted Samurai going, because eventually, like, Mounted Samurai, that's going to be like the main bread and butter of the Japanese anyways. Maybe you could go for like some Onimusha as well. Like, Onimusha against Jugunu are actually pretty decent, because you have a little bit more range, you're a lot faster, the attack animation is pretty quick as well. So you can effectively like out-Kai Jugunu all game long.
Japan also a civilization that really loves to go for that fast castle. At the same time, in a lot of matchups, they love to go for the Dark Age. I'm not really sure if Dark Age is a possibility against the Shushi Legacy just because of the tax system, but maybe there is gonna be a universe. On the other hand, Yumi are probably one of the best bets for them in the feudal age. Krakety, is the Yumi play viable on the board lands because of the wood lines? They are such a small wood lines, very raidable. or are we gonna still see the fast castle?
Oh, you can definitely still go for the Yumi archers. It's just typically mobility is key. Yumi archers are a good bit faster than normal archers, but even faster than them would be just the mounted samurai. And Dark Age play, I don't think makes a lot of sense against Shushi's Legacy on most maps. What you can typically do with the Dark Age play is you can decide, or rather you can deny your opponent potential Meditation Garden placements. But what I've seen more often than not at the moment in the current meta is that players now start to favor the Jiangnan Tower rather than the Meditation Garden as an opener, as an opening landmark for Shushi's Legacy. So I'd be more inclined to say, okay, maybe just don't go for the Dark Age barracks. Your opponent's not gonna be like harassed that easily anyways. Might just be better to look for either like feudal age units or straight up the fast castle age. Get like double outposts going or something like that. Try and get the security in. Maybe like 1 to 2 horsemen just to try and keep your opponent a little bit distracted on the sides. But other than that, I don't think you've got a lot of options really when it comes to doing anything in Dark Age. Like either feudal age units or you go straight up for the fast castle age.
In the fast castle, we are most likely gonna be seeing mass knights or mass mounted samurai from the Japan. Jushi also having a very nice knight play with additional bonus on attack speed on them. Still, mounted samurai are gonna be a little bit better in the engagements, just thanks to the bannerman and having the deflective armor. So no charge damage is gonna be being inflicted on them. Jushi. Back in the day, it was a civilization that went for a naked fast castle all the time. Now it's transforming a little bit into the feudal age play, and then trying to go for a castle age, thanks to the changes on the landmarks. We will see what Lesh is gonna cook up with it, but he needs to do something because he is down 1-0 in the series. If he wants to see a chance to qualify, he needs to take this game from Mr. Mohodo, and we are going to be getting into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, Mohodo is a Japanese and Lash on Jushi Legacy.
Exactly, and this is going to be do or die here for Lash. He's down 1 point at the moment. Mohodo on match point here on Boldland, and we do of course have that nice change with Boldland. A lot of the sheeps now spawning around the TCs from the players, so they don't have to be like worried about not finding enough sheep here early on. They're gonna be in the fine spot either way. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see just how this one is gonna be getting played out. We don't have a Dark Age barracks here as expected. Instead, Mohodo just gonna be going for the gold instead. House is also coming up on the berry, so we'll most likely be seeing an early Takasaiko upgrade. Was it Takasaiko? Not 100% sure what it was called. Tawara, yeah, it was Tawara. Takasaiko was the forge upgrade, yeah, for the melee damage. So it's going to be getting Tawara, already buffing up the villagers there a little bit. And yeah, both players just going to be macroing towards a fast feudal age play here. As mentioned, I do think that this is most likely going to be a Jiangnan Tower play from Shushi's Legacy. I just see a lot more players going for the Jiangnan Tower into some units early on rather than the immediate Meditation Garden. And it's actually interesting, like the Jiangnan Tower has a lot of very nice options there, with even the ability to now be able to like spawn a bunch of like Palace Guards and Jugunu. I think that's very cool, just having options there. Previously, there was no way of getting Palace Guards in from the Jiangnan Tower, so nice little change there.
We will see how the players are gonna play it out. As we mentioned earlier, looks like a feudal age play is gonna be played for most likely both of them, at least some type of it. There is a chance for a naked castle, for naked fast castle from the Muhodo, especially because we can see a lot of the villagers early on the berries, and that's gonna mean that we want to take the exposed food sources first. Save up the sheep for a little bit later in the game when we are going to be getting attacked, when we are going to be getting raided, and then be safely under the town center and aging up to the castle age. So there is a chance for that. Also, early Tavara upgrade is going to be giving us bonus on the food gathering. So that's also very lovely to see. And as Krakety said, Xinjiang Tower is going to be played over here. And question is going to be, will this be like all-in feudal age play, or are we gonna see just some type of a feudal and then transition into the castle?
I think Lash is the kind of player to go for a little bit of an extended feudal age play here in this matchup in particular. I don't think he's just going to want to go for his own like fast castle age play behind this. Lovely spot on the Kura storehouse here, exactly 2 tiles away and right next to the wood line from the TC, so able to fit farms all around it. Yeah, overall looking great there. Already up on the berries as well. Getting a lot of food there from them early on means that he is going to be able to just rely on the sheep after gathering up the berries. Going to be nice and safe inside of his own base. Sheep count very even between the two. Couldn't be more even. 19 on each side here. Now the Giant Tower is going to be finishing on up. Are we going to be immediately seeing like a stable right there? No, it's going to be a barracks instead. Okay. Interesting. I would have expected the horseman opening instead.
Well, barracks opener is definitely interesting for the Jushi legacy. Maybe we are gonna see some early police guards being played. Japan not being able to make or not making a fast tower on Goldie yet, even though Lash is already aged up. Maybe Muhodo is trying to go for it. We will see 6 villagers on the wood at the moment. A little bit delayed age up thanks to the going for those early berries. About 20 seconds it should be compared to going for sheep. So not that big of a deal, but at the same time you are not going to be able to spam units out that quickly. You don't really care that much if you are going for the fast castle, and first palace guard is going to be running across the map straight to the gold mine.
Yeah, so we're immediately seeing palace guards coming out here, which, you know, makes a lot of sense when you're up against the Japanese. They don't really have a direct counter to the palace guard in the feudal age, though. That's not 100% true, because in theory you can go for an Uma Bannerman, and then your horsemen are going to be getting a lot of additional attack damage as well, get the bonus attack upgrades in the dark and feudal age as well. And then the horsemen actually do phenomenally up against the early palace guards.
It looks like Muhodo will be going for a feudal play over here.
Yeah.
Horsemen are being queued. We are abandoning the gold, and we are gonna see feudal age against feudal age. 3 palace guards are already out on the field, and they are gonna do relatively well against anything that Muhodo can make. But exactly as Krakity said, when the bannermans are gonna come out, then the horseman mass is gonna be big enough. They will be able to snipe these palace guards one by one, or just catch them when they are gonna be running across the map and trying to deal some type of damage on the berries or any other resource from the Japanese player. At the same time, samurai are gonna be played for the Muhodo. That's interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, samurai is also a logical conclusion here to be going for, just because you are going to be having that deflective armor on them. So they do pretty well up against the early palace guards here, for sure. Meanwhile, horseman on Muhodo's side is going to be able to find one of the palace guards, but there's spearmen out now as well. So not a fight that he can really take quite yet. Villager getting sent to try and repair the forge. Now Samurai also getting revealed. Is he going to be... Yeah, he's going to be able to save the forge. Doing fine up against the palace guards here.
Flash also investing a little bit into the eco upgrades. Wheelbarrow is going to be getting researched. And we are just sticking with 13 villagers on foot at the moment. These 2 palace guards should be dying over here, even though our samurai have less of a movement speed. It's not that big of a deal because we are making mass horsemen. 2 of them are relatively heavily damaged, and spearmen are going to be coming in to trying to save the day. But it's going to be tough and rough, and it looks like we have some type of technical difficulties at the moment. Ladies and gentlemen,
JavaScript error there. Huh? There we go. All right. Any exclamation mark blames in the chat there? There we go.
Committing more and more on the early police guards for Lash. Lash making a little bit of the double infantry composition with a spearman, and then also police guards, and then committing to a few horsemen here and there. Muhodo going for the Yumi. Yumi gonna be really good in the Spearman can deal relatively well to the early police guards at the same time, thanks to the movement speed. But Horsemen are gonna be a little bit tougher for them. At the same time, Modo is trying to dive the gold vein over here and gonna be killing at least one villager. Exactly what he needs to do. Very nice job from him. Not having a tower over here, playing it a little bit riskier is gonna mean one villager is gonna be falling down.
Ooh, nice little distraction there with the Horseman, able to distract the Palace Guards to the side. Yeah, Lash just doubling down a little bit on the Palace Guards here at the moment. Yumi Archer transition behind us from Mahodo, even getting the range damage upgrade now. Just needs the Bannerman next up in order to really be able to start doing damage up against the Palace Guards with the Yumi Archers. So needs the Bannerman for that first. Daimyo is already in. He does actually, yeah, there's already a Yumi Bannerman out, so he's in a good spot to be taking fights with the Yumi Archers up against the Palace Guards.
At the same time, Lash is getting +1 ranged armor and Muhoro getting +1 damage. So they are going to be canceling out each other with the Blackfield upgrades. One villager is going to be coming down, is going to be going down over here for Muhodo. So for now, it's one villager down to one villager down. Not really having giant idle time on the TC. Even though Muhodo having basically one villager worth of idle time means that Lash is having that slightly bit of an eco advantage. At the same time, having Imperial officials buffing all of our resources will mean that we are slowly but surely getting economically ahead. But at the same time, what are having just, in my opinion, a little bit better army in my opinion.
You think Mahodo is the better army? I think, like, the Palace Guards are, honestly, like, really, really good if you get a good mass of them going. Because you can always decide when to take the engagements against the normal, like, the slower moving infantry
samurai.
from Mahodo. Yeah. It just gives you a lot more agency on the map, because you can always be on the run. You can be pretty much everywhere you want to be.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of flexibility. It's a very nice point. On the other hand, Muhodo not really having that much of it because normal samurai just lack that movement speed. At the same time, Muhodo trying to raid and taking in the fight against the spearman is not really something that he wants to do. This is definitely a misclick. At least one horseman went down, second one very heavily damaged. And this is a fight in the middle of the map, but currently Lash not having all of his army together means that he cannot really take it.
Oh, Yumi Archers, this is the issue. Just the slower army here, courtesy of these samurai being there, makes it so tough for Mahodo to maneuver around it. Though the horsemen, a lot of them are kind of stuck when it comes to fighting off against the samurai, so not all of them are going after the Yumi Archers here at the moment. It means that all of the Yumi Archers pretty much able to make it out alive, but is going to be losing out on all of the samurai here. So losing his entire front line here, Mahodo, he's going to have to start reinvesting a little more into the samurai. He just saw the massive military count there from Lash, so he knows, okay, I need more Yumi Archers, I need more samurai. But the time is kind of closing, and it looks like he was getting greedy. Caught with the hand in the cookie jar, Mahodo, he was trying to go for an age up.
This is very rough for him at the moment. 20 palace guards very soon to be have on Lash's side is gonna mean that, and we are pulling the villagers across the map, probably going for a deer peg over here. So we are not really playing for the pro scouts. We are playing for early map aggression, and then taking every single resource on the map that we can. And Mass Police Guard is going to be allowing us to do so. There is a double tower, and we are doing reinforcements on it. But is it going to be in time? Well, we do not really have any army to defend this. Only 10 Yumi against 19 Palace Guard. This is not the play that Muhodo was needed to go for. We are diving a double tower. Sure, Palace Guard's having a little bit of the less ranged armor, but this is very tough.
Double arrows. Is it though? Like Lash, he's kind of throwing a little bit, I want to say. Like, he's committing onto these double fortified outposts with emplacement. TC also still in range, now diving the TC with 15 villagers inside. Like, these are fine trades for Mahodo. He's still getting the floating gate up just all the way in the back, so he's completely fine with this. Lash, he's losing all of his military. That is... Yeah,
all of the military
he just kind of threw his entire lead away. Yeah, he still has map control and all, but... he didn't shut down the gold. He didn't stop the age up. He lost his military. He's not getting his own age up in. That, like, quickly. He's working on it. But yeah, he just kind of went and shot himself in the foot there with this all-in there on the TC and the double outposts and placements.
And right now, Muhodo is going to be getting the age up. Float Engage is going to be slowly but surely coming in. And that's going to mean Mounted Samurai. And Mounted Samurai are going to be countering everything in the Lash's composition at the moment. It's getting harder and harder to justify the dive for the Lash. It looks like it was just a throw.
Now, behind this, he is getting all of the deer in off the map, so food income is going to be great for him as long as he's able to keep the keep the control over these two spots. If he managed to gather up a little bit of stone, he could be getting some emplacements on these outposts. Just the hand cannon placements would help him, at least against the low 3 to 4 numbers of Mounted Samurai. But there's also some Onimusha being made here, so Muhodo immediately going for the mixed army composition of both the Onimusha and the Mounted Samurai. Interesting choice here for him.
Well, Muhodo definitely having better composition at the time. Lash is edging with Shaolin Monastery. We are going to be seeing some Shaolin monks gathering those relics. Lovely to see as soon as he ages up. And mass knight from the Lash over here. This is going to be mass knight against mass knight, but one gentleman will have Onimusha on his side at the same time. I'm not 100% fan of the Mass Knight from the Jushi against the composition that Muhodo is doing at the moment, but I'm not sure that Lash saw it.
I mean, Lash definitely sees the Onimushas at this point, right as they're hitting the Palace Guards. He's trying to take down the Shinto Priest here, but barely isn't able to get it. Though there are some horsemen here, they are going to be able to make sure that Shinto Priest isn't going to be picking up any of these relics, meaning that Lash now, with the preset he has out on the map, he's going to be able to take some of these relics, and Outpost is going to be able to save these villagers at least for a little bit, but no hand cannon placements means that the Knights in theory could burn it down. But looks like Muhodo's deciding against it. One Onimusha does go down, but 2 horsemen make that 3 horsemen. This one doesn't really... Yeah, this one isn't going to be able to survive there. Not the most worthwhile exchange here, but yeah, just mass cavalry at the moment here for Lash up against Muhodo's army composition. I don't mind it. You can see, or you saw earlier that Lash really went for a really big all-in there, but he did just pull more villagers over to wood, so it looks like he is thinking about adding in some other type of units in as well. But he's got a lot of villagers on gold. He still has great food income, so he should be in a decent spot overall when it comes to this. And oh, can we get a Shaolin, the activatable ability? There it is. Doesn't take any damage now from the ranged units. Was a little bit early with the wall low there. Yunsanch is going to be able to move on out there.
We're going to be sniping one Onimusha over here in the middle of the map with the horsemen. Lash went for the veterancy on them, so that's lovely to see. On another hand, as Crackety mentioned, his food income is just gonna be that tiny bit better. Because sure, Muhodo is slowly but surely switching to farms thanks to the Kura storehouse. We still have double berries on the side and 1 small deer pack, but that's gonna be about it. If that runs out, all of the deer packs that are left on the map are in the corners, and it's a little bit risky to take them against the player that's playing all-in Knights. Over here we are diving the town center and doing some nice damage, at least in the idle time. 1 villager went down, and yeah, slowly but surely Lash is raiding Muhodo to that, or trying to do so.
And behind this, I mean, Muhodo's still trying to shut down a little bit of the economy here out on the deer. Lash still massing up, now also starting to mass up some crossbowmen here as well. Relic-wise, it looks like both players are still just fighting over for the relics. There's still just 2 relics, 3 relics remaining on the map, so I'm not sure where the remaining relics have gone, whether Lash has managed to secure 2 or whether Muhodo has been able to get 1. I mentioned earlier that Muhodo is a player that puts a lot of value when it comes to, or plays a lot of value when it comes to securing relics, so already up to 3 Shinto Priests again. I would expect Muhodo to try and take the lead in the relic game.
We still have a lot of sheep under TC for Muhodo, so even though we are out on the map on the berries, we are going to be able to fall back at least for some sort of food when that runs out. That means that 2 transition is not that big of a deal at the moment. Double tower are gonna be is gonna be saving our villagers on the side of the map, and relic fire is happening. 4 relics already disappeared from the map. One lonely relic is in the corner of the map. And at this time, Lash is going mass crossbow with some horsemen, some knight. I like his composition over here. Only thing he's lacking is mobility. It's gonna be very, very tough in mobility. But other than that, he should be able to take on the head-on engagements.
Ooh, Mohodo able to take down a couple of knights here. We're up to 16 crossbows at the moment for Lash. Villagers actually pulling out the shifts up against one of the mounted samurai there. And looks like we're getting a little bit of a surprise wallow in there as well. Probably not that much of a surprise when you see it coming. Oh, he distraction wallow inside of his own base before going for the actual wallow here. But Lash, is he going for it? No, isn't going for it. That takes the fight up against the army here, and he's got enough crossbows here to be able to do massive damage up against the mounted samurai. Able to win that small engagement, should be able to stop Mohodo from bringing that relic on back.
Just need to run back home. At this time, Moro does not have enough army. We are trying to take more and more relics from the map. But we are starting to see Onabugeisha coming out on the field. I like it too. They're gonna be able to kill everything except knights.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense against the current army composition from Lash, mainly crossbows and horsemen. Son of Geisha able to do excellently there against all of those units. And even if Lash were to now start adding in some knights and or some palace guards, there would already be 11 Onamushas for Mohodo to deal with that. As long as he doesn't lose them now.
Yeah, we cannot allow these Onamushas to die for no reason at all. It's gonna be a little bit harder to do that against horsemen because they have that little bit more movement speed, and they are gonna be able to slowly but surely take them down one by one with a giant bonus damage that they have against ranged units. And one grenadier out on the field for Lash, probably a misclick, or do you think that it is a potential play over here, Mr. Craig?
Triple stables getting added in behind this. So Mohodo also going for mass horsemen behind this. So Lash might actually be getting misled now and could potentially start adding in some spearmen now on his side. Onamusha getting taken down. And we get a glimpse of that Shaolin Monastery just to see how many relics Lash has been able to collect overall. Maybe not. It's 2 relics. Okay, so 2 relics for Lash, 3 relics for Mohodo at this point. No, never mind. 3 relics for Lash, actually. All right. Now Meditation Garden coming in at a beautiful spot. Taking the large gold vein and the wood line, all of the wood line there. It's going to be a lot of resource that Lash can take.
We are still spamming mass crossbow against Onabugeisha. That's interesting to see. They are a very they are good. They can deal well if they have enough front line, but at the same time, Onabugeisha will just melt them if they get on top of it. On top of them. Lash having most of the map control. We see him taking the deer pack in the downside of the map. At the same time, over here making the outpost and taking yet another deer pack. So we are pushing that farm transition more and more into the future and buying ourselves more and more time. On the other hand, Mohodo already doing his farm transition a little bit, making few farms around the TC, and at the same time having that Kura storehouse fully secured with the farms is gonna mean that if we get to the farm transition point, it's gonna be a little bit harder to land.
Secures the gold vein now with a couple of outposts. But yeah, currently it feels like Lash has kind of been baited by the production buildings that Mohodo showed earlier. And now his army composition just doesn't really work against what Mohodo is putting out there. Lash, he kind of just needs mass palace guards and Jugunu potentially here. He is starting to add in some Jugunu. So that is going to be going a long way here for him. Also have just a couple of Grenadiers here with the debuff. That would actually be pretty nice here to have. Horseman trying to go for a wraparound. The front line is getting taken down by Lash, but by Mahodo.
Crossbow numbers are staying healthy.
Yeah.
Well, crossbow numbers are staying healthy. If Lash is just gonna kite, he's gonna kill everything over here. We don't have enough ranged units to snipe out the crossbowman, and Mahodo is slowly but surely realizing that this is not a good fight to take and running back home. Lash definitely like to take this fight, and switching to Zhukonu behind all of this means that Mahodo needs to answer with something else. If you are gonna keep spamming mass on Abugeisha, they are gonna get obliterated.
Yeah. To be fair, like, if you get a good surrounding with the Onabugeisha, then it's gonna be fine, but as long as the backline is able to keep its distance, it just takes too long to catch up after taking down the front line to get the gap close in. Lash now with the Zhuganu answer as well. It's gonna make it a bit tougher for the Onabugeisha. Mahodo, though, he's floating a massive amount of resource at this point in time. Kind of feels like he's trying to go for Imperial Age, find some villagers here from Lash out on the boar. Able to take down 2-3 of them even.
Lovely.
Lash not reacting to that though. He's just going to be going for the main base now from Mahodo. Does Mahodo have the... Okay, he doesn't have the last tier in yet on the Daimyo on his TC, so doesn't have the rocket yet for the defense.
We have double tower with the arrow slate over here, so if we are gonna garrison some villagers or even some Onabugeisha inside of it, it's gonna be doing relatively good amount of damage. On the other hand, I don't think that Lash has enough of the front line to dive the town center at the moment. Only 17 horsemen out on the field, and some of them are gonna be trying to deal with the horsemen from Buhodo. They are raiding the boar and the deer camp over here. Secret side timer is starting to tick, and they are very close to each other. But this is gonna be dive under the gold vein, and how many villagers are gonna be dying over here? Army is relatively far away from this. One villager at least went down, and slowly but surely more and more are gonna be going. This is a lot of idle time and a giant amounts of damage for Mr. Mahodo. He definitely did not like this, but at the moment his resources look like he's going Imperial Age, which is interesting.
If you go Imperial Age and get the upgrades in on the Onabugeisha, they could really start taking down just about everything as long as you have the mass of them. And they are easy to mass, and we should be able to see an age up come in soon. And there it is. Tanegashima Gunsmith is getting put up now by 17 villagers in the back of Mahodo's base. So we'll be going for that elite upgrade, or the elite upgrade soon. He just needs enough gold to actually be able to click the elite upgrades once the age up does come in. So he's still gathering gold. But that's also just where Lash's army is trying to attack. Does have a lot of outposts here, with emplacement as well, trying to get the fortifications on them. Lash might be overstaying his welcome here just a tiny bit. But the reveal that the Age of is coming in is going to be coming in soon.
In the meantime, Mahodo is trying to run around and kill anything that he can see with the horseman. But this is the farm transition that I was talking about a little bit earlier. Lash having 0 villagers on the foot, slowly but surely making the granaries, but giving giant timing, a giant opportunity for Mahodo to do whatever he wants with the spamming of the army. 4,000 gold in the bank. Maybe we overminded a tiny bit. But we are diving the 3,000 over here, and this is not what he wants to do. Triple outpost with a triple in placement.
Did he not realize? Did he misclick? Ah, that hurts.
Catastrophic.
Yeah, completely. Now the Onabugeisha just going for the complete surround, and not even with the elite upgrade, it's not needed here. Just able to completely wipe Lash's army lead off the map now. And Lash still just caught right inside of the farm transition here. Has to remake the Zhuganu now.
We need to remake all of our army while we are doing the farm transition, and our opponent is getting Imperial Age upgrades. This is only rougher and rougher for Lash as we go. In the meantime, +3 ranged armor is going to be coming in for Mahodo. Probably we are going to be diving the TCs, and these Zhukonu are going to be doing only less and less damage. This +3 ranged armor is going to be basically acting triple because Yukonu are doing burst damage in 3 shots. So this is gonna be very rough for Lash to take any fight at the moment. Farm transition still not fully done. It's getting rougher and rougher.
Lash trying to get some raids in of his own. Villager is mainly able to escape though. Villager killed so far overall very even between the two. Lash does have the relic lead behind all of this. Shuganu numbers still looking good here for the defense. And now Lash, with the Granary transition finally done, should be in a position to catch up to the Imperial Age fairly soon. And so there's a lot of gold income from that large gold vein that he's been gathering from.
Just look at the army composition at the moment. Muhodo is doing mass on Abogatia. Yes, sure, Yukonu should be able to counter them, but these are Imperial Age units, and at the same time we are getting the elite upgrade on the Horseman over here. It's not looking good for Lash. He is going to be aging up to Imp very soon. 3,000 gold is in the bank, and that means that upgrades are gonna be coming in relatively quickly. He can click them up immediately when he ages up. So that's at least something, but still, timing, the momentum is on the side of Mr. Muhodo.
Timing for sure is. He's getting a lot of upgrades in with the time that he's been given. Shushi's library is now coming in for Lash. Tries to get his age up in as quickly as possible. He's got so much gold at the moment, so we'll be able to click a lot of the upgrades immediately. And you can really tell, like, Lash is respecting the hell out of those on Abogatia, even adding in Springles at this point to try and have tools up against them. Meditation Garden, alongside with some outposts, is getting, or are going to be getting taken down now. And there it is, upgrades all getting clicked now by Lash on his side.
Lash is investing into the Springles at the same time, so that's interesting. They are going to be able to do very well against Abogatia, but there are some horsemen out in the field, and at the same time Onamusha will be able to snipe them relatively easily. This will definitely depend on the positioning they are going to be in the fight. We are taking care of the big gold vein on the side. Muhodo just stripping down Lash's map control, one outpost by another. I would love to see Secret Side timer to start kicking in slowly but surely. Otherwise, because it's such a good win condition on this map, Secret Sides are right next to each other. You can secure them with one big army and one keep on one and one on the other, and you should be able to go for the Secret Side victory, or at least try to do so. Stone walls for Lash on the side. He definitely does not want to get raided on his farms, but there are horsemen already in them.
Horsemen, though, are going to be met by the rest of the army from Lash. Keep is getting put next to the large gold vein here from Muhodo, so he's starting to secure all of the large gold veins, meaning Lash is going to be without any real means of gathering gold here. As, I think that's the last gold vein, like, inside of his base. There's, like, one... Yeah, all the others are to the front, and Muhodo just doing a great job here when it comes to really securing map control. Something that Lash could do is go for the Dynastic Protectors, and go for the I'm missing the name right now, but the Knight variant there from the units that you do unlock. It has a ton of melee armor, so it absolutely shreds those on Abogatias. But now he doesn't have the gold for it anymore. He got a lot of the upgrades on the Jugunu, on the crossbows and whatnot, so now it's going to be tough for him to afford this.
Exactly, Imperial Guard can be a play.
Yes,
as Krakity said. It is such a good unit to deal with on Abogatia. On the other hand, on Amusha are already in the back, so maybe it's gonna be playing a little bit into the counter already.
Not that many.
It's not that many, and they are not upgraded, so definitely can work.
The Jugs can snipe them. The Jugunu can snipe them. Oh, there's some raids.
Very nice to see from Mr. Muhodo, taking few villagers here and there, making villager lead bigger and bigger. Lovely. At the same time, we are doing keep on this on the big goal that we had Meditation Garden on. So that's lovely to see. On another hand, 55. on Abogeisha. We are just making more and more of them against Mass Jukonu and some Sprinkles in the back. That's interesting.
Yeah. It's an interesting army composition. I'm just wondering if it's going to be good enough once the eventual fight is going to be coming in. It looks like Dynastic Protectors is actually going to be coming in here as an upgrade for Lash.
Just having few Imperial Guards in is gonna give you so much frontline against this Onabogeisha. It's gonna be extremely hard to do anything. Like sure, Onabogeisha have giant attack speed. Sure, they have relatively nice damage at the same time, but just the melee armor of Imperial Guard is gonna be able to tank so many shots. At the same time, we are diving the granaries over here with some Onamushas killing 5 villagers. That's lovely to see. More and more villager kills are going into the Muhoda corner, and that's exactly what he needs to do. At this point, he is 30 villagers ahead nearly.
Yeah,
it's
Flash, he might need a second TC. He's been banking a lot of resources. The gold vein is about to expire though. And after that, it's going to be the question, like, where is he going to be getting gold from? Just taxes is most likely not going to be enough. Although he's got a lot of gold saved up behind this, even though he's been investing into bombards, a lot of university upgrades. Now he's even starting to get ready for mass-mounted samurai. And we're seeing Yuan raiders coming in now for Lash. They're very fast, but, I mean, they're good. They're great for raiding. He can definitely use them for raiding. It's just, I would have really loved to see some Imperial Guards. I know they're expensive, but they're like Lash's only real choice here for great frontline. A lot of the Sprinkles did actually get taken down.
Yuan Riders can do well. They have bonus damage against villagers. So if you can get 5 of them into the economy of Mr. Muhodo, you can do a lot of damage. On the other hand, you need something to survive at the moment, which is going to be relatively rough because Muhodo is switching into the mounted samurai over here. 3,000 gold in a bank not that long ago, down to 2,000 at the moment, and 31 villagers on the gold is gonna mean that he can make at least 30 to 40 of them and then try dive the Lash's base.
There it is, Onabogeisha now coming up forward here. Lash not able to gather any more gold here. Imperial official also getting taken down. Lash down to just 2 Imperial officials. Doesn't look like he's got the Mount Blue Academy as well at this point. He's still in Song Dynasty. Hasn't managed to get up to the Yuan Dynasty at this point. So Yuan Dynasty very, very important for the Shushi's legacy, as you're able to get all the way up to 6 Imperial officials. Gold-wise, that is so important to be able to get 6 Imperial officials. You just get a lot more gold there in from your taxes. And Lash, once again, just not able to pull the villagers back, or doesn't pull the villagers back, and losing a lot there on the farms, over on the farms.
Raids are coming in. This is very hard for. This is only harder and harder for Lash as we go on. Only 1 gold mine for him available, and even that's getting slowly but and even from that he's getting slowly but surely pushed away from. Here we have a giant stone wall over here that's gonna be preventing Muhodo to just be sending this Onabogeisha to our granaries and killing every single villager on them. But at this moment, with 0 villagers on the gold, sure we can have 5,000 food, but what are we gonna use it for?
Yeah, indeed. Lash now going for Mass Horseman. Guess that's what he's gonna try and use it for. Looks like he's going to be trying to take down the Jiangnan Tower now. Already, yeah. I mean, 4 bombards just taking it down so quickly. It's just not really the unit that you want to be having. We got 5 Imperial Guards here now behind this, so at least a couple for a more decent frontline. Just doesn't feel like it's enough now at this point. I'm not sure if Lash has, like, a market to trade out some food maybe for some more gold. Doesn't look like he's
Lash at least
trading
has
out food.
Lash at least has the relics, right? That's at least something, some kind of a gold income. Double market over here means that we can at least sell the ginormous amounts of food that we have. But engagement is gonna be coming through, and what do we have to counter these mounted samurai? Doesn't really look like much. only 9 crossbows, but bombards are
though.
getting completely abandoned. This is catastrophical for the for Mr. Muodo, but not really. He is coming to save them in a time. Doesn't look like the fight that Lash wanted to take over here, or doesn't look like a perfect fight for him. Sure,
Yes.
we have a giant mass of rangeness, but these Jukonu are not going to be doing anything to the Mounted Samurai. They are getting obliterated one by one, and Muhodo is going to be slowly but surely taking even the second game of the series.
Another bombard getting taken down, still one remaining, but there's more than enough units here to push into Lash's space, and GG is going to be getting called. A second 3-0 here today. Muhodo able to win his set and now advance to fight off against Demu in his next set in the Elite Classic qualifier.
We saw Lash playing early on for the Feudal Age, and it was a very nice idea. He had a giant, amounts of police guards, and definitely could have tried to play for something, but they were just torching down few outposts that were fortified, so they did not really do much. No Rams in the Feudal Age all in was very, very tough and rough. On the other hand, Muhodo with a beautiful control from the Castle Age and slowly but surely stripping more and more map control from the Lash, was able to take the game.
Yeah, indeed, was very well played there, and yeah, what can we really say there? Muhodo just clinical gameplay. Lash just a couple of things there. I feel like didn't really line up for him in the end. Like, I feel like he needed a second TC at some point, or at the very least, like rebuild the Imperial officials that he lost earlier as well. Because it's just such a struggle. When you don't have that gold income from the taxes, it really hurts you a lot. There were some great raids as well from Muhodo. He really made it tough there for Lash. Imperial Guards could have also been a great option there. It just always feels so tough when you can't secure gold long term. But sometimes even just going for the unit short term can help you secure gold afterwards. And here we see the dive there. Lash with 17 palace guards, barely any army remaining from Muhodo, but just diving too many defensive buildings here for too long of a time meant that, yeah, just losing all of the military here. I feel like maybe if you just pulled back at this point, go for your own age up, might have been a little bit better. In the end, yeah, Muhodo able to get the age up in. Game did prolong for quite a bit afterwards, and Lash actually able to get the 3 relics in was quite nice for him here. Wasn't able to get the win in after that. All right.
Last Chukonu was,
next up. Go ahead.
Last Chukonu was definitely a nice try to countermass on Abugacia, but after that it went a little bit downhill. Muhodo having all of the map control and being able to switch to Mounted Samurai just meant that our Jukonu did literally nothing in the fight. So we are going to be taking a 5-minute break, ladies and gentlemen, and after that you are going to be seeing us back.
All right. Are we back or are we? Okay, never mind. We are going to be taking just a short little break here. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We're still looking at which sets we're going to be casting on next. So just a short little break and we'll be right back. See you in a bit. All right, welcome back, everybody. Next up, we've got an awesome set between two legends. Kiljardi up against Mia Maika here in the Elite Classic 4. First up, we're going to be moving to Hill and Dale. Macedonians up against the Mongols. That's going to be an interesting one.
Mongols is a civilization that really loves to play for a trade on the Hill and Dale from time to time. On the other hand, Macedonian are gonna be making it really hard for them, thanks to the Hippodrome Ridari, Hippodrome Horseman, and ginormous play that they have in a feudal age. So we will see what the Meo Maika is gonna cook up. On the other hand, Kiljardi is, in my opinion, gonna be just full on throttle, trying to kill Meo Maika as soon as it is possible. But that's under the condition that we are gonna see trade.
Yeah, potentially trade is an option here, though I don't think Mia Maika necessarily needs to go for trade. Something to keep in mind, though, Macedonians, they are a fearsome civilization, something to behold, and yeah, you can take a lot of map control with them thanks to the Golden Horn Tower that they have, a little like Castle Age Red Palace, so to speak. And on a map like this, like taking map control is very important. There's just so much gold in the middle of the map. So if you're playing as the Macedonians, you're able to get map control over the center. You can just pump out Ridari for days. There's nothing stopping you. And most importantly, gotta always remember, Macedonians with all of that silver economy, the second, like once you mine out like one of those large gold veins, that's like 300 or 350-ish silver per minute that you're getting from that mining camp that has been used to mine that one out. So just overall tons of silver to be had, meaning you can get all of your upgrades in very easily. Gonna be interesting to see how this one is gonna be getting played out. Lobby is getting ready, so just gonna be a little bit longer till we're jumping into our game number 1. In the meantime, though, Ollie, we get a chance to look at the remaining civilizations here that our players have drafted.
Meo Maika going for Golden Horde, Jushi, Japan, and Ayubit. Very interesting civilizations. Each one of them very dependent on the timing push. Jushi usually loves to go for the faster castle age, but we saw a little bit earlier there is a giant potential for a feudal age play. On the other hand, Golden Horde, one of the strongest feudal age civilizations, thanks to the Batukam with the bonus on attack speed. At the same time, getting free Torgut, and on the other hand, we have Ayubit, which is basically the civilization that's depending on the timings. Kiljardi, on the other hand, got Ottoman in, which is, in my opinion, very interesting. Some pro players would consider this to be very unexpected. Getting Ottoman in through the draft, usually it is one of the first bans, as Kiljardi banned it from the Meo Maika on the first one. On the other hand, Kiljardi got it in, so that's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, overall, I think these are like very solid comfort civilizations here for both players, and yeah, looking pretty even here between the two. I kind of feel like Macedonians are just a really strong civilization in most matchups, so I kind of favor them. But there is a way to play Mongols relatively well up against them. I kind of posted in the chat earlier. I think, like, legitimately, I did put a kappa there at the end, but I am a pretty big fan of the 2TC improved horticulture. We have a draft now ready for the qualifier here, so we can see just all the players that are still trying to qualify here today. Top left, we got Louis MT up against Downfall at the moment. On the other side, Scatterbrained up against GIF Music. Kiljardi vs Mia Maika, that's a set that we're going to be spectating right now. Creator still waiting for his opponents, so is Corvinus, Numedan, and Sass from the looks of it. And Demu up against Mahodo, though I think Sass is going to be facing off against Valdemar at the moment, or Valdi.
Creator is waiting for his opponent, and in the bracket it looks like it's most likely going to be MSN, but we must wait and see. On the other hand, the Demu against Muhodu is going to be interesting. We just saw Muhodu to basically did really well against Lash, and it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to do against Demo. On another hand, Louis against Downfall. Gonna be also interesting. Louis coming from a bit of a break and coming back to AoE4. So we will see how he's gonna pull it off. And right now, looking at Hiljardi against Meomaika, well, Hill and Dale is gonna be our opener.
Yeah, Hill and Dale are opener here indeed. This is going to be EGC Hill and Dale as well, so interesting to see how this one's going to be spawning here for the players. I think we should soon be getting a timer for our game. So just going to be a little bit longer. But yeah, spawn is going to be mattering a ton here because you mentioned it earlier, potential for the Mongols to also go for a trade with the Silver Tree could be an option here for them. So for that, we ideally want to have a trade post in the corner of the map. But sometimes on Hill and Dale, trade could also like spawn in a bit of a weird position next to the cliff on one of your sides. So when that happens, trade tends to go a little bit wonky. Sometimes traders go like the route like in front of your cliff rather than behind your cliff, which, can kind of make trading almost impossible.
My question is gonna be, Krakity. Usually, it's not really played that much, but a few patches ago, we saw Mongol playing pretty much nearly all games for the fast imp. It was a tiny bit nerfed. I know that in Hill and Dale, you usually want to go for that silver tree and go for the feudal age market play. On the other hand, if we are gonna see very very bad market spawn, which can happen on Hill and Dale from time to time, if there is gonna be a forest or gold generation in the corner where usually you would see a market. Market can spawn even a little bit in the middle of the map on the side. So can we potentially even see something like a fast imp?
Fast imp. I'm not quite sure about like fast imp for the Mongols. It has been nerfed when you go for the Kaganet. Just because it doesn't get affected by military academy anymore. It does spawn less Nest of Bees and Hugh Pows, so at least you get more units out, or rather more fighting units out. But it doesn't feel as great as it used to, especially considering that the Mangadai have also been nerfed a couple of times, so I'm not the biggest fan anymore of the Kaganet Fast Imperial. I think you could actually go for the other landmark realistically as well. That gives you stone, because that one got buffed as well. Now it reduces the amount of stone needed for double production on units by 50%, which is honestly very, very strong as well. Yeah, realistically, I like the idea of going 2TC with Mongols. The improved upgrades, like, they've been buffed quite a while ago to... it used to be that there were 3 tiers of improved upgrades. Now it's all condensed into one. You pay 500 stone for one of the improved upgrades, and it buffs your gathering by 20%, which honestly is kind of massive. That's like almost inspiration level boosted gather speed right there. And Mongols have like one of, if not the smoothest food transitions in the game with pasture. So you can really like get a ton of food in and just play it in a little bit of a like mass crossbows and spearmen with horsemen to raid type way. Just really utilizing all of the food gatherer speed upgrades that you can get with the Mongols.
Well, we will see. As Krakity said, there is a potential for double TC thanks to the improved upgrades. On the other hand, it isn't something that we usually see Mongol go for, but if there is a map that Mongol can try to go with double TC, it's going to be most likely Hill and Dale. If markets are not available, I think that if markets are available, you would still love to go for the trade with the silver tree, but it is still playable. On the other hand, if we will see markets and if we will see some feudal age trade, it's gonna be really hard to defend it against all of the horsemen with a buff from the Hippodrome horsemen. At the same time, Hippodrome Ridari coming in the late feudal age, so it's gonna be tough and rough to defend it for Meomaika. But if he can pull it off, I think that this game can be decided in the future.
Yeah. Most definitely could be. That's something as well, like, when you're up against the Macedonians, ideally you want to shut down gold early. Without silver, Macedonians lack, like, one of their main economic, like, sort of, I want to say, like, boons as a civilization. So without silver, just being unable to get any upgrades in it matters a lot because that's like they don't use gold for blacksmith upgrades. They use silver for it, so gold is typically spent on other upgrades instead. I want to say that just in general, like hitting the gold early is one of the best ways to try and deal with Macedonians, and Mongols are pretty good with that, right? Like we got like the spearman rush with the tower rush, definitely an option here for them. And there is only one small gold vein or like a normal sized gold vein on your cliff when you're playing on Hill and Dale. It's gonna, like, you definitely have to see, though, whether the gold is forward or whether it's in the back. Because when the gold is in the back, then having to maneuver all the way around, like, on top of that cliff, can be very, very hard.
Well, we have at least a fast deer pack, or at least a very nice deer pack location for both of the players. We are gonna be starting with one deer pack in on our hill. That can give a very nice timing, a timing push for Kiljardi over here. Melmaika is playing Mongol Civilization that can go for it. You get that girl early on, but usually you are gonna be sticking to sheep. But we'll see. There is a chance for both of them to go for it, and we are gonna be slowly but surely heading into the game. And ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be Mongol on Hill and Dale. Question is still gonna be, is this gonna be trade or not?
We will find out shortly, but for now, we have just started our game number 1 in this set between Miamaika and Kiljardi here on Hill and Dale. Khan moving out forward, Uvu getting built as well, and Kiljardi opening us up here with an immediate play onto the deer here as the Macedonians, so putting a lot of prioritization on them early on in the game. And there's also the arsenal, not the arsenal, the war camp coming up, which also acts as a house. Takes a little bit longer to build, but better get it up early rather than later. It's just one of those, I want to say, like, main mechanics that the Macedonians have going for themselves. Getting like 20% of units lost back through it is very, very powerful.
Usually we don't see people going for it immediately in the Dark Age because it has a tiny longer of a build speed than a normal house, and you are not supposed to lose any villagers or units early on. But right now we are playing against Mongol, and there is a chance that villager or maybe even a spearman, if we are going to decide to play for them, are going to die against the tower rush, and it looks like that Melmaika is going exactly for that. Tower rush, or at least the spearman rush, is going to be played. Maybe a tower here and there would be nice to see at the same time. Kiljardi is gonna be pressured on his gold vein, and that silver production is definitely gonna be stopped.
Yeah, so we are gonna be getting the spearman in, gold to the front side. Me and Mike actually has a very nice gold position, though it is very far away from the main TC, but it is in the back. Looking at the markets as well, they're also in a decent spot when it comes to trading here for Miamaika if he wants to go for it long term. But for now, it is going to be those spearmen going for a Dark Age rush. Gonna be able to pull Kiljardi not just off the gold, but also off the deer with that. Yeah, Miamaika actually investing a lot into the spears, not just stopping at 3, but looks like he's gonna be going for the full 5 spearmen here. Only 2 villagers on wood, though, does tell us that he is not going for an outpost rush.
So this is going to be just enough spearmen push Kiljardi off from the gold and stop the silver generation or stop the silver production. Hippodrome is gonna be played for villagers and delayed on the mining camp, so we are not gonna be giving any bounty to Melmaika. That's lovely to see. On another hand, this will need to be also delayed on the mill. We will see if that's gonna happen. Yes, and there are not gonna be any bounty for Melmaika. I'm wondering if the war camp is inside of the range of the town center. Or if it's not, it is. So it cannot get torched down. Melmaika is not gonna be getting any value from, or any more value from the spearman than just pushing Kiljardi off from the resources.
Yeah, but still taking down 2 production, or not production buildings, but rather economic buildings is pretty big for Miamaika. It's like 100 resources damage that he did there with that. And the Spearmen, they're still going to be super useful once the Egypt comes in for Kiljadi, as the Imperial Hippodrome, of course, is going to be getting cavalry units out. So with that in mind, Miyamaika is definitely going to get usage out of the Spearmen long-term anyways. But we will soon be getting the age up in from Miyamaika, so then we will be able to tell whether it's going to be a trading game or just going to be the normal deer stones instead.
Yep, Spearmen definitely did their job. We did a lot of damage just by villagers moving around. Miyamaika still not aging up. We are gonna see in a moment if it's gonna be a silver tree or not. I would guess I would guess no, but market is in a good location, so definitely can be played for. We have 7 spearmen. Yeah, Deerstone are gonna be being played. 7 spearmen are out on a field, and they are at the moment denying everything that's not under the town center for Kiljadi. Kiljadi needs to go for the for at least some type of the archer, otherwise these spearmen are gonna be able to not let Kiljadi to mine any gold, any stone, or even to go on a deer pack for such a long time.
Yeah, Deerstone's gonna be coming in here now for Miyamaika, sending a lot of villagers over to wood. So actually wouldn't be surprised, like with this many villagers on wood, could actually be a 2TC type play here. But it is going to be on a very, very big delay, considering him, like, he didn't really achieve much so far with this Dark Age play. And there are going to be archers coming out now from Kiljadi, so might not have enough time to go for a 2TC play for Miyamaika.
First archer is gonna be slowly but surely coming out, and that means these spearmen are gonna be pushed away. Kiljadi is gonna be reclaiming a lot of the lost map control. Miyamaika going for some spearmen at home at the same time to defend the gold vein, and hoping to get something out. At the moment, we are going for the upgrade on the spearmen. And my question is gonna be if this is gonna be mass Keshik play, because Keshik can be played against the composition that Kiljadi is doing currently. They can do really well against archers, and they are going to be doing also really well against the horsemen. So there is maybe a small Keshik window. They are also very good for the raiding. They are bread and butter for the Mongol. And yeah, first Keshiks are already in the queue, and yeah, it looks like we are going to be raiding.
Yeah, Keshik's gonna be coming in here for Miyamaika. Definitely a good unit to be making against this. Kiljadi now also adding his own spearman, so is gonna be having the Atgemat there, ready for the Keshiks. Miyamaika, what else is he adding in on his side? 4 villagers at the moment on the gold. Looks like there are some horsemen actually from Kiljadi going for the villagers on the gold vein. Villagers gonna be running towards some spearmen there, but one did go down, yeah.
Lovely to see him for Kiljadi. Just look at him pulling 2 spearmen away and then diving back with the horseman. This is lovely. One more villager at least should be going down, but spearmen are getting through, and we don't really want to commit because our horseman would most likely die for that villager kill. So we get at least a lot of idle time. Champion arrived at the moment, so we are going to be seeing the Hippodrome Horseman coming in. But this is also very lovely to see for Miyamaika. We are raiding on one side, raiding on the other, and this Keshik is getting some value in. A lot of the HP are going to be lost, but at least a villager died.
Still more just Keshiks and Spearman mode for Miyamaika, even adding additional stables in. So he's definitely going all in on the Keshik plan. Loses 1 here to the Atgemather. Kiljadi, though, is back on gold now, and yeah, he's even able to get the emplacement upgrade on the Varangian strongholds. So with that is going to be just having the arrow slits there. Going to make it a little bit more difficult to harass Kiljadi inside of his base. Still trying to go for raids on Miyamaika's gold though, but spearmen are going to be there and ready.
And there is a lot of spearmen over here defending. 6 spears just sitting around the gold vein, not letting Kiljadi to do anything. At the same time, Kiljadi is doing triple composition. You can see spearman, archer, horseman, basically everything. So that's gonna be something. That's gonna be a nice comp to play against Mongols who are just going for mass Keshik at the moment. Also, these archers can do well against Keshik if they activate the ability. Ignoring 2 armor is gonna give them a nice bonus towards the damage. And Maika killing a second villager over here, and slowly but surely pulling up on villagers. Remember that Mongols are losing 1 villager just because they are starting with an unpacked town center. So villager difference is gonna be the same at the moment.
Archers now also on the menu for Miyamaika, so just going for full feudal age army composition. Kiljadi doing the same thing here behind this. So we are going to be getting extended feudal age battle here between the two, from the looks of it. Economic scaling wise, I mean, Miyamaika, he did lose 2 villagers, and there was some idle time on the TC as well, but still, villager count between the two players actually fairly even.
Kiljadi doing a small walls on the side. He wants to secure his base from the Keshik raids. That's also lovely to see. These Keshiks are relatively dangerous in terms of the raiding. They cannot double shot knight as the French knights. They are the only one that can do that in the feudal age. But at the same time, they are still a little bit cheaper, so you can get more of them out. And they are very good at doing their job. Also, double production of them is just gonna mean that the army potential that we can in the early feudal age is ginormous. Going for some archers behind all of this is very interesting. We can see triple composition against another triple composition. Kiljadi going for some Varangian guards. So we will see some many rounds over here.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for him to afford it though, with all the idle time there on the gold. He does already have the first armor upgrade on the infantry units. I'm wondering how well they're gonna be doing up against the Kashyyyks though. Varangians do have +1 melee armor compared to normal men-at-arms. They do have a little bit less health on them. With the archers, Miyamaika should have a pretty good answer up against the spearmen from Kiljadi. And Kiljadi does have a lot of spearmen. He didn't invest nearly as much into the archers as Miyamaika has. 15 spearmen at the moment, so I guess Kiljadi thought that Miyamaika was going to go for something weird with just only Kashyyyks. Speaking of something weird, Miyamaika, he's got 16 villagers on gold at the moment. That is quite a lot. That is more than enough than what you need for Kashyyyks.
Hippodrome Ridari is also out on the field, so that's going to be giving us that additional movement speed for our spearmen, so they can maybe from time to time start to catch up all of these Kashyyyks if they get out of the position a little bit. Our walls are nearly completely up for the Kiljadi, so it's gonna be way harder to raid him with the Kashyyyks. Only one opening in the front at the moment. Armies are neck and neck. It's 32 against 32. Economies at the same time. It's 38 against 39. With this would not have been more equal. We are gonna be getting a cancellation on the tower, and yet again we are pulling a lot of these villagers, and this is just giant idle time.
I mean, it might be, but this could potentially be a loss of all of the Kashyyyks here for Miyamaika, right? Like, there's no real way out. Look at this, Kiljadi even sending a lot of villagers now to finish off the wall there, sending more spears around the other side in order to really encircle Miyamaika's army here. There's already a lot of the Kashyyyks that did go down. Another little wall is going to be getting added up there, and oh no, Miyamaika, he
this is in a
himself.
corner. This is problematic. So all of the Kashyyyks are going to be dying for a little bit of the idle time on a gold. That's something that Kiljadi definitely loves. Or it looks like maybe some of them are going to get away. Maybe we will see a villager kill here and there. And doesn't really look like it. Kashyyyks are going to be falling down. One already went down. Second one should be going down on the way out at the same time. Exactly. All of the Kashyyyks are dead, and Kiljadi did an amazing job over here.
I mean, Miyamaika still has a pretty good army inside of his base. Double outpost as well, so he's really like defending himself up there as well. Does get spotted out by Kiljadi with his scout though. Kiljadi sending all of his army forward. Miyamaika's kind of wild when it comes to his macro. You can see at the moment 40 villagers on food, 4 on wood, and 0 on gold. He is macroing up hard to the castle age. Like, he wants castle age right now.
Kiljardi is already going up.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the middle of the map also. He could have went a little bit more aggressive because he killed all the Keshiks, but this is also fine. We are going to be securing a berry patch and our front entrance to the base. So this is lovely to see. Miyamaika, on the other hand, aging up with 35 villagers. That's a very fast age up. And going for that juicy bonus gold. So I'm still thinking that this is an opening for fast imp if he decides it. Or is it not, Mr. Cracketer?
It's 50%. Wait, what was the question again? Sorry, I didn't catch that for a second.
If this is an opening for fast imp, because what else can we play for over here? It's gonna be very rough to play. Okay. It's gonna be very rough to play against Mazridari in a castle age. With also adding a little bit of the crossbows from that golden horde.
He cannot go fast imp at this point. Doesn't work in this matchup. He needs crossbows at the moment. Like, if he goes or tries to go for fast castle, the interesting thing is, or rather something interesting that you can do with this many villagers on gold is you can actually buy a lot of food relatively efficiently and just go for mass crossbows now in order to try and defend. The issue is here, yeah, you can just see Kiljardi's got such a great army here with all of the free champions as well. Radari coming in behind this, Varangians as well. And just the villagers inside the outpost.
Kills, yeah.
Oh
this is terrible.
And
this is absolutely terrible.
That's crazy.
We are pulling back with the Keshiks, but what are Keshiks gonna do over here? Sure, there are just Feudal Age Spearmen, but upgrade are gonna be coming here anytime, and it is in. Keshiks cannot really do anything. Our archers are dead. We are pulling villagers away from the gold. It's not really good, looking good for Miyamaika over here. Kiljardi not letting Miyamaika to do literally any damage in the early Feudal Age, defending perfectly, and then taking the game in the early Castle Age. Beautiful play.
Yeah, that was a really weird game from Miyamaika, to be fair. Like, the macroing just felt a little bit off. Granted, Macedonians, like, he caused a lot of idle time, as you mentioned earlier there, with the Keshiks inside of the base from Kiljardi. But it just doesn't feel worthwhile trading out 8 Keshiks for not a single villager kill just for idle time. You can see that was also when he just lost a lot of the military value lead that he had. That's a sharp decline there that came in. Yeah, just a little bit of a strange situation there. I think he also was fine when the age up came in to Castle Age for both sides, but he just didn't have his army in position. And Kiljardi just getting so much value there from taking down the outpost and the villagers inside of it. He said, now Miyamaika, he's gonna have to go back to the drawing board. This is still a best of 3, folks, by the way. So this means Kiljardi already gonna be on match point now, 16 minutes into the set.
Kiljardi is showing us a masterpiece of a defense over here, and basically not allowing any bounty in a Dark Age to be taken by Miyamaika. Sure, it was a lot of idle time, but he minimized the damage as much as he could. Then we just pushed away all the spearmen with our early archers, and we are gonna be going to Dry Arabia slowly but surely. And Ottomans went in, which is for me very interesting. Ottoman against Ayyubid. We don't really see Ottoman that much. Usually it is in the permaban. And right now, my question is gonna be if there is any potential for Akinji play against Ayyubids, Mr. Krakity. Can we potentially see Akinji?
No, Akinji just doesn't make any sense at all against Ayyubid specifically, because Ayyubids, they get the Desert Raiders, so Akinji already lose out a lot of their base damage up against them. They have a lot less attack speed on them as well at similar range, so the Desert Raiders just do phenomenally against them. It wouldn't make sense to see Akinji, to say the very least.
Akinji are not going to be played, most likely. Well, yeah. We will see. It looks like it's gonna be just a normal Sipahi play. They can do really well against Desert Raiders. They have a giant bonus damage against range units. At the same time, You get that very nice bonus on attack speed thanks to the mech tap. So they are very nice against Iobit. On another hand, Iobit with the early healing from the Dervish, there is a chance that in early feud age it's gonna be super hard for Ottoman to get going. We usually see Ottoman to go for the military school in the Dark Age, and then they need to make a blacksmith, they need to make stables. It takes a little bit while for them to get going. On the other hand, Iobit get dervishes instantly. You make 1 or 2 Desert Raiders, and then you have basically full map control for next 1 or 2 minutes until your opponent, until Ottoman will mass enough Sipahi. So question is gonna be if Kiljardi will be able to survive those early 2 minutes, but we are talking about Kiljardi over here, most likely yes, and then Meo Maika will need to survive later feud age.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, Ottomans, they got Sipahi, right? So even though Mia Maika with the Iobits, he does have that little window of an advantage with the Dervish, with the healing, you just can never underestimate Sipahi, right? Like, just such a great unit to have. Now, they lack a little bit when it comes to the movement speed, so Dervishes, they can run a little bit longer, but in the end, all things are equal before the Spy. But now it is time for us to jump into our second game of this set. Kiljardi in the color orange playing as the Ottomans, currently on match point, up against Mia Maika in the color blue, playing as the Iobits here on Dry Arabia. A classic map. And Kiljardi, he is gonna want to try his best to like finish this one off. Ottomans, one of the strongest civilizations in the game. We've like in the Homestead Cup, our last big tournament that we had, it was banned like every single set pretty much. I think there were like very few exceptions, but wait, am I hearing statistics? Hello? This production is okay. Production is gonna be whispering some sweet statistics in our ear here in just a little bit. But yeah, Ottomans, just an incredibly strong civilization, feared by many a player. All right, I got the numbers in. They've been played twice in the Homestead Cup, and they've been banned a meager 30 times. 30 bans, 2 picks. Okay, well, you know, it's pretty good numbers. The next most expensive after that was China and Malians with 21 bans. So Ottomans, yeah, getting banned the most by like 9 more bans than the next civilization afterwards. It kind of goes to show just how strong the Ottomans feel. And yeah, I think most players would agree that playing up against Sipahi is misery, to say the least.
Well, we were very surprised to see Ottomans coming through and not being permabanned instantly, like it was from the Kiljardi side. Kiljardi banned it instantly. It was his first ban. Mel Maika, on the other hand, feeling like he can take them on. So maybe he has some type of a special build order or some type of a special play with Iobits over here. There is gonna be that culture wing over here, and we are gonna be seeing dervishes coming out. So this is most likely gonna be some type of a early feud age play to get at least some map control, put some pressure on Ottoman with one or two Desert Raiders. On the other hand, we cannot hope to play mass Desert Raiders into the Ottoman mass Sipahi. We are just gonna get obliterated. So I don't know how exactly Maika wants to transition to Castle Age, but that's what he needs to do. Otherwise, this will be super rough.
Twin Madras now coming in for Kiljardi. Expected landmark. Culturing logistics also expected for Mia Maika with the Iobits here.
One spearman already out on the field, and we were not running straight to Mia Maika's base. Interesting. You cannot do that much damage against Iobits just because of those 2 dervishes coming out instantly in the feud age, and then he just does not care that you have a spearman nearby. He can basically out-heal the damage. On the other hand, just getting those spearmen out as early as it is humanly possible, getting the military school up and running for Kiljardi, that's gonna be the priority. What will we see in the feud age? I think that's pretty obvious. This is gonna be Mass Sipahi. The question is if it's gonna be if they are gonna be in time. Usually they will, but Meomaika can pull something off and sneak in a castle edge here and there. And when Camel Lancers come in, Sipahi are found obsolete.
Miyamaika getting an outpost up already. 5 villagers on stone, so we'll have enough for the arrows in placement. So it's just going to be a fast castle age attempt from him.
Doesn't look like any early Desert Raiders, just completely naked fast castle. Interesting to see.
I think so. To be fair, he could just go for the reinforcement wing, and then he'll immediately have some units upon hitting Castle Age. That would be an option for him. Very often we also just see players going for the industry wing, not getting any production buildings until the Castle Age hits as well. That could also be an option, but it's going to be difficult to hold up against the Sipahi and Spearmen. I'm not sure if a single outpost with emplacement is going to be enough, but it should buy him more than enough time to get the resource for the Castle Age in. The issue is afterwards, he's going to have to still... He's going to need access to resource to at least get units out in Castle Age afterwards.
Well, 2 Desert Raiders are going to be running around and scouting, it looks like. Maybe some body blocks on the villagers mining some resources, but I would doubt that when we have Sipahi out on the field. They would risk getting sniped. Meomaika going straight for the fastest Castle Age timing it is humanly possible. Not a single villager on the wood at the moment, just staying on gold and staying on food and chilling inside of his base. Bringing some sheep back home, and I would love to see the distribution of the sheep over here. Just so we know, 21 against 11. Okay, Meomaika will definitely have enough food on the age up. We are also taking the berries early on, so we are taking the food sources that's a little bit more exposed to save those sheep for a little bit later. But having 11 more sheep, more than your opponent, it's a huge deal.
There it is. Military wing reinforcement is coming in as expected. So Miyamaika with the age up is at the very least going to be having access to some units immediately to defend the space. Looks like Kiljadi doesn't have enough units to immediately go on the offensive up against that one outpost. Never forget that with the Golden Age, or rather with the House of Wisdom there in the vicinity, all buildings do have +5 fire armor, torch armor on them. So it's going to be very difficult to just torch down the outpost with infantry. And on the other hand side, yeah, I mean, there's also, of course, the Camelani, so the Sipahi are going to get debuffed even on their torch damage. Going to be doing a little bit less damage there as well. So Miyamaika is easily going to be able to get this fast castle age up in, and looks like Kiljadi is just going to be going for his own fast castle afterwards as well.
It looks like it. We went for a little bit of a Sipahi over here, just for a potential of raiding, or we got them for free from the military schools. But right now we went for imams. We already have few monks out on the field for Ottoman. So immediately when the castle age hits from Kiljardi, he should be able to snatch 2 relics. Question is how many of them are gonna be still left out on the field, because castle age from Meomaika is 30 seconds away, and the dervishes are already out on the field. Sure, it's gonna be very hard to pick these relics against 4 Sipahi running around the map, but we can definitely snatch one or 2 of them. Remember, dervishes are relatively fast units. Kiljardi going for his own age up, most likely going to be going for the free siege over here. And are we going to see mass janissaries upon the castle age, Mr. Krakety? Is it the obvious play over here?
We are getting the Mehmed Imperial Armory. What? Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. What changed after? What switched up after? What? Sorry.
If we are going to be seeing mass janissaries over here as an obvious counter pick towards Desert Raiders, and at the same time to counter some Camel Lancers that can possibly come out. Or are we going to stick with
the thing with Janissaries is they're quite expensive gold-wise early on. I don't think you can, like, immediately spam them out. It makes more sense to go into Sapai when you're up against the Desert Raiders. You can see, like, Sapai doing great against the Desert Raiders here. Very easily take the trades here behind this. Miyamaika also able to pick up some of the relics here early on. There's already 2 Imams out there for Kiljadi thanks to the Vizier points. So Kiljadi also getting in on the action when it comes to the relics as soon as he gets the age up in. But most likely will be a 3-2 relic split here, I want to say, for Miyamaika if he's able to secure the relic on the west side of his base. It's interesting that he's adding in some Ghulams as well. This is, I mean, Ghulams do well against Sipahi and Spears. Actually, Kiljadi, he is going for the immediate Janissary. Not something that I would have expected. I wouldn't have counted on Janissary straight away. Just because, like, Janissaries are also very slow. So you're not really able to take map control with them.
They're very slow and very expensive. Exactly as you said, Krakity. I think that the Kiljadi is a little bit scared of the potential of Cam Lancer play. Because currently he's just going for a mass Sipahi. And if 3 or 4 Cam Lancers would come to his base and just start raiding, there isn't a lot of answers that he has. There are 3 Spearmen already out on the field that we got from the military school, but they are only Dark Age Spearmen. So they will be taken out relatively quickly. Maybe it's just 2 Janissaries in case there is some Cam Lancers, and then we are going to be switching into something else.
Yes, now also switch up into some crossbows, or at least 1 crossbow, Mosapai. It's a very spread out army composition at the moment here for Kiljadi. He's banking up a couple more resources, going into Janissaries again. So it does still appear to be that Janissary is going to be his main game plan here. Miyamaika looks like he was able to secure the 3rd relic, so it's going to be a 3-2 relic split here at the moment. And now just mass Desert Raiders, a couple of Ghulams, and Camel Lancers, the full Camel army composition. So yeah, the Janissaries definitely do make a lot of sense here in this matchup. I'm just wondering, like, eventually Miyamaika should want to go for some archers alongside it, and once that comes around, the Janissaries could relatively easily get sniped out.
Well, we will see. Back in the day, few patches away, when Mangonels were or Manganiques were still really good for IO bits, there would be a giant chance to just see 4 Manganiques being played, and then with the incendiary shots taking out every single one of the crossbows or Janissaries. Nowadays, it was heavily nerfed, so it's not really that big of an option. We are raiding over here and killing villager here and there, or we are not really killing villager here and there, just sacrificing some Desert Raiders. We have some Ghulams over here. It's very equal at the moment. Longer the game goes, better it's gonna be for the Ottoman, thanks to the military schools. They need that little bit of the time to get up and running, compared to the Iobit. Iobit is usually getting some instant value out of the age up. So Kiljadi is just going to be better and better on it, and Miyamaika needs to do something. If we are gonna just sit in our base and mass Desert Raiders, in my opinion, we are playing into the Kiljadi's hand.
And we're getting a ton of Desert Raiders out at this point, right? Like 17 Desert Raiders. That's a massive amount. So, yeah, Micah, this is like something that we would typically see from players like CSO or Louis MT, going for this many Desert Raiders. Just not something where I'm 100% sure if it's going to be working against what Kiljadi is doing, or rather against Kiljadi's civilization with the Sipahi. It's also weird to just see a couple of these Ghulams at the moment, so I guess the Ghulams are going to be a very strong frontline up against the Sipahi, and decent enough against the Janissaries. But crossbows being in the mix as well for Kiljadi means that he does also have a direct counter there. All 3 sacred sites taken by Miyamaika, though. Kiljadi, he is not taking any map control at the moment. A couple of Sipahi are moving up for raids, though, and Miyamaika, I don't think he has any outposts on the villagers on the deer there. So he might not see these Sipahi coming, and honestly, that could be very, very bad for him. That's a lot of villagers that could be going down here soon. Sipahi do come in. Miyamaika, reaction, no reaction yet. Sipahi also don't react, though.
Kiljari not reacting
just passing. Kiljari, he's not... Okay, now he sees it.
Okay,
but Miyamaika,
it's fine.
that gave him enough time. That gave Miyamaika enough
activating
time, but
the
so it's
ability.
Gonna be a lot of builds going down.
And this should be at least 5 or 7 villagers dying over here if we micro it properly. Desert Raiders are coming over here from the side, and it wasn't that much. A lot of villagers are super low HP, and in the meantime, Desert Raiders are going to be coming in from the side and diving in the Kiljari's base. Not really diving, trying to do some damage in the Kiljari's base. Kiljari having some army at home is gonna mean that he is gonna be fine, but I am not sure if this is enough army. Sure, there is some Janissaries over here, but it's not enough to obliterate.
Yeah. Behind this, I mean, the Desert Raiders now at 24, with still way more of them in queue as well. Remind everybody that Desert Raiders are like one of the strongest units when it comes to Imperial Age, with all of the scaling from multiple university upgrades being able to stack on them when it comes to like attack range, health, incendiary arrows. It's like cavalry, ranged cavalry units are one of the only units that can have like 3 university upgrades affect them at the same time. Now we're getting some forward siege Springles coming in. There's no spearmen, or rather just a couple of spearmen in Kiljari's army. Now, Springles, they are fine against range units as well, but they definitely don't excel at that role. But a fight is coming in, and this is a very, very large army here.
We are getting a lot of Janissaries coming from the back over here. Frontline is relatively big. Mechte is going to be dying, so no more attack speed buff. Mangonels are going to be shooting, and slowly but surely we are killing everything. Those few Gulams that we were a little bit spooked about, why are they in the army? They are perfect frontline at the moment to tank the Janissary shots. And even though we did not really want the fight on the Miyamaika side, Kiljari did an amazing job microing over here. We did something. If that something was enough, that's another story.
Destruction value kind of tells a story here that Miyamaika just losing out on a ton of value there. Ottoman definitely got more out of that fight than the Ayubids did at the end of the day. 5,000 to 8,500 destruction value after that fight. That is very, very rough for Miyamaika. Those Desert Raiders, they are expensive in mass like that. Yeah, it's gonna be difficult,
Janissary numbers
I
are climbing.
at the very least. Yeah.
Janissary numbers are just climbing, and we are making mass Desert Raiders plus Camel Lancers and a few Gulam here and there. Like, everything is getting countered by the Janissary inside of the Miyamaika's army. We need to add archers or do something else. If we are gonna keep spamming the same army, Kiljari just have a better one.
At the moment, for sure, he does. I'm a little bit perplexed at the moment just with the army choice there from Miyamaika. That one Springald really didn't help him out a lot. And now he's still just going for mass cavalry and like Camel Lancers and Desert Raiders. But there's still 16 Janissaries here alongside 10 crossbowmen. So he's kind of getting counted out on all fronts here. Once again, starts to put up some Springalds.
Well, more Sipahi are coming on the field also from Kiljari, so the front line is going to be good enough. There is only 8 Camel Lancers currently, but on the other side we can see 16 Janissaries. They are gonna do very quick work with them, basically one-shotting them. Mangonels are not really completely secured, but we are not putting anything on them. And the Janissaries are just completely obliterating everything. Some Sipahi are sent inside of the wood line. They would be maybe needed over here as a front line, but currently Janissaries are gonna be taking the battle over here, even under the tower fire. This is very, very rough for Miyamaika.
Yeah, Miyamaika is losing a lot, but at the same time, crucial timing here for those Desert Raiders to be coming out, but Miyamaikai doesn't think that he can come back from this position. GG is going to be getting called. Kiljadi able to win the set 2-0 up against Miyamaika there.
Exactly. We let Ottomans to come in, and Ottomans show us why they are completely permabanned in every single tournament currently. Ottoman civilization that dominates in the late feudal age and dominates in the castle age as well, and has even better imperial age with the great bombards. This is not even these fights were not even close when the Janissaries got finally in. Sure, we did not really see that much play or that much aggression in the early to late feudal. Both of the players kinda went for the faster castle age play, but this fight looked very scary for the Kiljadi just because of the mass of the Desert Raiders. But counter units are over here. These were a lot of Janissaries, and they just took care of it.
I think maybe if like the second group of Desert Raiders on the right-hand side had also started focusing down the Janissaries there, maybe he would have been able to take down the Janissaries quickly enough to win that fight. Alas, in the end, wasn't quite able to get the units down quickly enough. Next up, we are going to be jumping in straight away into the currently ongoing game between Numidan and Eliona, their ongoing set at the moment. As this one did finish off a little bit quick, but yeah, it was quite a difficult one, I want to say. Like when you're playing Ottomans, or rather when you're playing Ayyubids versus Ottomans, and just before we had Mongols up against Macedonians, that's not some... Those aren't really the matchups that you are going to be looking for. We're going to be jumping into Numidan versus Eliona, and first map is going to be coming right on up. It's going to be Golden Horde up against the Japanese on Dry Arabia. So, yeah, just in time.
We already saw this matchup once today, and Golden Horde did really well. Japanese civilization that can get that fast castle up and running relatively quickly. But right now it looks like we are jumping straight into the game, and in terms of map spawn, Japanese player has every single one of his food sources in front. Two deer packs a little bit on the side, so maybe we are going to be starving on a food a tiny bit, but still relatively fine. Numudan on the other hand, with the Golden Horde having deer pack in the bag and 2 golds in the bag at the same time, or relatively in the back, he's gonna love his.
Vatican, as well as some Torguts, gonna be out on the map soon. Eliona just gonna be going for Spearman Horseman here early on. Up against the cavalry opening from Numidan. This makes a lot of sense. The Golden Horde typically does open up with archers and calves, so going for Spearman Horseman definitely makes sense here. Numidan just forcing a little bit of idle time here with the Batukan on the berries from Eliona. Eliona has to be careful here, doesn't want to lose any of those villagers, but also doesn't want to, like, just give up the berries as well at the same time. It's a little bit of a back and forth at the moment.
Eliona going for Spearman Horseman over here, so we will see some type of the feudal age play. On the other hand, Numidan going for archers. At the same time, some Torguts here and there. And we saw barracks at the same time, so maybe this is going to be Spearman play. With a triple composition. Yeah, Spearmen are already in the queue. This looks like at the moment Numidan is going to be going for a mass feudal with a Golden Horde. And Eliona will just try to survive, somehow get to the castle age, get to the mounted samurai, and then do something.
But Khan still lingering around here. 2 spearmen on the berry is going to be more than enough to protect that. Yeah, Golden Horde with their superior, I want to say, like, feudal age army pump at the moment. Already up to 4 archers. And still more and more infantry coming out on the field here behind all of this. Torguts now running to the front line as well. It's so nice to have that fortified outpost as well, just being able to secure the deer very easily with that. It's very difficult to take down one of these fortified outposts, especially since with an edict you can increase the HP of all of your units around it. Makes it even
Oh,
easier
that's
to
one
take
nice
graded fights.
impale.
Oh, nice race
Lovely
there.
to see. Lovely to see. And Torgud's one Torgud is gonna be getting on half of his HP. At the same time, we are getting +1 piercing armor. So that's lovely to see from Eliona. These horsemen are gonna be tougher to take down from the mass archer Numudan is doing. We are on the deer pack on the side of the map, and Numudan is trying to push gold over here, which is interesting. Not pushing Eliona off from the food sources, trying to push him off from the gold. Eliona going for triple composition at the same time. Yumi are gonna be entering the battlefield, ladies and gentlemen, and this is gonna be triple composition against triple composition. But one player is getting free Torgud just by spending stone, and at the same time, when the Karaj are gonna enter the battlefield, also having more armor.
Yeah, Courage definitely just scales so well with these big clumps of units that the Golden Horde are able to pump out here. And yeah, Numadan at the moment just putting up a lot of pressure into the woodline, or up against the woodline here from Eliona. Something to also keep in mind is that the Golden Horde, similar to the Mongols, on their scouts, they do get the Falcon ability with which they're able to just get the vision over the woodline. And with that, the archers from Numadan, every now and then, they can try and take some shots over the woodline and take down some of the villagers there from Eliona. So far, not a single villager this game has gone down, so kudos to Eliona there. Just being on top of the game, making sure none of his villagers getting taken down that easily. There are some Yumi archers here as well. The question is, does Eliona have enough here in order to take this fight? Villagers do have to be pulled back now. None do go down. This is a dangerous back and forth. Eliona, he does not look like he has the numbers at the moment to quite take this engagement yet.
Numbers are not in yet for Eliona. Like, sure, we are trying to pump them out as much as we can, but this is only 7 Yumi. We don't even have +1 on them, so they are not going to be doing that much damage. +1 armor is coming for the Numudan, and with it, the dives on this woodline are just going to be more and more extensive. It's getting harder and harder for Eliona to defend over here. We are still on the side, gathering the deer pack, but for how long can we do it? When Torguds are gonna come and maybe even start torching down the outpost, they are not really going for it at the moment. They don't have support of the archers and support of the spears nearby, so they are gonna be slowly but surely backing off.
Look at Eliona's food at the moment. He's just hoarding a ton of food here. Might have been thinking about a potential castle age, but with the gold in the position that is, just no way for him to get there at the moment. There's another gold all the way to the east at the moment for him. Villagers getting pulled away from the wood line. Just in time when the Falcon came out over there. Able to stay safe for the time being.
Last one is coming in for Eliona, and we are diving the gold mine over here. So maybe we are at least doing some damage in terms of the idle time. But we are missing these horsemen at home, and it looks like that the Numadan is realizing that, and we are going to be diving the woodline. 2 villager kills already coming for him. 3 villager kills at the moment, and Yumi are just falling and falling. Karaj over here with the research +1 is going to be giving a giant advantage in terms of the armor for the normal archers. We are not really seeing any Yumi bannermen over here, and that's gonna mean that these Yumi are not gonna be doing nearly enough damage anything that's out on the field.
Indeed. Armor from Numadan not quite able to commit yet to that outpost torch. Those 3 villagers that die, that is quite the tough situation at the moment for Eliona. He sent 5 villagers out to gold on the far eastern side, so he's gonna be getting some gold slowly but surely. Trying to raid with some horsemen as well behind this, but there's just such a large army out here at the moment from Numadan. He can't really afford to leave his base unprotected, and so he does still linger around with those horsemen. Now it looks like the time for the torching has come. At least Numadan does move towards it. Horsemen on the back side.
Coming from the back. But the spearmen are already there waiting for them. They're going to be taking the fight, but it's not going to be enough, in my opinion. We are taking all of these spearmen one by one. Spearmen from the Numadan are not dying as quickly as they should be. And archers from Numadan are just having a field day. these Yumi are not having enough damage. They are missing the Bannerman, and at the same time, Numadan have +2 armor on all of these units, thanks to the Karash being still in. Finally, some Karash are gonna be dying, and that's gonna mean no -1 armor for all of the units. But fight already happened, and it's not looking good.
Indeed, Outpost is going to be going down. With that, 5 more villagers are going to be falling here for Eliona. That is some heavy losses here. Numadan at the moment, 10 villagers ahead, 10 villager lead. And the Torguts, they're still alive now at the end of all of this. In theory, you can pretty much like ignore the Torguts. They don't do that much damage. What does the damage here at the moment is the Archer backline from Numadan. So he really needs to... There we go. Eliona is focusing the Archer backline here with 2 separate groups of Archers. Doing a great job up against them. Able to take down a lot of them. Torguts over time still going to be doing a good amount of damage though, especially with the Batu Khan being there. The signaling arrow just adding a ton of damage there as well.
This is a perfect fight for Numadan.
Yeah, he did a lot of damage and able to get away with it scot-free.
Was able to kill 4 villagers at the same time, push Eliona away from the deer pack, and not letting him take more map control. We need another Karash to come in to get our bonus armor back. They are already on the way, and when that's gonna be in, we can start. We can take yet another fight. Finally, we can see Yumi Bannerman being played over here. So our Yumi are gonna be able to do at least some damage at this point. But the age up from Numadan is coming in, and we are diving the wood line over here while doing all of this over here. Archers are gonna be taking every single one of the Yumi one by one. Torguts, perfect front line over here, and this is gonna be G to the G. Numadan is gonna be taking first game of the series.
Yeah, GG indeed. Numadan able to already position himself on match point here after a very aggressive opening. And fellas, I gotta say, like, this really does kind of like, it's awesome getting to like see a player progress over time. And Numadan, he used to be like a very defensive player. I want to say like a very boomy defensive player. That has kind of like changed over the last 6, 7, 8, maybe even like 10 months, like over... Okay, production moaning 6, 7 into our ears there. But no, it has been like this slight progression from a very defensive play style over to like a more aggressive or more balanced out play style. So Numadan, very awesome to just see the progression there. And I think a lot of players have like said a couple of times at this point that they see Numadan at this point to like be a top 8 player, which definitely is a pretty big statement. Maybe not a big statement, but like a big compliment there for Numadan and his progression as a player in the scene.
And Eliona is going to be trying to take him on Coastal Cliffs. And Coastal Cliffs with Jushi against JD. Well. Jushi, civilization that loves to go for it faster castle ages, but at the same time, we saw today a Feudal Age play that was very nice. From the Lash, maybe a little bit overextension over there, but he definitely showed us that Jushi has a giant potential in a feudal. And JD, on another hand, she's gonna love the Feudal Age. So I'm not really sure if this matchup is favored for the JD or for the Jushi. Both civilization can go for the pro scouts on the map, can try to take the resources, can try to go for the raid. So we will see how that one's gonna go.
I know JD is a pretty decent civilization for Numadan. Like, he plays JD very well. So I do kind of like his pick there with JD. I think JD in general, like JD and French, they both have some very nice tools up against civs like Shushi and China when it comes to just having the ability to mass up knights in the Feudal Age and take map control. Map control is something where both Shushi and China can struggle when they face off up against the French or JD civilization. Gonna be interesting to see how this one's gonna be going, especially on a map like Coastal Cliffs. Like, both of these civilizations could also be going for a pro scout type play. Looking at our current brackets here at the moment, we can also see just how the different sets are progressing at the moment. Demu able to win up against Mahodo 2-1. Valdi versus S, that is still going on. Numidan Eliona, that is the one that we're currently watching right now. Corvinus beating Real Tiger, Killjadi up against MSN, and Louis MT up against GIF Music at the moment.
MSN against Killjadi is going to be an interesting one. We just saw Killjadi beat Meomaika, and it was a beautiful set over there. So that's going to be an interesting one to see. Louis against GIF is also going to be nice to watch. Louis coming back to AoE after a small break, and is going to be taking on GIF. GIF, a lot of us may know him from the ladder, but the up-and-coming player in the past year. I remember him 2 years ago when we were still playing in a Conk 1, and look at him right now playing against Louis in a tournament. On the other hand, them waiting for the Voldy or for the SAS on his side of the bracket.
Yeah. All right, now I believe it's just about time for us to jump into our next game here. Numidan at the moment on match point up against Eliona, so this is make or break for Eliona for his tournament life, at least for today's qualifier. We still have another qualifier after all going on tomorrow. We've got 8 slots at the moment, or rather 8 qualifying spots to give away at the moment, or rather for players to claim for today, for tomorrow. And now we're jumping on in Numidan, playing in the color red as JD. Here on Coastal Cliffs, his opponent, Eliona, in the color blue, playing as the Shushi's Legacy.
JD pretty lucky with a spawn deer pack in the back, and at the same time, gold on the side pretty easily wallable thanks to the wood line right next to it. On the other hand, Eliona gold completely in the back, and also having a relatively safe deer pack. So spawns are pretty equal over here. On the other hand, Numidan playing as a JD, he's gonna be relying to get that early map control and try to get as much raids in as it is humanly possible. On the other hand, Eliona, we will see if this is gonna be feudal, castle, or any other play from the Jushi Legacy.
Yeah. So, players at the moment still looking for the sheep. Coastal Cliffs is one of the few maps at the moment in the competitive map pool that doesn't have like this nice little quality of life of having all of the sheep around the TC. Actually, does it at this point? Has there been a change at some point on Coastal Cliffs? Like, I remember like players, or rather... Okay, so I'm getting the confirmation that Sheep has also, or rather Coastal Cliffs has also been getting the makeover when it comes to Sheep spawn. Because I remember Coastal Cliffs just being like this one map where players would always have like one-sided sheep spawn. So that's an issue of the past at the very least. And we can tell by the sheep distribution at the moment between the two players that sheep spawns are very, very even here. 13 sheep for Eliona, 15 sheep for Numidan, only a 2 sheep delta. So not a big deal there at all when it comes to fairness. School of Cavalry now coming up here for Numidan on his side. And Eliona, I'm just going to be guesstimating, based on what we've seen so far when it comes to Shushi, that it'll be a Jiangnan Tower for him. Indeed, there it is, Jiangnan Tower coming on up.
Jiangnan Tower giving us some potential for a feudal edge play. On the other hand, I think that JD is going to love it. Like, JD really wants to get that XP up as quickly as it is possible, trying to fight as much as it is possible to get JD level 3, which is a giant power spike in the feudal age. If she can get it in the middle of the feudal age, not really that close to the castle, it is the deciding factor in the fights usually. So we will see how Eliona is gonna deal with that. On another hand, not really that much raidable base from Eliona. We see back gold and very easily wallable one side of the map with 3 wood lines, perfectly positioned for it. So there is a chance for there is still a tiny bit of a chance that he will try to go for a little bit of a feudal then and then transition, or maybe this is just gonna be feudal age all in.
Alright, age-ups have been finished up on both sides. Numidan immediately queuing up that first knight. We'll be looking forward to seeing that immediate barracks coming in from Eliona. Definitely necessary here in this matchup. and should be coming in any moment now. I gotta say, like, playing Shushi's Legacy and China now with the new, like, drop-off resources button, it's so nice. It's such a big quality of life for them. Unfortunate, of course, like, it would have been downright broken had we still had the old tax gathering system, but I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining.
One knight already out on a field, gonna be running across the map, and the second knight already in a queue. Small walls are being made by Eliona, realizing that this is just gonna cost me 30 wood, and I'm gonna be securing my wood line, so that's lovely to see. At the same time, Eliona going for those early spearmen to secure the rest of the map that's not under the town center, so that's lovely to see. Question is gonna be if this is gonna be ranged or melee JD. We usually see ranged JD against the cavalry civs because then you can snipe low HP knights. It's very good. It's very good in the mirror, or it's very good against the French if you are playing as JD. But usually it's gonna be the melee one. Over here we will see what Numedan will try to decide to go for. Early on, ranged one is better, but later the game goes. Having the area effect damage makes a huge difference.
First couple of spearmen are out. Already 2 knights, though. They are going to be able to take a fight here. Braze does not come in time, so the spearmen are actually going to be losing out to the knights here. Great value trade there for those knights early on. And these kind of things can really snowball out of control here, not being able to get this gate up in time. And losing 2 spearmen there to 2 knights. Definitely hurts. And now JD, she's been leveled up to level 2. Melee JD gonna be running on forward now. And she's gonna be able to go for that AoE ability. Do a lot of damage here for those spearmen. Also just tank up a lot of damage. She doesn't take any bonus damage from them.
Some eco upgrades are already in the queue for Numedan, so he's gonna be expanding his economy while playing for the field age. Unfortunately, it's not as easy of a boom as with French. With French, you would be even getting more villagers, but this is a JD. Over here, we have one more unit out on the field that's super good. So we are not gonna be getting a faster villager production. We are gonna be diving the wood line over here, and it looks like 1 villager at least should be dying over here, maybe even 2.
Make that
2
2,
villagers
yeah.
dying. That's lovely. That's lovely for Numedan, and a lot of idle time at the same time. Nothing died. JD or no knights died. JD at the same time is gonna be denying the walls on the side of the map. This is a beautiful play from the Numedan.
Yeah, it feels like JD's just not getting any damage at all from those spearmen. Just enough melee armor there to really hurt them. And Eliona now adding in some horsemen. Definitely going to be needed up against the archers. But yeah, he just still hasn't been able to deal with these knights at all. Numedan just great micro, great damage finding here and there. 2 villagers already taken down. That is definitely something that's hurting Eliona at this point dearly. Losing 2 villagers like that early on, that's almost 10% of your entire economy gone.
It's beginning. It's only getting harder and harder to play against Numedan over here. Yeah. Like Eliona is making spearman horseman composition, which is usually the one you want to go if JD wins for knight archer. But at the same time, there is that JD out on the field, and with the ability doing ginormous amounts of damage to all of the spears in the front line. So it's only gonna be getting harder for Eliona. Also, not finishing the walls on the side of the map will mean that the raiding potential for the knights is still gonna be in. This is getting only harder and harder the longer the game goes.
Yeah, Numedan behind this, also getting up his own walls. And these are very far forward walls, securing a lot of resource on the map. To 5 knights at the moment and 5 archers as well. Nibidan already having a very solid army out on the map. Economy upgrades behind as well. And Eliona also hasn't been slacking on the eco upgrades. Both horticulture and double broadaxe already in for him. Just hasn't been able to secure the deer yet, unfortunately. He's trying to go for it again.
Yeah, it looks like that he wants to go for it again, but right now there is enough spears to defend it, so should not be a big deal. This should be walled. Numudan is going for a triple composition, it looks like it. We saw barracks being built inside of his base. Yeah, we can see 2 spearmen already being in the queue. At the same time, Eliona also going for a triple composition. There are the Jukonu. Early on, they are gonna be nice, but Jukono's main power spike is around 30 to 40 of them. They are gonna be able to obliterate everything. Right now they are gonna be nice, but they are gonna be only good or only very good against spearmen and maybe against archers in equal numbers. But at the moment, Numudan being behind in the military, but quality of the military is significantly better thanks to the knight.
Jugunu numbers are starting to build on up here. Jugunu are gonna be doing amazing up against the archers here, specifically. Like, not just when you're up against the spearmen, for focusing down individual spearmen, but once the spearmen are down, being able to just make great use of them up against the archers from your opponent as well. Right against focusing down JD as well. I think JD, she's at like 2 ranged armor in her melee form. So the Jugunu able to do a bit more damage against JD than they are up against a feudal age knight. Currently, Eliona, he does have a pretty solid army out on the field. A lot of spearmen. This could be a moment in time where he could find a little hole in Numudan's defense. We might be able to take some very good engagements. JD taking care of one of the boars on the map. Is going to be getting just a little bit of additional experience. And yeah, Numudan, he is going to see exactly where Eliona's army is at the moment. Does he feel confident enough to actually take a fight, though? There's still a lot of knights in queue for him, so might just want to wait until all of those units that are still in production come out onto the field.
And definitely wants to wait for +1 as well. There is a lot of Jukonu out in the field, and having +1 against Jukonu is way more impactful than having it against normal archers. So definitely wants to wait at least for that black speed upgrade. Still, knight numbers are slowly but surely growing, and Eliona's Jukonu numbers are also growing. So question is going to be who is going to reach critical mass faster, and at the same time who's going to take better engagement. JD is not even close to getting level 3 anytime soon. It's only like 30 or 35% done. So it's going to take a while, or maybe one big fight, because there's a lot of units. And it looks like that Eliona is looking for the fight over here. We are going to be engaging with the horsemen and realizing that we don't really want to. So we're actually going to be backing off, or not really. Yes, we are slowly but surely backing off.
Yeah. Scout's gonna get sacrificed there. Eliona still just pumping out big mass of spearmen here at the moment. Has a lot of food in the bank. Could be switching over to gold for a castle age transition at this point. But no, does double down. More horsemen, more spearmen in the queue again. The reason why I always think that at some point you really want to go for the castle age up against JD is, while you don't have knights, it just feels very bad taking engagements. Like, when your horsemen can only fight against one of the units of your opponent's army, just the archers, it just feels very difficult to take any reasonable engagements, especially since body blocking can really screw you over. Can lead to situations where your horsemen are just running around trying to search for an engagement, for an entry point, but can never really find it. Jugunu a little bit out of position here. Eliona needs to be careful. But Numudan isn't going for an engagement quite yet.
Both players are stuck in the feudal age over here, and it looks like that Numudan wants to try to take some engagement. Knights are going to be charging in over here and taking a very nice engagement against the horsemen. But the spearmen are going to be pulled in. This is a lot of archers that can slowly but surely take them on. But we are not microing knights, so knights are going to be just losing the fight slowly but surely. There is a lot of knights, exactly, but JD is alive over here. JD level 3 is just coming up, and what champions are we gonna spawning in? And it is gonna be men at arms. They are gonna be completely shredding any type of the spearman that's already out in the field. And with a JD level 3, the fight is gonna be switching to the Numudan's favor.
Yeah. Now, Eliona did manage to completely decimate the numbers of knights out on the field, so that is definitely something that is very, very good for him. But yeah, JD still just running around, giving the little twirl here and there, taking down a ton of the units. Jugunu, the only thing that's left alive here at the moment for Eliona, and yeah, he just wasn't able to do it. GG's gonna be coming in here. And Numidan able to win 2-0. Clean games all around.
Very nice plays from Numidan over here. Especially the patience with not engaging. Even though you would like to get all of the XP on the JD, just waiting till you have enough. Even though I did not really love the Knight Micro in the fight, it was definitely enough to just not let JD die. And when JD level 3 hit in a fight, it was properly decided.
And this was a rough game there for Eliona, for sure. I mean, it kind of looked like the fight was going well in the last one, but there were just so many things that felt really off here. Like early on, the 2 spearmen not getting the brace off against the Knight charge. That really did hurt a lot, and yeah, just not able to get the wall off in. The wall was also kind of weird, right? Like there were 2 deer on the other side of the wall, so not being able to get all the deer in there. And here, during this engagement, like, you just see just how all of the knights actually did get taken down by the spearmen. But this is why I really hate horsemen in this matchup. You just cannot have them frontline up against the knights or the spearmen. You can only have them match up against the archers, but that's where body blocking just becomes such a big issue. And in the end, yeah, Eliona just wasn't able to win that fight well enough. Didn't have, like, that big of a Jugunu mass up as you would want to with Shushi's Legacy. And yeah, JD just soaking up all of the experience here needed for level 3. And once those champions come in, ooh, you better watch out. Better watch out for that. All right. Next up, though, we are going to be switching over to a short break once again while we're waiting for the other sets to just see which one we're going to be casting next. So don't go anywhere. Instead, grab yourself a snack, some popcorn, maybe another healthy snack, something along those lines, whichever you fancy. And we'll meet you back here on EGC in just a little bit. See you then. Alright, welcome back everybody to our first qualifier decider sets here on the Elite Classic. We've got Kiljadi from Finland up against MSN, our Danish Chad here as well. So, you know, two bros from the north up against each other to fight it out for who is going to be our first player to qualify for the Elite Classic 4.
Well, MSN, the young lad that's surging in the ranks and taking the pro play scene by storm. Over here, gonna be playing Ayubit against the Byzantine on King of the Hill. So there is gonna be most likely some type of a fast cast stage and Byzantine 5 cistern play into the later cast stage. Maybe maybe there's gonna be some raiding with Chem Lancers, but we just must wait and see. This is the match that's gonna conclude who will be qualified for the Elite Classic. So our match. This is the series that's gonna conclude it. So our players are gonna be trying to do their best, definitely. We are gonna be starting on King of the Hill, gentlemen.
King of the Hill, indeed, and the Byzantines here up against the Ayubids. I mean, Byzantines, they should be faring relatively well here, I want to say, just because of all of the different units that they have access to. We could be seeing Javelin Throwers, which are going to be doing great up against the Desert Raiders, and also do give you the ability to make Camel Riders in the Castle Age, which also just works wonders when you're up against camels from your opponent as well. So having a lot of really good options to choose from here when you're playing as the Byzantines should be looking relatively well for them. Also just one of those civs that really do well in an extended game on a single TC with all of the Cistern economy scaling in their favor. Some interesting head-to-heads here, as we do see the win rates between the two players. When it comes to Sirius, overall, 57.1. That's the Photoshop picture of Kiljadi, right? Like, I do not believe... Wait, that's the actual... Okay. Wait, really? Confirm it for me, please. Okay, it is. Kiljadi himself actually did upload, or rather, he did give EGC like a Photoshop picture of him, where he does look a lot older than he actually is. So he doesn't actually look that old, but yeah, he is considered the grandpa of Age of Empires 4. Currently, when it comes to the game count, a 50% win rate between him and MSN, but he does still have a slight serious lead here. But most notably, all the last tournaments, the Homestead qualifiers, as well as the the War Chiefs Club, week 167, man, they've been going for a long time. MSN has been able to win the last two sets there.
Well, we will see how the two gentlemen are gonna face off against each other. But in the meantime, the more series that we have still going on are gonna be Voldy against Saz. They are currently in the third game of their series, and Demu is waiting for the winner of that one. Numura and Corvinus is gonna be another decider between who will be qualified for the main event, and Louis is gonna be facing off against Jif yet again on who will be qualified. Currently, we are gonna be casting Kiljadi against MSN, and we are hoping for as many Feudal Age all-ins from MSN as we can get.
As many Feudal Age all-ins, indeed. I mean, MSN, both him and Kiljadi, they do like bang their heads against the wall until it breaks. And, you know, MSN and I believe it was Dragovan, they've been, like, going for these sneaky strategies where they, like, mass up a ton of horsemen, hide them inside of their TC for, like, 5 minutes or so, and then suddenly reveal that they actually got, like, a big mass of horsemen to try and take an unfavorable engagement. And, yeah, now jumping on into our first game of this set. We've got Kiljadi and the color orange playing as the Byzantines here on King of the Hill. His opponent, none other than VS MSN, playing as the Ayubids in the color blue. And King of the Hill, I gotta tell you, Mali, that is one of my favorite maps in the game. It is just all or nothing. Everything cards on the table. You show your opponent everything that you've got. Your opponent shows you everything that he has, and then you just duke it out in the middle for the sacred side.
Well, definitely, and MSN will be having that little bit of an early lead with the Iobit to the castle age, most likely, thanks to the aging up in House of Wisdom, and thanks to the just getting so much value out of your age up instantly. On the other hand, Kiljardi is already showing us that he wants to go for Mass Cistern, already leaving 2 villagers out on a stone, so this is most likely going to be 5 Cistern play as quickly as it is possible, and then going into the site some type of a castle age. The question is going to be standing if MSN still wants to go for the dervishes in the feudal age, or if it's going to be something else. Most likely it's going to be dervishes in to the feudal, but you can still try to go reinforcements just to be super annoying to Mr. Kiljardi, and just to make him commit to at least some type of a production building. On another hand, MSN is gonna be, in my opinion, chilling inside of his base until the cast.
Yeah, 2 villagers on stone at the moment, so Kiljardi not going overly greedy here. Typically overly greedy on the stone would be 3 villagers there. And it's going to be economic win growth from MSN with the IBIT, so not going for logistics, isn't going to be getting those early dervishes in. Instead, we'll be using those 3 free villagers that spawn to get ahead a little bit in the economy early on as the game goes on. And also might have been, or might be a little bit more of a play towards just feudal age aggression here as well.
This can be very interesting because with Growdwing into the feudal age, it's giving you a lot of options. You can either go for the super fast age up to the castle age, or you can go for, as Krakety said, some type of feudal. Question is if some type of a feudal is a good play to do on King of the Hill. King of the Hill, very closed map. It's not that hard to wall. On another hand, against Byzantine or civilization that is usually aging up that little bit later because they love to go for the early cisterns, and at the same time is a little bit more vulnerable thanks to the just giant economic investment that they need to do in order to get it up and running. You maybe can try to do something.
Grand Refinery now coming in for Kiljardi. Yeah, I'm wondering just how exactly this is going to be getting played out, because, like, MSN, if he just doesn't go at all for Desert Raiders, but instead just goes Horsemen and Mass Archers, could be that if Kiljardi does actually go for Javelin Throwers, he might not be faring as well as if he had just gone for the Longbowmen instead. Definitely some things to keep in mind here as the game's going to be progressing. But will most likely... I mean, I'm just going to be assuming that it's going to be Javelin Throwers. We're seeing the Cistern level 3 now coming in as well for Kiljardi, so also already going to be having a very solid economy here going for him early on in the game. Something to keep in mind as well, that this is EGC, King of the Hill. So the areas that are open on the map, on these cliffs, they are a lot more, I want to say, predictable and a lot more open. There's a lot more space between these cliffs. And we do see the aggression coming in from MSN. We do see the archer range, we do see the stable, so looks like so far it's playing out just about as expected from him, going for a very aggressive playstyle here up against the Byzantines. A second mill,
Second mill is interesting. I'm not really sure what is it for.
Probably Golden Age and efficiency. I'm hearing productions say pro scouts, but you're not pro scouting with 2 villagers on gold.
So we will see. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe I think he would benefit way more from just getting a house in the back if we want to go for early buff for all of the villagers in terms of the buildings, but. MSN is still going for our feudal over here. There we can see 3 horsemen already gonna be out very soon, and 2 archers. So this is exactly as Krakety pointed out. This is gonna be archer horsemen over here. On another hand, Kiljardi doesn't really look like he's making a lot of stuff. Finally, we see some horsemen coming out, but who do you think has better feudal age, Mr. Krakety? Is it gonna be Iobits with some Horseman Archer, maybe mixing in a Desert Raider here and there for the debuff on enemy cavalry, or is it gonna be Byzantine with the units from the olive oil?
The early timing, I would say Ayubits has the lead just because they get some pretty explosive eco buffs early on. So with the Golden Age Tier 1, you already have 10% faster gather speed. And on top of that, the berries give you a lot of food very early on in the game. You can tell right now the food income for MSN, it's very solid. It's like 20% higher than what Kiljadi has. And it allows him to already be at 4 horsemen, 4 archers, while Kiljadi is only just now getting his 4th horseman out onto the map. Desert Ray is also coming in behind this. So it's just a very aggressive play here at the moment from MSN. We do now see a mercenary school coming in, or mercenary house, for Kiljadi. So we'll soon be able to tell just exactly what mercenary path he's going to be going for. And yeah, MSN behind this, he's just locking down the map and taking down Kiljadi's scout. Means that he's going to be taking away Kiljadi's vision for the time being, so he's not going to be able to tell exactly how many units MSN is going for. But he does actually find the units inside of MSN space there on the gold vein. So now he's going to be having a pretty clear idea of what exactly MSN is going for.
MSN went for that one Desert Raider, and it's slowly but surely adding the second one, just to get the debuff on all of the horsemen from the Byzantine player over here. At the same time, adding some spears is very interesting to me. Sure, they are gonna be very good against the horsemen, but as soon as Kiljadi will potentially add some longbows, longbows will be able to deal with basically half of your composition over here. They are very good in dealing with archers, extremely good in dealing with Desert Raiders, and of course they obliterate the spearmen. So spearman to spearman transition from MSN is definitely interesting to me over here.
Yeah, now Limitani and Longbows coming on up. So I like the idea here from Kiljadi's going for the Longbows rather than the Javelin throws. He realized that with MSN's current army composition, the Longbows are going to serve him better than the Javelin throws, especially since Longbows just have a lot more attack speed than the Javelin throws. You're going to be able to, if you're one-shotting either way, it's better to one-shot quicker with the better attack speed of the archers there.
One thing that's not gonna be playing into the Kiljadi's card is a map spawn on King of the Hill. He has 2 more berries on the sides of the maps, but it's gonna be a little bit harder to secure. They cannot really spawn in the back of your base. Main berry patch spawned in the back of his base, so that's at least good. And the farm transition is gonna be in the back also, right next to the Grand Winery. On the other hand, MSN currently having the map control and leading in the military count by 10 is going to be dictating the tempo of the game for now, but the Kiljadi is definitely gonna be more and gonna be getting bigger and bigger advantage as more longbows are gonna be coming out. 8 are already out. We will see even the 3rd batch of longbows coming out from the additional berry patch that Kiljadi has under the Grand Winery. Though it's gonna be interesting if he can secure more olive oil.
Yeah, definitely the olive oil is gonna be the question here. MSN, he already has some units on the next berry patch though. Kiljadi also trying to get some walls off on the other side. But he needs to get control over that next batch of berries. And yeah, MSN, he's pulling everything over there right now. He knows that that is exactly where Kiljadi wants to go. And he's even luring him into a false sense of security, pulling the army back just enough for Kiljadi to commit to an outpost. The army is there, but yeah, MSN just has way more units here than Kiljadi. So if the fight actually gets taken, it's going to be a disaster for him. But the outpost does get finished up. Villagers should be jumping inside. They do so. And it's immediately getting torched down.
You don't have that many limited A over here, so that's not that's not the best for the Kiljadi, but at the same time, Outpost is going to be providing us a lot of damage. Limited are going to be coming in. There is still 1 Desert Raider alive, so all of the horsemen from the Kiljadi are going to be getting debuffed, and this is probably not the best fight he could take. Finally, Desert Raider is going to be dying, and we are pulling the horsemen to kill every single one of the longbows. We are surrounding the longbowmen, and when these longbows are going to be dying, they are not going to be getting replenished that easily, because we are losing the berry patch in the front. At the same time, MSN is winning the fight against few horsemen and few limited with his archers. And currently, it's looking not nicely for the Kiljardi. Kiljardi also most likely going to be sacrificing 5 villagers over here. But
MSN, the
needs
horseman,
to
focusing the wrong.
Okay,
there we
finally.
go.
Finally, they are forcing the
Do we
the
have
outpost.
I think we have the defense on the outpost up from the Cistern at the moment. It's not taking that much damage, and indeed, it has been switched over to Presidium. So not taking as much damage as he could have potentially done, but yeah, 5 villagers down. That is some heavy hits there for Kiljardi. Behind this, the economy, like the food income, has been pretty much completely idled out. Since he didn't have access to the berries, he doesn't have any sheep remaining. He did have to move out all the way now to the top side for the deer in the next berry patch, but there's no cistern there as well. So yeah, food gathering is not going to be the fastest there.
Kiljardi is finding himself in a lot of trouble at the moment. Currently zero olive oil income. Slowly but surely going to be getting it up thanks to the villagers on the berry patch on the side. But as Krakety mentioned, there is no cistern over here, and that's gonna mean that all of our eco buffs that we were building in the Dark Age, all of our investment is practically out the window. Also, MSN will be getting inside over here, and currently Kiljardi does not have enough army to fight MSN over here. MSN leading in the military count that's 4 times larger than the Kiljardi's one.
Yeah, this field's doomed. Kiljardi, he's gonna have to evacuate all of his villagers across now, across the wall. But what does he even do with them over there? There's a boar. He could gather from the boar, but that's not something that you really want to be doing. I mean, he might just have to put up like 5 outposts here just to keep the villagers safe. Instead, he's running them over now.
I don't think he has time. He's gonna be running back home. And MSN is gonna see it because he's sending army from the other side. And MSN is seeing it at this time, and horsemen, just with a superior movement speed, are gonna be running and trying to pick off as many of them as it is possible. Some body blocks with the MSN, with the horsemen in front, trying to do, or just running over there. This is catastrophic.
This is over.
This is like
there's no way back up to this
25 villagers that is just dying over here. MSN showing us is a masterpiece of the Iobid over here, and currently leading by 20 villagers. MSN is going to be taking the lead in the series. And this is the feudal age all-in that we were talking about before the game started. MSN is known for them, and he showed us the first one.
Yeah, I mean, this is, MSN with the Iobids. It is like one of his favorite civilizations in the game, and he definitely did show it off here to great effect. And yeah, GG coming on in. Game number 1 going over to MSN. Military value lead, you could kind of tell that he's leading there just by looking at it. And yeah, getting some great villager pickoffs there early on as well. The 3 villager start there with the economic ring growth. Just working out so nicely for him. And now we're going to be moving over to a hybrid map next. It's going to be Knights Templar up against the Order of the Dragon on 4 lakes here next. I gotta say, I like this matchup for the Knights Templar. Just a civilization that's able to mass up a ton of units typically tends to do well up against the Order of the Dragon, because they've got fewer units, of course. Now the units are stronger, but still at the end of the day, just many units kind of beat few strong units. So yeah, looking forward to this.
It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rougher for MSN. Katie being definitely. So in my opinion, we are gonna be seeing a lot of fishing ships or a lot of dog play early for Kiljardi. And the question is, what is MSN gonna show us again? Because we just saw Feudal Age all-in over here, and he's known for them. So is this gonna be some type of a no-dog Dark Age into the adding fast spearmen, or in the Dark Age, or adding some type of a fast horseman to torch down enemy dog? I can definitely see MSN doing something like that.
Would be kind of weird. I mean, could see him doing it, but honestly, it would be Would be very strange. I don't think it's gonna be that way. Like 4 lakes, these kind of hybrid maps, they have a way about it when it comes to punishing unorthodox play, right? Like when you go out of the box, if it doesn't work immediately, like your opponent has a great hybrid economy working for them, and with that in mind, like these kind of like dock burning plays or just mass focus on land type plays, they tend to not work out that well. So I think this most likely should be just a standard play, both players going for docks. I could see him trying to dock his opponent's pond relatively early on, but probably not before Feudal Age.
Well, we will definitely see. MSN player that we cannot expect conventional plays normally. So there is maybe going to be something that he cooked up. On another hand, what are the civilizations that we still have left for this best of 5? There is still Tunglang, JD, and even the Sengoku for the MSN, and Kiljardi having French, ABA, Jushi, Japan, and the Demon Civ itself. So which draft do you personally like more, Mr. Grakity?
When it comes to like civilizations here, the draft, I prefer Kiljadi's draft, honestly, looking at it. I like Shushi more. I like Knights Templar. Like these are just my kind of picks. When it comes to like the strength of the civilizations, I would prefer MSN's draft, like having China, Golden Horde, Sengoku, very, very strong civilizations. When it comes to comfort picks, I kind of prefer Kiljadi. I like Shushi just more. Japan, Knights Templar, and the French. I would personally enjoy playing with Kiljadi's draft a little bit more than with MSN's one, but MSN's draft, I would say, has objectively stronger civilizations.
Well, we will see how he will play them. Still, Golden Horde is still in his disposal, and Sengoku, one of the civilizations that was known to be unbeatable a few patches ago, but got hit pretty hard with the nerfs. In my opinion, those are the two strongest that he has. Also, there is a China. China is currently and even back in the day still considered to be one of the best civilizations overall, thanks to their massive economy buffs. We will see. It all depends on the counter picks. It all depends on the drafts on every single one of the maps. But currently, we are slowly but surely going to be heading into the 4 lakes, and Templar against the OTD are going to be the civilizations that we will see.
Yeah, Knights Templar versus the Order of the Dragon. Honestly, I mentioned earlier, I do prefer the Knights Templar here. We've seen it from Anaton as well, like a very unorthodox, or not unorthodox build, but going for the Janitors in Castle Age. And they tend to do quite well against a civilization like the Order of the Dragon, because, as we mentioned earlier, Order of the Dragon, they've got fewer units overall. So being able to like counter out those ranged units with mounted javelin throwers tends to work out very, very well for them.
Well, we are getting into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Kiljardi is going to be playing as a Knights Templar in the color of orange, and MSN is going to be playing as Order of the Dragon in the color of green, or dark green, the new one. The MSN is going to be opening standardly over here. It looks like fast dock, and Kiljardi also, it looks like he's going to be going for fast dock a little bit later because his docks cost way more, but still should be completely fine thanks to the superior wood economy that KT is having.
Yeah, we'll see. Both players looking to be going for early docks here. MSN already has put up the dock, but Kiljardi unfortunately doesn't get access to docks. He has to build harbors, which cost a little bit extra. So he's going to have to wait a little bit with that initial dock placement, but will get it going soon either way. Just needs to wait for a little bit of wood income to come on in. 250 wood, that's going to be the price for the harbor.
It's still a little bit tricky to play KT on these hybrid maps because of the dock costing more. It's just back in a day when they had a normal dock, it was basically the dream thief on the hybrid or on the water maps.
Yeah.
But nowadays, it is a little bit trickier because you are spending 100 more wood. So even though you are not making a real lumber camp, your docks are just simply said gonna cost more, and you are delaying your fishing ships. On the other hand, MSN with a pretty standard play over here, and gonna be going for probably as fast of the age up as it is possible with OTD. Kiljardi doing the same. Kiljardi should be aging up a tiny bit faster thanks to the thanks to the age up inside of the town center, but he will be losing villagers for it.
Yeah. Alright, both players also still utilizing the scouts to pick off any kind of remaining sheep there out on the map. Sheep count overall pretty even between the two. MSN already has 2 fishing ships out. Kiljardi yet to get his first fishing ship out. Just the power of the later dock there. But yeah, gets the first fishing ship out now as well. But Kiljardi, we can already tell, like, he's pumping ahead when it comes to wood income here with the Knights Templar or food overall. Also just being able to not just gather wood from the trees, but also generate food as well. It's that nice little bit of extra efficiency there in the wood line that just helps the Knights Templar out a lot. Now moving villagers over to gold as well.
In terms of the sheep, both players are super equal, 16 to 16. It cannot get better than this. We are slowly but surely gonna be seeing Kiljardi going on gold, MSN already being on gold, and the age ups should be following not that far away from now. What do you think is the proper age up for Kiljardi? Are we gonna see surgeons over here just because they are very good at sniping units thanks to throwing axes, or is this gonna be just cheaper? This is just gonna be discount for the units. Hospitaller?
It should be either Hospitaller or the French Kingdom for the Chevalier. Chevalier make a lot of sense just because it gives you like an early like armored-ish unit to try and go for raids. But realistically, when you're up against the Order of the Dragon, because they have the strongest spearmen in the game, you don't necessarily want to go for the chefs. So instead could also be seeing Hospitaller just to have the little bit of bonus HP on your villagers, as well as the extra movement speed. Be a little bit more efficient there overall. But knowing that it's Kiljardi, yeah, it's going to be the Kingdom of France, just because, you know, Kiljardi, he does love his aggression play. So getting units out a little bit quicker with a little bit of a discount, at least when it comes to gold, that is definitely going to be more fitting his playstyle. That's what we'll be seeing here.
Kiljardi is still very, very heavy on wood, so I'm wondering if this is going to be like a dock placement on the second pond, or even a more aggressive one. Having 14 KT villagers on wood is gonna mean giant wood income. On the other hand, MSN, even though we have 10 villagers on wood, it doesn't really look like we are gonna be placing some aggressive dock on the Kiljardi side of the map, and main work is gonna be played over here. That's the interesting part.
Yeah,
maybe some early archers or some type of a feudal age play still.
Maybe. I mean, Minework just in general is a pretty strong landmark, and on maps like Four Lakes, where the initial woodlines, they aren't really that large, so the Archon Chapel isn't gonna last you a long time, and farms aren't gonna be made for a long time anyways. The Minework just gives you more immediate value when you need it, I wanna say. But now Stable already coming up. Kiljardi already has the first level of the pilgrimage research, so we'll start sending out those pilgrims towards the sacred sites for some additional gold.
Waiting for the second gold on the second pawn at the same time, so this is gonna mean that food income is slowly but surely gonna be skyrocketing. MSN on the other hand, the men-at-arms or spearmen are gonna be his pick over here.
Should be spears.
Most likely a few spears.
No
men-at-arms. Okay, that's interesting one. They got a buff recently, and they are 20 foot cheaper. So I can see it working, but it's gonna be a little bit harder against the chandeliers or against the knights from the KT over here. Men-at-arms really
fine. Like the men-at-arms, the Guild Men-at-Arms, they actually beat knights in a one-on-one, so they shouldn't have too many issues with the chevaliers. Like, the Guild Men-at-Arms, you definitely shouldn't underestimate them. They are freaking tanks. And now, with the unique upgrade from the Minework as well, like, taking less damage when they're low HP, I could see this, like, just working out with just mass Men-at-Arms. You mentioned it, like, they've been buffed. Like, the food cost reduction, that's actually pretty dramatic. Like, 20 less food that you have to pay for every single one of them. That's quite a lot.
We are going to be diving the gold over here, and MSN does not see it because he was looking at the Men-at-Arms over here. But no harm is going to be done to these villagers. They pulled out in time, and third Men-at-Arm is already out. What is interesting to me is that we are doing +1 range damage for MSN, but not having any archers out yet. If we are going for Men-at-Arms like we are right now, I would love to see +1 damage for them or even +1 ranged armor. But finally, one gilded archer is gonna be in the queue, and they are gonna be coming to the battlefield. And triple composition is the play for him. While we are diving the wood line for Kiljardi, and we are just gonna be doing a little bit of damage to the villagers. Nothing else is gonna be done. Just a bit of idle time.
Yeah. A little bit of idle time, at least for the time being, behind this Kiljardi. He's messing up a pretty big amount of these Chevaliers here behind this. Already 6 up on the field. MSN now also starting to add in some Gilded Horsemen as well behind this. So a 1-1-1 army composition here for MSN. Gilded Horsemen are quite strong. Even up against the Chevalier, they put up quite nice of a fight. And they're actually able to trap the Men-at-Arms there.
For the Kiljardi over here. MSN still sticking to the triple composition, and that's gonna be Men-at-Arm, Gilded Archer, and Gilded Horseman. Gilded Horsemen are gonna be really amazing to raid with. They can do well against Chevalier, like Rackety said. But still, it's gonna be rough and tough. It's still knights, and you don't have that mobile of army except of the horsemen. And currently, you don't just have that many of them.
Indeed, but like the Chevalier, they don't scale that great. They got like some HP scaling mechanic on them with, depending on how many there are there, you get a little bit of additional HP on the Chevalier.
Nice.
Ooh, first villager gonna be going down here. MSN getting a Vil kill in.
Like, MSN needs to get to critical mass of the Men-at-Arms when you can just send it, and after that he does not really care what army Kiljardi will have. Like Rackety said earlier, with the buffs from the main work, these Men-at-Arms are gonna be nearly unkillable or super hard to kill. On another hand, Kiljardi will be heavy a little bit rougher, with going for a mass Chevalier and some archers behind it. I don't like the archers behind it. They are not countering anything over here. Like, sure, they can do well against the archers from the MSN in the feudal age, but as soon as the castle age rolls around, and we are gonna get +3 armor on them, archers from Kiljardi are not gonna do anything. They are not gonna do anything to the horsemen from MSN, and they are definitely not gonna do anything to those Men-at-Arms that MSN has.
Yeah. I mean, the Chevalier number at the moment for Kiljardi, it's actually getting quite great now at this point. Taking a look at just, if we can just select one of them, like at this point the bonus health actually does start to mass up quite a bit. Plus 11 HP on them means that they can actually survive an additional hit from one of the Men-at-Arms here as well. Goes for the engagement, but realistically, that's not one that he wants to take. These Gilded Men-at-Arms, they're still very much gilded.
One villager went down, so okay,
okay.
At least something. 2 villagers went down, so at least something. But still, not as much as Kiljardi hoped for, I think.
Yeah. With the archers that Kiljardi has, though, he's gonna have means to take down the range backline there from MSN, like with his own archers, which is gonna be quite nice for him. And he's starting to move forward now with the rest of his army as well. Just makes to make sure that these Gilded Horsemen aren't gonna be screwing him over too much. This is a little bit of an ambitious engagement.
Body block the MSN's base and try to pick off some villagers or pick off some army with our archer mass that Kiljardi is still massing. But the MSN's Men-at-Arms numbers are just growing and growing, and they are definitely not going down at the moment. The longer the game goes, better it is going to be for him. And having these docks up is just allowing to make so much more of them. Look at that food income, 1100 food a minute. That's disgusting.
A lot of food at the moment. But so far the Pilgrims, they've been going to their workplace pretty much uninterrupted here so far. Almost uninterrupted, but there we go. Gets the connection in. Gets the gold in. We're already back up to 21 Chevalier at this point. That's quite a lot, but there's also just a lot of men-at-arms out on the field. It's difficult to tell who's actually ahead here when it comes to the military. Military count-wise, looks like MSN is ahead when it comes to the population space used. And these Chevalier here, they're not likely to return alive at this point. They're pretty battered. Very much hurt units at this point.
Majority investing more and more into the archers. So maybe we are eventually gonna get into the critical mass in which they can start to deal with the MSN's men-at-arms. It's, in my opinion, still at least 20 archers away, just because of the damage reduction and at the same time enormous amounts of HP that the MSN's men-at-arms have. On the other hand, we are still just massing in the feudal age, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like this game will be decided in one big feudal age fight. Not a single player is even hoping to get up to the castle at this point. We are just massing, massing, and massing. Exactly as Kiljardi stocked 400 food and 300 gold. We just queued up another 5 Chevalier. So this game is going to be decided in the feudal.
Looks like it for sure. Then again, Kiljardi's got so many villagers on gold. There's so much income. I wouldn't be surprised if Kiljardi just pulls the trigger now and tries to go for a castle age up, right? Like, he's got so many Chevalier. He would be getting just a lot of value by going up to castle age if he gets the chance to upgrade them. And MSN, he doesn't get that much value. Yeah, exactly. And MSN doesn't get that as much value from going up to castle age. Like, Kiljardi, he's getting a lot more value from potential castle age up, and he's also just making it so that MSN, he has to react to these little raids here from the Chevaliers.
We are going up to castle, it looks like. We are going up to castle, and I'm thinking of Genoese crossbowmen.
Would make sense. No, never mind, not Genoese crossbowmen. Kingdom of Castile, that's the one. You want the Janitors, not the Genoese crossbowmen. Not only do you get like a nicer... Yeah, you get like a nice counter against the ranged units, but also, most importantly, you get the curl type buff around sacred sites, which can be very important when it comes to taking fights. And just being able to secure the sacred sites for your pilgrimage.
Is MSN gonna send it as quickly as he sees Kiljardi edge up to the castle edge? It looks like it. We are running with a lot of men-at-arms, but this is a lot of army from the Kiljardi over here. I'm not sure if this is if these numbers are enough for the MSN over here. We are engaging from the both sides, and we have a lot of archers behind all of this. Men-at-arms are gonna be slowly but surely gonna get dealt with all the Chevalier in the front. Even without having the veterancy upgrades, we are still relatively fine on it. Veterancy upgrades are not that far away, and in 10 seconds, when Chevalier are gonna be castle Chevalier, they are gonna be able to, in my opinion, deal very nicely with all of this. And yes, it looks like it. We got the castle upgrades, and we are gonna be getting the engaging. Still, veterancy for the archers is not in yet, and it's gonna take us 1 minute to get. But currently, Chevalier are gonna be enough, probably.
Yeah, mass Chevaliers. There's just still so many of them here. We were earlier at 30, now at 16, but there's enough archers to start one-shotting the Gilded Archers from MSN, which is really what you want to be doing now with your Knights Templar Archers. Some Templar Brothers also going to be coming on in here now as well. Only 7 men-at-arms remaining. And yeah, MSN, he's just going to be getting overrun now, it feels like, by Kiljardi and the Knights Templar. There's just no way back, no way that MSN can get his own age up now behind this. And GG's going to be coming on in. Kiljardi able to even out the set in game number 2.
G to the G, MSN did not use his timing where he had mass man at arms and archers were not in yet, or mass archers were not in yet, and chivalry numbers were not sufficient enough. But Kiljardi doing an amazing job over here, just running around with the Chevalier and not letting MSN go across the map and try to raid him or do any type of damage. We did not saw any dog plays, which I was a little bit surprised about. Not Kiljardi or the MSN did not even try to go for the counter dog and then make some type of the water play. So this was literally just two people on two small lakes playing for the mass feudal, but one of them pulled a very nice trigger for the castle age.
Yeah. Next up, it is going to be Coastal Cliffs, where we'll be seeing Shushi's Legacy coming in from Kiljardi, MSN on the other side with the Chinese. So a Chinese mirror almost here between the two, but when it comes to Chinese mirrors between Shushi and China, honestly, before the landmark rework, I would have said that China is slightly favored. But now with the new Jiangnan Tower, I feel like Shushi is able to keep up with the military unit spam and feudal age that the Chinese can put out.
Well, China, we saw China on Coastal Cliffs play for the Pro Scout, play for the Pro Scouts a lot. But currently meta, or at least what we are seeing in the tournament currently, nobody's playing for the Pro Scouts, which is very interesting to me. Everybody is playing for some type of the feudal age play, some type of the feudal age army and securing map control. Pro Scouts are not really that visible anymore. So maybe Pro Scout meta is definitely over after a long time. We have 3 more minutes until we will get into the game. And just a reminder, one of these 2 players will qualify for the Elite Classic, and this is the series that they need to win to do so. Both MSN and both Kiljardi are going to be trying their best. MSN already showed us 2 feudal age all-ins, so we will be seeing if we are going to see the 3rd one on his China.
Yeah, Chinese mirror here. China versus the Shushi. We haven't seen any Jin play here so far today in this tournament, though I did hear from production that it has been picked in some other sets. Would have been interesting to see like another type of Chinese mirror there as well. It's kind of interesting. We can have like a 3-way Chinese mirror at this point with Shushi, China, and then Jin Dynasty there as well. Coastal Cliff's going to be the name of the game, though, and with these 2 civilizations, I do imagine that we'll most likely be seeing like a pro scout off between the 2. Like both players can go for pro scouts here, securing the deer on the map. Wouldn't be surprised if that was going to be the case here between the 2 players.
We will see. We will see. We saw Jushi today played in a feudal age, so most likely it's gonna be played in a feudal age yet again. MSN loves his feudal age plays, so we are gonna see how he's gonna fare up in this fight. It's gonna take us a little bit to see what the players have in store for us. But Coastal Cliffs map that is very very small. You can get a lot of value with the cavalry, but infantry is also an option because of just the size of it. 2 deer packs are gonna be on the sides or right next to the bases of our players. They are usually not too far away. That means Pro Scouts can be played. We did not saw it today, so I'm not expecting Pro Scouts to be played in this matchup also, but we'll see.
Yeah. Everything's still on the table here. 1-1 now in the set. Players are evened up. Getting a little bit of confetti here as well. We're just waiting for the match now to begin. There's not really a whole lot to go over before the game really starts. To be fair, like some things to keep in mind here, of course, is that there's no Song Dynasty needed for Zhuganu on the side of Shushi's Legacy. There's cheaper Imperial officials for Chinese, so they get a little bit of an eco advantage there. And that's something to keep in mind as well as, yeah, China does need Song, but they get archers, and there's no archers at all for Shushi.
Well, we are slowly but surely going to be heading into the third game of this series. Ladies and gentlemen, which one of the players is going to be on the match point after this one? It's either going to be MSN in the color of blue playing as a China, or is it going to be Kiljardi in the color of orange playing as Jushi Legacy?
And here we go, village coming up early from Kiljardi. And has the villagers already there on the mill, being gathering with the supervision as well from the Imperial official. And for MSN, most likely, yeah, gold in the back. It's just going to be the no IO opening here.
That's lovely to see. MSN having gold completely in the back. Also relatively easily wallable from one side if he wants to. Having the big tree line right next to it. Kiljardi, on the other hand, has a deer pack relatively in the back if he decides to play for it. Question is if he will be going for a pro scouts or if he will not. MSN, on the other hand, usually a feudal age all-in player. We will see what he's gonna do. We saw some fast castles back in the day from him, even on China or Iobits, when he played fast castle into Mass Knight, so that is definitely a possibility. And especially for China, China has relatively good fast castle age timing, especially if the castle age timing is not going to be disrupted by the Jushi Legacy with some type of the feudal age play.
Yeah. When it comes to feudal age play, Kiljardi sending 3 villagers out to gold kind of tells the story that he wants to be going for the pro scout play. MSN at the moment, only 2 villagers out on gold. I'm wondering if he's going to be sending more out to gold soon-ish here. That would kind of signify him also trying to go for pro scouts play. But age up should be coming in now for MSN. I would expect the Imperial Academy, yeah, over here in order to be able to buff up both the gold, the mill, as well as the wood line for the extra tax gather speed. Now the Zhengnan Tower coming in. Yep.
In terms of the sheep count, it's very similar, 17 to 15, so very balanced. Zhengnan Tower is going to be placed relatively in front of our base, but we do not care that much about the placement of it. On the other hand, Imperial Academy placed in the back, exactly as Krakity said, above the gold and above the mill at the same time. Kiljardi is just chilling MSN at the same time. Like we need to wait till the feudal age until we can say anything about the situation. Both players playing completely standard over here. Nothing special. MSN has the 3 more sheep than Kiljardi, 4 more sheep than Kiljardi, but it's not that big of a deal. Because of the supervision of the mill, that's gonna mean 20% more food is under each of the mills. Food switch into the farms is gonna be delayed for both of the players thanks to the IO.
Yeah, especially if we get the eventual pro scout, but seeing how MSN isn't having, like, he doesn't have any villagers on gold at all at the moment, kind of tells me that he's not going to be going for pro scouts at all. That's going to be interesting to see. I wonder what he might be going for instead. I still think Kiljardi's going for pro scouting. Still 3 villagers on gold behind all of this. Has the 2 Imperial officials out. So we'll be able to be gathering taxes with both of them there as well. MSN has a lot of villagers on wood. So we'll be seeing some production buildings coming in from him next. I wouldn't have been surprised if MSN had just gone for a Barbican and something like a boar instead of pro scout, and then just sent villagers onto deer afterwards. But no, he's just completely forgoing the pro scout play. Oh yeah, he's going for wheelbarrow instead. So both players just going for just no pro scout at all. Interesting, yeah.
No pro scouts at all, and Kiljardi opening with a spearman, MSN opening with his classical horseman over here, just raid. Most likely this is gonna be triple composition for both of them. That's what China and the Jushi wants to do in the feudal age if they are going for the feudal age play. But we must wait and see. MSN is MSN has archers and Kiljardi has Jukonu. So Kiljardi has slightly better units if MSN does not go for a song. That can weigh a little bit. The only difference is that the Jukonu costs gold, and MSN can try to deny gold from the Kiljardi, and we can have this this big just back and forward with them. Also archers with a little bit more range, but I don't think it matters that much. Palace guards are going to be played for Kiljardi. That's interesting. Palace guard can definitely work.
Yeah, Palace Guards makes a lot of sense when you're up against just mixed army units here from China. Because you can use them just about against anything. When it's still horsemen and archers, in theory you would be fine with just going only horsemen on your side. But for the eventual spearman switch, the Palace Guards do perform better. They do well against the horsemen and the spearmen. They do fine against the archers. They don't do any bonus damage against them. But if you add in Jugunu as well, then you'll be in a decent enough spot, since your Jugunu are going to be able to deal with the archers with relative ease.
Palace Guard Jukonu is definitely a very interesting composition. Super tanky because there is nothing on the MSN side that can very effectively deal with the mass Palace Guard play. Archers are not really that good against them. Jukonu also is not that good, and I don't think we will see Jukonu from MSN just because of the massive upfront cost in terms of the Song Dynasty. And on the other hand, if we are gonna see mass horsemen, that's something that MSN usually goes for. Palace Guards can deal with them relatively okayly. So mass Palace Guards could definitely work, in my opinion.
Yeah. Up to 12 archers now already at this point. So MSN, he's really great when it comes to just getting these timings in to like mass up a lot of units here early on in the game. Makes it quite difficult at the moment for Kiljardi to face off against that. Jugunu now moving forward. It still takes a while for the infantry from MSN to arrive in Kiljardi's base, so for the time being, the Jugunu are going to be able to take some decent enough engagements here. But now, remaining reinforcements are coming in. Kiljardi's going to have to be careful.
Micro from MSN. Very nice micro, saving that 1 HP archer over here. And we are going to be seeing outpost on the gold. We really want to secure the gold for Kiljardi. Otherwise, no Palace Guards and no Jukonu can be produced. This is where MSN needs to strike and try to do some damage. But currently it looks like that outpost will be going up, and MSN cannot do a lot of things about it. Remember, Jukonu can deal really well against the archers, just because archers have 0 ranged armor and Jukonu has a burst damage. So this is gonna be a very nice engagement for Kiljardi, even though he does not have that many units out on the field yet.
Yeah. But now MSN, he's hanging around the wood line from Kiljardi. That's gonna make it very tough for Kiljardi now to gather any wood realistically. He still has some left in the bank, but yeah, difficult spot here for him. At the moment, Kiljardi could just be going mainly for like just Jugunu and be fine against the army from MSN.
Archers are making it really difficult to gather the wood over here. We are getting +1 ranged armor. That's very important if we are playing into the Jukonu. Way more important than +1 damage for our own archers. Playing for some horsemen at the same time. MSN still having 21 villagers on the wood. A little bit ago, still having 21 on the wood. So this is still mass archer play. And it can work, but we need to get to the critical mass super fast, and it looks like we are getting to it.
Oh, look at that. Just in an instant, with the military from the Jiangnan Tower, suddenly we've got 3 horsemen, more palace guards, and some Jugunu that just came in. Ooh, villager getting sniped, though. That's unfortunate. But a lot of units now on the field here for Kiljardi.
Gathering the deer peg on the side of the map is also very nice for Kiljardi. Just the spawn of it, it's relatively safe. One small wall, secured all of it. The problem is this wood line. Like, gathering from this wood line is very hard for him currently. Because of the MSN's archer mass, and it's only going to be getting harder and harder. MSN is adding more and more archers. Currently 36 archers already out on the field. we are slowly actually getting into the numbers that are going to be insta-killing palace guards. We need like 14 more, and then we are going to be able to do really, really well against it. Sniping 2 villagers over here is also very nice to see. MSN is taking a nice control of the game, and Kiljardi needs to find some kind of answer.
Indeed, he does need to find an answer here. This is looking worse and worse at the moment for Kiljardi. 40 archers, that's quite a big number. Now the Jugunu are still going to be able to do an excellent job up against them. But we're getting to the point where the archers are actually going to be able to start one-shotting, or rather, they're already able to one-shot the Jugs now with relative ease. Like, you can even have like 2 separate groups of archers to one-shot the Jugunus. And just the scout every now and then just being out there, providing vision. Decent trade there between the archers and the Jugunu. Loses 2 Jugunus, kills 4 archers. And Horsemen for MSN, trying to look for a raiding potential there. Looks like they might be able to find it as well. Not sure if Kiljardi's going to be able to spot that in time. He does see the Horseman here. And he's going to be putting up a quick gate. The other side.
Like MSN is abusing market a little bit, because he had 400 gold a few seconds ago, and right now we are back at 200. And no upgrades, or just now he queued up upgrade, but no upgrades were queued, so that's very interesting to see from him. At the same time, these horsemen are going to be trying to dive and do some type of damage, but are just going to be getting dealt on with a few Jukonu and 1 quick wall from the Kiljardi. Lovely to see from him. MSN having 6 villager lead thanks to the IO production out of the Imperial Academy, and at the same time sniping 2 of the villagers from the Kiljardi is just looking better and better from him. But there is still mass Palace Guard play from the Kiljardi and mass Jukonu. Theoretically, it's going to be better army. Question that we are going to be seeing is if we can make enough of them in time.
Yeah. Jugunu moving forward now towards MSN's army. MSN still just committing. We're back to like 16 horsemen from MSN. This man loves his horsemen. And he's been hiding just a massive number that he's invested into for quite a while. So Kiljardi probably doesn't know yet, or doesn't anticipate just how many horsemen MSN has invested into, and he's waiting. He's baited him out into the midfield. Now the engagement comes in.
Lovely to see. 17 horsemen are going to be collapsing on the front line from Kiljardi. 14 men-at-arms are still alive, though, and all of this and all of these Jukonu are going to be taking care of the horsemen. Remember, this is 30 Jukonu. Sure, horsemen should be able to counter them, but 30 Jukonu is still 30 Jukonu. They are going to be able to one-shot it.
It doesn't work when you're stuck against the palace guards. Yeah. When you're stuck just dealing with the palace guards with the horsemen, and they're not actually targeting the Jugunu, it's going to be a little bit rough. So now Kiljardi is suddenly in a very, very good spot here. Able to start pressuring MSN and maybe push him off the food resources on the map that he's been gathering from.
MSN doesn't have any type of the unit that can deal with the Palace Guard currently, and that's giant problems for him. We can see the engagement over here yet again, but just look at the Jukonu. They are obliterating everything. Sure, Palace Guards are falling, but that's not the main point. They are falling way less than enemy army over here. Jukonu with such a high DPS are gonna be able to slowly but surely deal with everything. MSN is finding himself on the back foot.
And the horseman actually just dying in a single volley here. Needs to be careful, though, with the trickle of horsemen that are going to be coming in. But now there's a lot of weak archers remaining. MSN, he's stepping up, but that is not a fight that he wants to step up to.
The moment there's no frontline, archers are going to be melting from the MSN. When there's not even a single horseman over there, on each volley that Kiljardi is gonna fire with the Jukonu, we can see 4 or 5 archers from MSN just dying. This is very, very hard for him. But at the moment, the reinforcements are not in yet, and MSN is sniping a little bit of the Jukonu here and there. So and he still has this very, very small villager lead. So there is a chance for him.
Definitely still a chance, but MSN, he is starting to trail further and further behind now in this game at the moment. He's been pushed off the deer, which now means that Kiljadi kind of knows, okay, you went away from the left-hand side, you must be on the right-hand side now. And that is exactly where he's moving over to. Still a lot of Jugunu, more Palace Guards, some Horsemen coming out now as well from Kiljadi. He's feeling pretty confident now.
Kiljadi probably wants to switch into some Horsemen or maybe even Knight switch. We are seeing the research for the attack speed on them. So there is probably going to be a few Horsemen coming in. And if we are going to add to all of these Yukonu and few Palace Guards just mass Horsemen, there is no answer for MSN. MSN will not have answer for Kiljadi's army composition over here. Currently, it is very rough for him. He's already 20 army count behind Kiljadi, or nearly 20 army count behind. Currently 14. So it's just getting rougher and rougher. And look at the engagement over here. In each volley that these Yukonu fire, they are gonna be killing like 2-3 archers at least.
Yeah, so they're doing a lot of damage, still stepping up forward, trying to take down the archers here from MSN. And the volleys just doing a lot more damage. Even when the horseman just tries to connect to the Jugunu, it just takes a single volley for that horseman to get taken down. Still, Palace Guards are really taking
buying out
line.
time. Perfect for buying up time. They Palace Guards from Kiljadi can buy at least 2 or 3 volleys from these archers that MSN has currently out on the field. In the meantime, the front line from MSN is just melting compared to these Jukonu. This is not even close. Look at the fight that's happening over here. And currently, villagers are gonna be targeted on the wood over here.
Yeah, no
this is completely terrible over here. Completely terrible for MSN.
I don't think there's a way back now for him, and he's losing villagers in the woodline as well, and just like that, GG's gonna be coming on in. No longer does he have the means in order to produce more of these archers. And now Kiljadi able to find himself 2-1 in this set now. So able to take a lead. Looked pretty dicey there at the beginning. MSN putting up a lot of pressure, but I feel like he just kind of missed the timing to switch out of his army, out of his current army composition there.
Or maybe when he was heavily pushing Kiljadi into his own base, he could have tried to go for his own castle age and just kept up the pressure with the archers, faked that he's going for some type of the feudal age play, and then spam knights immediately. But staying in the feudal against the army that is simply set superior was very, very hard for him.
Yeah. Looking back at the outpost, such a crucial thing to be getting up there for Kiljadi. As it would have been very difficult to keep control over the gold vein when MSN was pushing with a lot of archers early on. The wood gathering just being made very, very difficult there for him as well. So yeah, in the end, with the midfield and just having the better army composition with the Palace Guards, just you could tell like the horseman and archer composition just really didn't end up working out. Maybe it could have if MSN had the horsemen actually attack the archers, but they got hung up on the Palace Guards, which meant they weren't actually able to counter out the unit that they were meant to counter there.
And it was very rough. Exactly. These Palace Guards tanked so much and bought so much time for all of the Jukonu in the back, and the Jukonu were able to deal with everything. There is a mass where Archer Horseman is better than Palace Guard Jukonu, but that's in a low numbers. As soon as we are going to be seeing Jukonu being in those 20, 30, or maybe even 40, Jukonu will obliterate everything.
It's also just about like the spread of units that you're playing with, right? Like when it comes to archers, horsemen up against the Jugunu, you want to have more horsemen than than archers in theory, because archers you only need like 15 to be able to one-shot a Jugunu or a spearman, something like that. And then you just want to be switching over into more and more horsemen to actually be able to win the fights, surround the Jugunu, and get them down.
MSN, in my opinion, had the timing to go up to the castle age when he was heavily pushing Kiljadi inside of his own base. And Kiljadi could not really do anything. He was just trying to defend his wood line. But we did not really use it. We decided that we want to stay in the feudal age and try to finish the game. did not really end up well. And we are going to be going into the next game, and ladies and gentlemen, we will see JD against Abbasid on Dry Arabia. And when there's Abbasid inside of the game, you are thinking that that's going to be MSN's pick, but not really. Kiljardi is going to be playing Abba over here, and MSN is going to be on the JD.
Yeah, Abbasid here versus JD. I like this one for Abbasid in theory. I mainly really like Abbasid because they deal quite well in with like most knight civilizations. Having the failings, the bonus of range on your spearmen, just makes them super strong up against any like type of cavalry army composition. And also just being able to get like the boot camp upgrade as well, getting even more HP up on your infantry. Really good army composition there. One single camel archer, you debuff the cavalry even more. Just the reason why I think Abbasid, like on paper at least, are very strong civilization against both the both French and JD. The main thing that they do struggle with is early aggression though, so that's like kind of the counter. If Abbasid is able to like survive the first 10 minutes untouched against JD and French, or without taking a lot of damage, they should be able to pull ahead.
Abbasid also very heavily benefits from plus 15% on all of their villagers in the early game. Abbasid is basically getting all of the feudal age upgrades kinda for free when they get right into the feudal, and they can make feudal age upgrades on top of it. That's gonna mean that their economy is just simply set superior. On top of it, spending less on villagers is gonna allow them to make such a giant feudal age army if they really want to. Like Abba double TC is formidable. Abba 1 TC feudal age all in means that your army is not highest quality, but you have so much of it that you can just throw it at your opponent and beat him with your Louis Vuitton wallet.
Yeah, I mean, JD, she's gonna have to play this one very aggressively. She's gonna have to like try and find damage up against the Abbasid. And it's gonna be interesting to see what exactly Kiljardi is going for. I think it's gonna have to be a military wing when you're up against JD, but we'll have to wait and see what exactly he's gonna be opting for, as we're gonna be jumping into our game number 4. And look at that, MSN actually starting us off here with some wood gathering. So maybe we'll see a Dark Age barracks? Or what is that going to be for?
Very interesting. At the same time, Kiljardi going on berries, pretty standard for the Abbasid over here. Having berries in the back, something that's lovely for him to see. Gold on the side, wood line in the front, very easily wallable with another wood line that's right across the map. So that's going to be a very nice wall for him if he decides to go for it in the feudal age. And it looks like that the MSN is going for an early deer pack, and that's why we were mining that wood. Pretty nice to see.
Yeah, so it's going to be moving out to the deer immediately. It's getting gold in as well already.
Pretty standard from both of the players. MSN opened on the deer pack. He's thinking that Abba will not be able to put that much early pressure on him compared to the other civilizations. If he would be playing against French, he would probably not do that. But against Abbasid, they can put early pressure only if they are going for the military wing. And even if they are doing so, they are getting infantry, not cavalry, and that's gonna mean that it's going to take a while for them to get there, while you are going to be getting JD level 2, and JD level 2 is pretty good at dealing with a military wing from the Abba, especially the ranged version, but I don't really think that we are going to see a ranged version of the JD against the Abbasid. In my opinion, we should be see the melee version just for the heavy AoE damage against all of the spears that Abba can make.
Yeah, I think both options should be working here. And look at this, we're actually getting an economic wing from Kiljardi. So it looks like he's going to be going the greedy route and opting for multiple TCs here early on with the Abbasid. I think that's greedy and potentially very dangerous up against JD. MSN's JD as well.
MSN's JD is gonna mean feudal age all in. We already know that. There is no dispute in that. We already know that most likely MSN will go for some type of a feudal age play. While Kiraljardi going up with the ecoing, but not going on stones. So this is ecoing for what? For cheaper farm transition? Or I do not fully understand it. I would love to see military wing way more over here than
Yeah,
the,
military
than the
wing
ecoing.
makes sense for defensive reasons. Then again, like, you could still go military wing for Castle Age, but that, of course, requires you to actually be able to get to Castle Age. We don't have any villagers moving out to stone yet. Yes, this is kind of strange, to say the least.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Maybe we are going ecoing just for cheaper farms because we don't want to go out on the map, but if we
That
are
doesn't
doing
feel
that,
worth it,
we
at
are-
least not immediately.
Yeah.
You should at least go for a second TC as well then. Right, like, you don't have to play too greedy and go for third TC, but a second TC, I think, makes more sense.
Well, we will see what Kiljardi will cook up with it. On the other hand, MSN going for a classic School of Cavalry. We did not see Chamber of Commerce, even though it got buffed, but it's still a little bit of a troll in the pro play. And exactly, we will see cheaper villagers, cheaper town centers, and cheaper farms, but we don't see any town centers, and we see stables being played. I'm very surprised about the ecoing if you are not going for a second PC.
Yeah, not just ecoing, but the stables as well. Would make sense to now follow up with the barracks as well for, like, spearmen, horsemen. It's weird that he's opening up with the horsemen rather than the barracks. Because, again, in this matchup, like, you want to have the spearmen out first to defend and then go for horsemen once the archers come in. Maybe Kilchadi wants to potentially try and go for an immediate counter raid onto the deer from MSN. That could be an option. But yeah, MSN, he's looking for the move out to the stone, and he's not seeing it. He knows that Kiljardi went for the eco wing, so he definitely anticipated the second TC, but yeah, he's not going to be seeing it here. Not anytime soon.
No second TC being played with the ecoing is definitely something that's going to be bumming MSN in his head. He's going to be thinking, what is he going to do over here? Meanwhile, Kiljardi going for some spearmen already, so he will be able to defend against knights and some horsemen for the early aggression most likely. JD gonna be aged up, and it's a melee JD. Melee JD is gonna be probably a little bit better if there are already horsemen out on the field. Otherwise, they would be able to catch her off guard. We still don't have 10 buildings out for Kiljardi, so no bonus for all of the villagers. But that should be dealt with pretty quickly, in my opinion. He should be building something as quickly as he sees. We have only 9 of them. Wheelbarrow is being researched inside of the mill for the faster villagers. Faster villagers are very nice to have against French. You can pull away faster from the resources. That way they are not getting sniped with the knights, or they have more survivability. But still, this is no second TC.
No second TC, not anytime soon. Kiljardi just massing up horsemen and spearmen for the time being. We see JD taking care of one of the boars on the map for some additional experience here early on. Knight is moving out, but Kiljardi is there with some spearmen, does react in time.
MSN already
Able to
going
do
for
some damage
archers
there.
as well.
Yeah.
MSN already going for archers as well, so this is bread and butter composition for the JD. Knights, archers, and then a JD in the mix just to get that additional AoE or heal and the additional consecrate on the town center or School of Cavalry here and there. Kiljardi going for only spearman horseman, currently not adding any type of the archer. Later in the game, when we are gonna get into the bigger numbers, we would love to see Camel Archer just for the debuff on all of the knights.
Yeah.
Currently, it is too expensive. It's gonna be way better to just make a little bit more horsemen and a little bit more spearmen. But definitely, we would love to see it. My question is, who has better feudal age? Is it gonna be Kiljardi with playing for just mass units, or is it gonna be MSN with the JD Knights and some archers here and there?
When it comes to the units, I still kind of prefer Abbasid with the Phalanx on the spears. Like, Phalanx, really, you cannot underestimate just how great it is. Or rather, overestimate just how great it is in these engagements. And it looks like you were onto something. Kiljadi already starting to go for the first couple of early farms there. So maybe he really did just go Eco Wing just for the earlier farm transition, which is kind of wild, but Kiljadi is a wild person.
Definitely.
Oh, able to find JD here. That's pretty big.
This is very lovely to see. JD is gonna be going down because the knights are very far away. They're on the other side of the map. Sure, JD will be putting up the fight, but it's not gonna be enough, and we need to revive her for 250 gold. This is gonna be very costly.
Yeah, MSN fumbling there a little bit, losing JD early here to the couple of horsemen. Horsemen are also just going to be able to run away now from the knights. We are seeing some spearmen now as well coming in from MSN. Who's going for the triple army composition. Kiljadi, though, also adding in the first camel archer now as well.
And MSN doesn't really want to take any fight without the JD because he's going to be suffocating her from experience, right? So at the moment, he's going to be chilling a little bit. Doesn't really want to engage. He wants to take up as much map control as it is possible, but Kiljadi already having one camel archer out means that all of these knights are going to be getting debuffed in a fight if the camel archer will not be getting sniped by the archers.
Knights still running around here for MSN, trying to find some value, but Kiljadi, he's got his army there as well. Isn't gonna let MSN get any easy fights in, and the horsemen able to find some villagers here.
Lovely to see. One villager went down immediately. Lovely. At the same time, Kiljadi is making a very good unit composition currently against what MSN has. MSN is adding spearmen, so that's also interesting to see. We see spearmen from the JD against mass horsemen. They are going to do very well against what Kiljadi has. He doesn't have a super hard counter. There is the two camel archers, and he's starting to add his own archers. But we are diving the woodline over here. One villager went down immediately. Second one is at the same time, and the third one is gonna be getting spared for the time being. We are running back with the army from Kiljadi, and as he took one villager from MSN, MSN is responding with the raid on the woodline and taking two from him.
Yeah. Now behind this, Kiljadi still just, chivalry coming on up. I like how MSN still just has his army here, and Kiljadi also just like waiting. He's waiting for MSN to slip up, send the military units away. Because he knows the second he goes away, like those horsemen are just gonna dive onto those villagers, and Kiljadi, he's looking for it. You can tell, like, very soon he's gonna be going for it again. Villagers on the berries.
As soon as you said that, we see a raid on that deer peg over there in the MSN's back. Look at that beautiful raid. Another two villagers went down from MSN. Kiljadi catching the villager kills like a Pokemons over here. At the same time, MSN is trying to do something in the front. We are bringing JD with more knights and with some spears. But there is a tower on the berries that we saw. Kiljadi yet again gonna be diving the gold over here, and maybe one or two villagers are gonna be dying. Not really. We are focusing down the spearman and gonna be killing him. But at the moment, Kiljadi in a relatively good spot. Very nice raiding from him.
Yeah. Starts to now add in some archers as well on his side, but military value-wise, it looks like MSN is in the lead, and he's getting ready to dive onto the food economy there from Kiljadi onto the berries and potentially the gold afterwards as well. Kiljadi, he's gonna need his horsemen here at the front now.
MSN grouped up. We are diving. We are gonna be going to the berry patch over here. This tower will be dying nearly immediately. That's a lot of knights and a lot of spears. So this should be 5 villagers dead. if MSN will play it correctly. Only one villager kill, okay. And we are taking the engagement. JD is coming forward, putting one giant AoE for a tag over here. But that's a lot of spears out on the field and a lot of camel archers. These camel archers are going to be debuffing all of the knights by minus 20% damage. And that's a giant deal. The JD is going to be slowly but actually going down. She's on 1 HP, it looks like. But it's not getting targeted by the Killjardy. Killjardy, in my opinion, misplaying it a little bit and not killing the JD. JD is getting the free experience. But horsemen are going to be coming from the back. They don't have that much of the HP. JD level 3. JD level 3 is going to be in. But she's so low HP. JD went down right when she aged up. And this is going to be not looking preferably. But we went for the special horseman or special horseman champion from the JD, and all of the army from the Killjardy is slowly but surely gonna be getting cleaned.
Yeah, Killjardy losing his entire military mass here, not looking good for him at all. He has to make even more farms now. JD has just been bought back as well. 500 gold for it, but having level 3 JD does kind of make it worthwhile, and now she's back with full HP as well. You can just kind of tell, like, MSN, with the healing, with the chivalry as well at the moment, he's just going to wait a little bit, wait for his knights to recover, and then he's going to be just running into Killjardy's base again.
JD got revived, so we are going to be seeing her with our army in a minute. At the same time, a lot of low HP knights. They are going to be getting healed by the chivalry, so that's very nice to see. And when we group this up, I think that Killjardy is in a big trouble over here. MSN played it very nicely. He knew when he had the timing. He came in, killed the tower, and killed all of the army, basically. Right now, sitting on double the military plus JD. That's such a big advantage for him.
JD with that level 3. Killjardy pumping out some archers now behind this. Still lacking spearmen though for the time being. Production buildings now getting found out here by the archers from MSN. Ooh, some villagers here on the backline as well. They've been kept alive for a while, but they're gonna get found out now. And this time they'll get taken down. Just a couple of knights gonna be able to do the trick there.
Another 4 villager kills. Very nice to see for MSN. He doesn't even need to evolve the army in the engagements, just because of the lack of army that Killjardy has at the moment. JD full HP. There aren't any spears. There isn't anything that can deal with her. She can just dive the town center and kill everything. This is not looking good for the Killjardy at the moment. 15 villagers inside of TC means that these archers will be dying, but it's just not gonna be enough. MSN is taking the game, and we will have full best of 5.
Full best of 5 indeed. Yeah, this is gonna be going all the way to a game number 5 here between Killjardy and MSN. They're going the distance in order to find out who's gonna be qualifying here today. Obviously, both want to be able to qualify for the main event, but only 4 people are going to be able to do so today.
MSN playing very nicely. He recognized the timing, he acted on it, he dived exactly when he needed to, and basically took a game away from Killjardy. Maybe if we would see military wing and all of our spearmen would have that little bit of additional HP, maybe the fight would go on a tiny bit differently, but no, I really do not understand the play for the echoing. Maybe we were thinking about a second TC, but later recognized that against MSN is gonna be a little bit too greedy because he is a all-in player. We raided very nicely. Killjardy showed us some very nice raids with the horsemen coming on the gold, coming on the deer pack, and knew exactly when he needs to come in to deal a lot of damage. But in the end, JD is just a tiny bit better feudal age civilization.
Yeah, it looks like it. Next up, it's gonna be Japanese versus Sengoku. So once again, we get a little bit of a mirror here with the variant civilizations facing off against each other. Sengoku versus Japan means we'll get mounted samurai from both sides here potentially as the game goes on. It's gonna be on board land. So board land for Sengoku does feel very, very nice there with the Yatais being able to just run out over to many different spots on the map for that food gathering.
I just want to point out, in the fight that we just saw the replay on, if that JD would have been sniped a little bit earlier, which definitely could have happened because we had Camel Archers, they have a very big base damage, it would get way, way differently. Like that fight would have been lost for MSN. But for letting
Maybe
the JD,
not lost, but
JD
would have
leave,
been more of an even trade.
Sure. But it would have been way, way worse than we just saw. It wouldn't be game-ending fight. But not targeting JD did not work out very well for Kiljardi.
Yeah. Next up, moving over to Boldlands. So a very open map once again. We've seen it a couple of times today, but most importantly is that the resources, the deer on the map, the boar on the map, they're all very far spread apart. So it makes it a lot easier to hide your Yatais out there. Makes it a lot more difficult for your opponent to chase after your Yatais. And like that, you're gonna be able to just get a lot of economy spread out around the map, and it's difficult for the spearmen, which typically, like in Japan, you will probably see open up with some spearmen to try and either take down the Yatai or pressure gold potentially. Just a little bit more difficult for the spearmen to catch up to them.
It's very hard to justify, in my opinion, the Dark Age play for the Japan against Sengoku. Especially because of those Yatai, you cannot really catch them or kill them. You can try to do some damage on the gold, but your opponent has market in the Dark Age, so you can just sell a bit of a wood and can age up. For those reasons, I don't really like playing Dark Age into the Sengoku, because I don't really see a lot of value you can do in the Dark Age. But maybe I'm wrong, and Kiljardi will show us some very nice tower rush and just denying MSN's gold till the rest of the game. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen, indeed. There are some interesting things, of course, like with the ability with the Mitsuri to like be an early market as well. Like, you don't necessarily need to put the Mitsuri right next to a gold vein. Something that I've seen a lot of players do is they just go for mass gathering on wood, and then they just sell wood and age up that way. So you can put up the Matsuri right next to a wood line as well, get the wood in for the Yatai, sell wood afterwards, and age up without actually needing to gather gold, should your opponent try and like interrupt your gold operations with spearmen early on in the game.
We will see. What MSN will do with Sengoku. But for the last 4 games that we saw from him, he showed us a Feudal Age all-in, so I'm expecting the same to be the 5th one. Sengoku being one of the civilization that can do really well in the Feudal Age all-in, thanks to the Yari Cavalry also having Yumi and being able to get +1 on them relatively quickly, because they don't play for Bannermans but for Daimios. Will be interesting to see what MSN is gonna opt to. There is a small chance for fast castle, but I don't think so. Knowing him and seeing past 4 games, this is gonna be a Feudal Age play, and the question is just gonna be if it's gonna be enough.
Yeah. All right, is it gonna be enough? That's the question here. When it comes to the longer term of the game, I'm thinking like Mounted Samurai from the Sengoku with the bonus attack speed just a little bit stronger. So I have to wait and see exactly how this one's going to be played out. As we do have Kiljardi now in the color orange playing as the Japanese, up against MSN in the color blue playing as the Sengoku Daimyo. And looks like indeed we do have the Matsuri next to the woodline here for MSN. But actually, is that feels like it's outside of the range from the TC, isn't it? If we take a look at the TC range
looks
there,
like
it is.
Can get torched down.
Oh, that is
down.
Yeah. And that is definitely something that Kiljardi should be aiming for. Torching that one down. Should go all the way to 5 spearmen there just to try and torch it down.
We will see what Kiljardi will do. Maybe MSN will be in time with the Feudal Age, but it's gonna be very, very, very tight. Like he's already delayed so much just by going for the Yatai. We'll see for how many he will go. Usually, we see pro players going for all 3 of them in the Dark Age. Remember, one Yata is basically 1.5 villager if placed correctly. So getting it out as early as it is possible is the best thing you can do. With other civilizations that also have some type of a Dark Age bonus like this, let's say Malians, you are able to get like 2 villagers or 3 villagers worth of gold income. With Yatai, you are same on it, maybe a little bit more. So, but they cost a tiny bit more as well. Kiljardi can definitely try to kill the Matsuri over here. It's out of the range of the TC. If he realizes it, MSN made a small mistake, which can be detrimental to him.
Yeah. Could be. Up to 3 spearmen, 4 spearmen coming in as well. And yeah, Kiljardi, he realizes, okay, he's got a very, very nice attacking point here. MSN is going for his own barracks now. Counter barracks coming in. For the time being, MSN is going to be able to just repair the Mitsuri. Oh, some of the workers in the woodline actually not in range of the TC.
This is, and if the one worker will be dying, this is terrible. Okay, MSN saw it in a time, so it's fine. We are pulling that.
Actually gets a shot off against the spears.
Interesting. First spearman from the MSN is coming out and going to be trying to deal some damage to the Kiljardi spearman. This is just going to be feud with the Dark Age from both of our players. So this is going to be mass spearman from MSN against probably mass spearman from Kiljardi. Or does Kiljardi wants to just stop the production of the spears at all and go straight up to the feudal at this point?
He just gathered up a lot of wood, which makes me believe that he might be actually going for an outpost rush next up. I think I just saw a villager there
a tower
at the front line. Yeah, there is a villager there now. But looks like he decided against it after he saw just how heavily MSN's also investing into the spears now.
Could have tried to sneak it up behind the wood line when MSN does not have the vision. He could have tried to sneak it up. I don't think that MSN would saw it if he would be distracted by the spearman that Kiljardi has. But deciding to not do it and just go up to the feudal over here is, in my opinion, just giving breathing room to the MSN at this time. You already have one Yatai out on the field. Gonna be adding the second one very shortly. Still has 6 villagers on wood and going on gold at the moment. I don't like the decision on going gold. I would love him to go very heavily on wood and then just sell it. You already know there are spearmen out on the field.
He's got 6 villagers in gold, so he's not selling any wood. He's just... Wait, never mind. He switched them over again? Nope. Never mind. Just built the fort. So it's going for the full gathering there on the gold. Kiljardi just about has enough gold as well.
And currently, Kiljardi having one more spearman will mean that MSN needs to back home. Kiljardi will start the age up a little bit quicker than MSN, already having the resources for it, and Kura Storehouse will be played. On the other hand, MSN still waiting. Second Yatai is already out on the field. Third one should be in the queue any moment, already having resources for it. And spearman numbers are there for Kiljardi, so MSN is forced to make a tower on his gold. That's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, something that he might have wanted to do long term anyways, but yeah, it's right now it's a little bit of an unfortunate situation there
Surviving
for him. Ooh,
it's alive. It's 1 HP, but it's alive. It's fine. It's fine.
He's
Did
living.
not lose a villager. Exactly.
Living his best life.
He's living his days very happily, and he's gonna be living the rest of them under a town center most likely. Kiljardi is going to yet again torch down the Matsuri. MSN behind on the spear count, currently 8 spears against 5 from MSN. Matsuri will be dying if it's not going to be getting repaired over here, and I think that MSN will repair it, try to save it, but spearman numbers are just not there yet. Toka Township gonna be slowly being built for the MSN. Very, very interesting. And Kiljardi currently... They are throwing torches across the wall. What is this?
Yeah,
Hey!
MSN, he's not really helping himself there, right? Like, it's gonna make it a lot more difficult for his spearmen to actually, like, try and poke at Kiljadi's spearmen here if they're just able to shoot over the wall. Yeah.
This is not what he expected when he built it. Feudal Age upgrade for the skills already queued up from for Kiljardi. MSN's Feudal Age is gonna be near completion very soon. But it looks like he's gonna be pushed away from this wood, and it looks like this Matsuri will be dying slowly but surely. 8 spearmen out on the field. They are forward. They are Feudal Age upgraded. MSN cannot afford to take fight right now.
Sorry. Still getting counter repaired though, but that's a lot of wood investment here. And MSN, at the moment, like, he's got the ability to just pop out the Shinobi right now and take an engagement. He's waiting for the Hardened upgrade, I'm assuming. Hardened upgrade has come in. Shinobi should be coming in now as well.
That's a lot of low HP spears for Kiljardi over here. 2 spears are nearly dead. Shinobi are in. That's gonna be giant debuff on the movement speed. So MSN should be doing well over here and should be pushing him away. That's lovely to see. Securing his Matsuri, not letting it die. Kiljardi behind all of this. We are seeing some Feudal Age play. Already 2 Yumi are out on the field, 3 more in the queue, and this is gonna be Yumi against Yumi. But MSN's adding some Samurai as well. It's interesting. I did not expect Samurai in the Feudal Age.
Yeah, Samurai are a little bit of an early pull there, for sure. Actually, this is something that I've mentioned at some point, not today, but during another stream. With the recent buff there, with the Yumi archers, like, you could just go for mass-mounted Samurai. Not mass-mounted Samurai, but like mass normal Samurai at the moment, and go for the Daimyo for the Samurai. They've buffed the arrow shot damage from the Samurai significantly, which you can get through an upgrade. It's actually not bad at all at the moment if you just go for mass Samurai.
It's interesting, definitely interesting. But currently, MSN is being completely pushed away from his wood gathering. Having this Matsuri outside of the range of the TC is a complete disaster for him. This is the place that Kiljardi was trying to pressure very heavily in the Dark Age, and it definitely paid out. On the other hand, MSN only 2 Yatai still out of the 4 that he can have. I would love to see a little bit more of them coming as quickly as this possible. The first upgrade on TC is going to be coming for the Kiljardi, and we will probably see Yumi Bannerman out on the field. When we see it, the fights are going to be definitely going the Kiljardi's way.
MSN, he's got a lot of military, a lot of infantry right now out on the field. Looks like we're also getting, is that a Daimyo or a Yari cavalry? They got very similar icons. No, it's a Daimyo. So it's getting a Daimyo in as well, alongside all of the military units that he's got. He does have a trader inside of Matsuri, but doesn't have the workers anywhere nearby it, so they're not really getting buffed up at the moment.
Kiljardi also going for +1 armor. +1 armor.
It looks like he's
damage.
He's looking for a Castle Age up, double outpost now on the gold.
Double outpost, the double blacksmith upgrades. 18 on foot, 7 on gold. Looks like a Castle Age. Also researching arrow slits, exactly as Krakity said. This looks like a fast or semi-fast castle at this point. In the meantime, MSN is still going for mass samurai, which is interesting. If he gets the critical mass of like 10 of them, maybe 15, and some Yumi behind all of it, can maybe try to dive this outpost. But we saw earlier today Lash going for mass man-at-arms in the Feudal Age at the same time, and diving double outpost and completely losing a game on it, or completely losing Feudal Age on it. So it can be a mistake from MSN. Maybe some rams would be needed. And if you are talking about rams, Kiljardi is already gonna be aged up. So currently MSN is standing in a very difficult spot.
Looks like at the moment Kiljardi is still respecting the aggression from MSN, so he is reinvesting. There's more samurai coming in for Kiljardi now as well. But it's just gonna be 2 samurai up against 10 already for MSN. Is this the... Can we check which daimyo this was? It's the... Oh, never mind. It's the Archer daimyo ones. Okay, so the Yumi Archers are going to be able to get the upgrade for the additional +1 damage there, which should also be coming in soon at some point. And I don't have it yet.
And we don't even have
+1
normal damage. So this is not something that we'll have to see. Second villager going down on this berry patch. Kiljardi raiding with one lonely knight that he has and one lonely knight that he can make in the feudal age. Floating gate is gonna be being built at home. MSN cannot really dive him and cannot really try to stop him. He would be just throwing away all of his military lead. Kiljardi is sitting in a very good spot.
Yes, for sure, but MSN... He's getting ready for a dive. Floating gate is about to finish on up, though. I'm not sure if MSN is gonna be expecting this at the moment. He does see the military count there for Kiljardi. So I don't think he's expecting the age up, but once that comes in, like, so. his ground samurai, like his infantry samurai, are just gonna get wiped by the mounted samurai once they come in. There's already enough gold for 4 mounted samurai as soon as the age up finishes.
MSN definitely in a tough spot, and as we saw from the last 4 games that he played, and as we know him, most likely he will see opponent age up to the castle edge and then just send it. But it doesn't look like a correct play. At the same time, and we are sending it. Kiljardi is making a veterancy upgrade for the Yumi. It's gonna be coming in. And when that's gonna happen, we will not be able to do anything. Our samurai are gonna get obliterated. We are diving double outpost. We don't have enough army yet to defend it properly, but it doesn't really matter. We just don't want our villagers to die, so so send them home under the TC, and we do not care. 3 mounted samurai in the queue, and when they get over here, there's no spears. At the same time, we do not have enough damage on the Yumi. +1 just finished for the MSN before he was taking the fight, and the veterancy upgrade is 10 seconds away from the Kiljardi. Not looking good. First mounted samurai is going to be coming in and dealing massive amounts of damage to all of the samurai. Second mounted samurai is in. Currently, MSN is diving, trying to do his best, but his army is slowly but surely just dying and dying and dying. Castle Age upgrades are in for the Kiljardi, or the main Castle Age upgrade, and MSN's numbers of samurai are just falling.
Yeah, MSN, actually, is he doing it here? He's completely put Kiljardi off of gold at the moment. Now the Yumi archers are vetted up, but Kiljardi isn't making any more Yumis.
It's not enough. He's diving PC in the second tower. He's holding.
Yeah,
it's not enough.
He's holding.
It's not enough. Kiljardi hold it. MSN's feudal play did not work. He sended it, and it did not work, unfortunately. Currently, Kiljardi gonna be just making more and more mounted samurai, and they are gonna be able to deal with everything. Mounted samurai will completely obliterate Yumi and do very, very, very well into MSN samurai. MSN needs to add some type of a spearman or go for his own castle age. But if he's gonna stick with the composition, it's not gonna end well.
Yeah, mounted samurai still getting messed up now by Kiljardi. I would have really preferred to see a couple more Yumi archers being messed up, especially since he did get the veterans in on them. Looks like MSN is going to be remaining in the feudal age for the foreseeable future. Something else that we didn't see there during that last engagement was Shinobi being used at all. Granted, Shinobi is something that I feel like many players, like they go for it, but then they just forget to use them at all during the game. Oh, villagers getting found out on the deer here, but men-at-arms are going to be nearby. That's at least one villager that ends up going down, though.
MSN is still making more army, currently not having a big bank. If we are gonna stay in this position, it's not looking well for him. Kiljardi will have 8 mounted samurai out on the field, and this is a huge raid behind of the Kiljardi's base. Very nice job from MSN, killing at least 5 or 6 villagers over here. Lovely to see. 2 more villager kills 2 more villager kills are gonna be going to his corner. And even though we sacrificed all of the Yumi for this, it was very well worth it in my opinion. Yumi are not gonna do anything in these fights, or they are gonna be near useless. This way they are at least gonna be doing some type of the eco damage, but this is gonna be, we sneaked up the villagers on the deer pack over here. Lovely to see for MSN.
Yeah, villagers now at the top side also getting found out by a mounted samurai, so that's gonna be at least 2 more villagers that are gonna be going down here. The weak ones will be going down for sure. MSN, he is trying to also macro towards Castle Age behind all of this on his own side. It's just that right now he doesn't have a lot of military going for himself. More raids coming in on the gold as well, just when he needed the gold there. And more villagers going down yet again. Sure, he just killed a lot of villagers over on the side of Kiljadi's base, but losing a lot now due to the mounted samurai raids. And we're already up to 11 mounted samurai with 3 more in the queue. Truly, the samurai that MSN had as infantry units just aren't really getting the job done here as all. And now the outpost is going to be getting dove on by all of these mounted samurai, as well as the veteran Sayumi archer.
This is 5 more villager kills that are going to be going for Kiljardi most likely. They, like, sure, we have a little bit of the samurai over here, but they are going to get obliterated. This is not looking good for MSN. All of his army is just straight up dying at this point. We are still staying in the game, even though we are 12 villagers behind. Not looking good for him. This is completely terrible. MSN put up a very nice fight, but dived Kiljardi's base a little bit too late, and didn't saw the timing for it. And Kiljardi is gonna be taking the win and qualifying for the Elite Classic.
Yeah, most importantly, being able to qualify for the main event. So congratulations over to Kiljardi, able to win his series 3-2. Close games up against MSN. Definitely a great showing between the two. So congratulations definitely going out there to him.
MSN showed us very, very nice games. If maybe if the Matsuri play was a little bit different over here in the Dark Age, we could have saw it differently. But yeah, this Matsuri over here and the wall at the same time was not nice to see.
Yeah. So GG's coming on in. Now, let's take a quick look at the brackets that we have still going on, as there's still some sets going on behind this. So just a second. We'll be taking a look at that shortly. As we do know, Kiljardi was able to qualify now 3-2 as one of our players, but there's still a couple more spots remaining. So we're quickly checking on up and see who else has been able to qualify so far today. And there we go. So far today, qualified, we've got Louis MT, actually a 3-2. So Jiff Music putting up a great fight up against Louis there. That must have been a close one as well. Numedan being able to win against Corvinus 3-1. And right now, Demu versus Valdemar, that's currently ongoing with Demu leading 2-0 there at the moment. So, fellas, with that said, we are going to be wrapping this one up here for today. We're going to be sending you guys over to one of the other channels that is also covering the event, so you'll still be able to see the Demu versus Valdi games that are ongoing right now. With that said, do not look for, or rather, do not go anywhere else. You'll probably go anywhere else, though, for a little bit. But what I want to say is, tomorrow, we're going to be back here on EGC TV. We're going to be bringing you the second part of the qualifiers. 4 more spots for players to qualify for the main event. Until then, we'll be seeing you there. Have a great one.